right, everybody, you better hurry up and get in here. This ain't gonna be a long one. Get started pretty soon.
And the pot calls the kettle black, calls the kettle burnt, calls her mad. Kettle reminds the pot that we both been burned on the same stove, that the parts of our bodies that are layered in soot were scorched by the same hands. Kettle tells pot that she still boils water, holds the hot breath of a white man's tongue, endures the slow simmer of a white woman's allyship, and still we make something beautiful. Pot calls the kettle wicked, and kettle says no, but says she's so magical she burned the hand of the last man who tried to pour himself a piece of her. Says she's so black she is everything, so black she is the beginning. She is the first thing someone finds home in when they wake up in the morning. Says ain't that what it means to be black? To have the world go up in flames around you and still be sanctuary for someone, saving men who lost themselves the night before, saving men who curse our names but forget his mama is made of steel too. And now the pot has no words, but calls the kettle bitter, but loves the glass pan, the fine china, loves all the exotic shit white men put behind glass casings, loves how fragile things not made of steel can be. But this isn't about the pot or the pan. This is about the kettle, the black woman, how she pours herself across the earth, but no one bats an eye when the water disappears. We give ourselves to men who never love us, but they say we are difficult, too hard to break. How we, the kettle, praise this pot, this man for all the water he holds. How we are the only ones who do not call him monster when the water boils over, because we know this heat, this white flame, hot enough to make any of us explode. We are the first ones to make noise when the world goes up in flames, but they say the earth was saved by the man who heard her scream. Pot calls the kettle black, and kettle says yes, but says you best remember you black too. The next time they bring a fire to your neck, they burn black bodies on the stake and the stove. Pot calls the kettle black, and kettle says bitch I might be, says knock if you buck, then says wipe me down. Kettle says yes my nigga, I be black, I be mad, and I boiled the last man down to his bones when he tried to test me. Pot calls the kettle black, and kettle says hell yes. But don't say my name as if you ain't ever been burnt too.
All right, shout out to Char Willie in the house, Camos in the house, Kitten in Caskets, Bridget Mouton's in the house. Let's keep this going. Let's keep it going now.
Been the case?
I feel like
Here we go.
What did I get myself into, right? And now I'm practicing toxicity, right?
Welcome to MammieSphere number 16.
Right? I'm practicing toxic behavior and cycles with holding things in, not talking about it, and then either being passive aggressive or just super aggressive, but nothing in between. And then he has no idea what's going on because he doesn't know what I'm freaking out about.
And what you done seen, what prompted you to start looking through his phone?
I would always get like a feeling, or he would touch me different, right? So after most rape victims are very sensitive to touch. And so any sign of him touching me, any type of any different, I'm like, there has to be somebody else. There has to be.
You're
right?
talking about with a change of a touch.
With a change of a touch. There has to be, right? And so I would go snooping around because I'm a snooper.
I never imagined my public healing would inspire others to heal across the world.
I think notification bells. So
haven't had an opportunity to have a voice or to have my voice heard. It's been drowned out with all of the noise, all of the drama surrounding my life and marriage and all of that. So I appreciate you creating a safe space for me to come and speak about my truth, my life, and allow my voice to be heard so that others can be healed and made whole as I testify.
You know, on the podcast, we have a mantra. We say we keep it lit. We live intentionally and transparently.
Yes.
Are you going to keep it lit today?
Lit all the way.
All the way.
Turned up.
You and I have had some conversations in the pre-interview. We've been getting to know each other for about the last week and a half.
Yes.
And man, when I tell you, I've been blown away by your transparency, your vulnerability. You know, and social media had this way of trying to make you look like you crazy.
Yes.
And when I met you, I talked to you, I was like, this girl, not only is she not crazy, she's absolutely brilliant. So
wow.
What was that? What was that about?
Well, I have to beg to differ. If you're brilliant, you're not getting caught. You know how to get yourselves out of something. I think she's extremely smart, but I won't say brilliant.
Well, I think the world did not see me for so many years, so they have nothing to go off of.
Facts.
And so they're seeing me for the first time when all of this crazy stuff is going on. And then I'm sitting up here talking about Jesus, talking about a helmet of salvation. So it's like, oh, she has lost her mind.
Right. The interesting thing about Danae is that she's the first Mammie that other Mammies went after. And it's really an interesting dynamic to me because you would have thought they would have. See, this is how I know that most Mammies are not that sharp, because they would have said, yeah, you did everything right, sis. That's what they should have been saying to her, because what Mammies preach is what Kevin Samuels preach. And what Kevin Samuels preached to women to do, this woman did. Danae was a welcome mat for her dude. She was a slave for her dude. She let her dude cheat, like Kevin Samuels told women should allow men to cheat. Remember that? She did everything in Kevin Samuels' manual. She did everything in his manual. And those idiots didn't even pick this up. And we're going to get to the idiots soon. But that's the interesting thing, is she literally did everything that Kevin Samuels told other women to do. She didn't complain about the cheating. She let dude cheat, knowing he's cheating with over 100 women, okay? He had his rotation, like Kevin Samuels had his rotation. He was He was full of crap. The only thing that was different is that he had a scam manipulating women instead of having a scam manipulating men. See, Kevin Samuels manipulated men out of their money. Just like dude, her ex, or should be ex, just like Action Jackson, because all he wanted was action, really. You know what I mean? Was manipulating women for not only money, but for sex. That is a bona fide predator. Both of them are predators. Kevin Samuels and Action Jackson are almost the same person. And I'm shocked and surprised I'm the only one who has brought this up so far. Just because they're preaching to a different choir doesn't mean they're not preaching to a choir. So there's not much more to say to this. She was really the consummate mammy when you think about it. And I believe that for a woman to appease a Kevin Samuels disciple, a Kevin Samuels light, you have to be a mammy. You have to be a mammy. You really do. So let's go on to the next one. Well, let's play this a little bit longer, but this is probably going to get boring. But let's see what else she has to say.
You know, she is
Cuckoo for Cocoa
right, and I'm like, I'm saying I have a sound mind, and I know what's going on right now because I've been delving into the Word. I'm discerning the time that I'm in from a spiritual state, and now I'm trying to protect what sanity I do have with the Word of God. So I think that's kind of what fueled all of that. They're trying to get a feel for who I am.
But you haven't always been a Christian.
No.
No. I want to take an opportunity to get to know you before we talk about what everybody wants to know, because like I said, I want to provide this opportunity for us to get to know you.
Yeah.
All right. A shout out to Janice, to Alluring Creative Solutions, Jay Daniels, Kitten and Caskets, Char Willie, Bridget Mouton. Thank you, everybody, for coming through. We're going to keep it going. Here we go.
Naya, outside of your spouse, who is Danae?
Danae is a girl from Denver, Colorado, born and raised. I have some brothers and three brothers and a sister. And while I was introduced to Christianity and actually did have some roots in the church, you know, I had to figure out that on my own. I had to identify with Christ and believing in him on my own. And so when I was younger, I had a belief in Christ, but I felt like I was doing it more so because that, you know, that's what I was supposed to do.
Right.
You know, you're supposed to believe in God. You're supposed to do this. And I'm very shy. I'm very reserved and laid back. But then at the same time, you can get a side of me that's very just like let's throw some spikes in your hair and like just go, you know, do something completely odd that nobody's expecting. So you kind of get a range there. And so that's me pretty much in a nutshell. Very reserved. I'm very loyal. Sometimes clearly to my own detriment.
Yeah.
And so that's a little bit about me.
Well, when you say loyal to your own detriment, has that always been the case?
I feel like it has, at least in my adult years. Probably not so much as a child, but when I'm looking back on why that is, it stems back to a root of like rejection and abandonment that I had. And so as I grew up into my adult life, I definitely would say it was more in that aspect. So
we think about abandonment. What do you go back on when you hear yourself say, when I think about the abandonment that I've come from? Let's unpack that.
Yeah. So abandonment, with my father, I had teenage parents. My mom was 16 when she had me. My father was 18. They never really had a relationship per se. They were just supposed to be playing video games.
They were playing with other things.
Here you go. Merry Christmas, right? Because my birthday is in December, a couple days before Christmas. So
okay.
video games, here I go, the present. And so, there's a little bit of rejection and abandonment there, right? Because I never really had parents that were a couple.
Yeah.
Right. And then because of that, there was some question about whether or not I was actually my father's or not. And so then I have that, even though I wasn't even born yet to receive that per se, but that still affected me because I grew up and found out about that. And then there was rejection. And then just the relationship that I had with my father growing up, I felt like he just wasn't as present as he could be, or he would always not come through or follow through on his promises when he said he would do something. And so that all affected me. And then boom, he died when I was 12. And so then, I'm just left to try to figure out this thing on my own. And so there's abandonment, there's rejection there. And as I was younger, I used to be like a tomboy per se, right? And that was because I wanted the affection of my father. I had two brothers at the time, and so they were playing football. He was their football coach. He was involved in all their activities, and I'm over here, just this little chubby girl over here.
You're chubby.
I was fat. I was fat.
My bad. All right. So what I appreciate that Cyber Dreams in the house. Happy Life in the house. Jenny B in the house. What I was saying was this, is that she seems like a decent woman. She is a mammy, but she's not preaching to other people about what they should be doing. She just basically was in the background. The problem I have is this. Here's the big problem. Why, since she did everything that mammies tell other women to do, why did they go in on her? And the reason why is because they're fraudulent. Chantelle Simone and all them other Chez, Charde, all those first letter names, they all went in on her. And you know what? They went in on her because they're just like her. They are perceiving to tell you to be like her, but they're not like her. These are very masculine women going after this woman right here, who is a mammy, but she's a mammy in life, in real life. She's not promoting mammyism. She just lived that in life. And what I mean is that she became a doormat for her man. She did everything, like I said before, she did everything that Kevin Samuels would want a woman to do. So if that's the case, why did those mammies go in on her? That's the big question. A Lady in the house, Cyber Dreams in the house, Jenny B in the house, Happy Life in the house, Bridget's in the house, Camo's in the house. That's you have to ask yourself that. Kevin promoted cheating. This woman right here in the screen, dealt with the cheating. She knew he was cheating. She didn't leave him. Okay. Kevin Samuels wants women to be a doormat for their man and do whatever their man wants. She did everything her man wanted her to do. She cleaned, she cooked, she did all that shit. But why is it that mammies go in on her because it's like this. They're exposing themselves. They're making themselves look fraudulent because she's actually a better mammy than they are. She is actually really a mammy. Most mammies that you see are masculine. They won't do what men say. They insult men. They disrespect men. But since they are promoting the same thing that the men want, the men love them. You know what the men do? They're tricks. They pay for the mammy. They pay for the mammy show. They are paying for the mammy show. Though those women themselves could not even, all that mammy preaching they do, they could not even provide that to a man. This woman tried, she tried hard, but the man was just too toxic. Dude was just way too toxic. He was a splitting image of Kevin Samuels, but he was younger, a little bit better looking, and obviously a lot healthier. Physically, not mentally. I mean, the dude has I guarantee you not. Whoever he's with right now is temporary. I guarantee you not. It's temporary. So let's break into the mammies a little bit more. We might come back to her, but pretty much, I mean, Danae to me is just really, she's that average black woman who didn't have enough self-esteem to get out of a bad situation. And if your dude is sleeping with over 100 women, that's a bad situation. I'm sorry. That's a bad situation either way it goes. And it's funny to me because the other day, Chantelle Simone was dissing a woman for sleeping with, I guess, 20 men in 4 months, but had no smoke for Austin Holloman, who slept with 50 women in 1 month. That's how fake she is. That's how fake she is. So let's keep this going. I want to introduce another mammy and show you how much respect these mammies have for Kevin Samuels. Here we go. This is T-Soul.
About relationships.
My biggest criticism of Kevin Samuels, he constantly is preaching to tell people to get married, stay married, get back with the mother of your kids, whatever.
Listen close, Samuelites. This is your queen right here. This is your queen that you love because she disrespects black women and hates black women. Really black people, but since she's speaking in your tongues, you love the hell out of her. Let's keep this going.
But he's only been married for 3 years. And I know he put out a video recently saying, oh, well, you wouldn't, nobody ever asked if Steve Harvey was married. But personally, I've listened to a lot of Steve Harvey, and I thought the same thing. I thought it was ironic that he was giving out advice after being divorced.
Remember
twice.
now, there's a woman who has less experience than even Kevin Samuels had, acting like she's the critic for all of the black community. That's really that right here right here, everyone should have just went left. It's not like she hid this video. So it's funny to me. Let me read this Jenny B message. She more than tried. When you watched her husband's sex tapes with his side pieces to learn what he likes, you are down horrendous, down abysmal. Yes. The bar is truly anchored in hell. Yeah. Jenny B, great words. Eugene says this, Chantelle's masculine bitter life. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We're going to get deep into it too. Hey lady. Yep. Hey lady, happy life. Ooh, I'm too feminine for fishing. Oh man, I love fishing. Hey lady, I'll read that later. Let me get back in. Here we go. Remember now.
One time, like this stuff happens all the time. So sometimes I'm a little bit skeptical just because, like, personally, I would never go to a dentist with bad teeth, right? I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't go to an overweight doctor. I think it's really important to go to people that are actually practicing what they preach rather than like telling you what they preach.
You heard her say that. You heard her say it. You're supposed to practice what you preach. She ain't got no dude. She ain't got no ring. She ain't got no kind of marriage experience whatsoever. Exposed. It's that simple. T-Salt and I exposed this with more so T-Salt. T-Salt released this a long old time ago, a month ago. And if you're still on this girl's nuts, that's your problem. Yes, let me start over here. You guys want to hear you Kevin Samuelites, this is for you. This is for you. Here we go. Kevin Samuelites.
Of Kevin Samuels. He constantly is preaching to tell people to like get married, stay married, get back with the mother of your kids, whatever. But he's only been married for 3 years. And I know he put out a video recently saying, oh, well, you wouldn't, like, nobody ever asked if Steve Harvey was married. But personally, I've listened to a lot of Steve Harvey, and I thought the same thing. I thought it was ironic that he was giving out advice.
Juju says this, I'm not married. This is why I'm not a content creator telling women what to do. Everybody have different situations and living different areas. Boom. Juju has 10,000 times more common sense than this mammy here on the screen. She is dismantling right in front of our eyes Kevin Samuels, and the same idiots watching this happen, who are Kevin Samuelites, chose to go in on Ebony instead. That's funny to me. Ebony said less doesn't he probably even know who Kevin Samuels was? I never seen her go in, but she goes in. It's okay for this woman of no color to go in on Kevin Samuels. But when Ebony says something you really don't like, but which is really the norm in society, you go in on her. That tells me that how weak you guys are. That tells me how weak you guys are, because this woman right here, oh man. Let me dig deeper in here. Let me let another person who we are calling a mammy. I haven't listened to her stuff, but I kind of like what she does here. So let's listen to what she does.
You get exposed as a racist through your own words. This is not someone said you said something you didn't. This is not a false accusation. People simply look at content that you produced, you filmed, you put out on your own channel. And when Black people come forward and say, you and your insensitive racist comments, and how all of our ancestors sacrificed so much, and you sit and downplay all their sacrifices talking about it was embellished. So when the Black people got together and said, nah, that was disrespectful, that shit ain't it, and we ain't fucking with you. You're saying that you're going to try to punish people for looking at footage that you put on your own account. So the issue is not in yourself and that you got caught being racist. The issue is that you're mad that Black people are speaking up on it and standing on it.
Yesterday, boom, boom. That's what it is. I mean, you know, when Black men we are at an all-time low, when we are praising bigots that don't like us. It's not like they're bigots towards anybody else. They're bigots towards us. And they're y'all throwing your wallets at that woman. Let me go back to her.
On this app saying I'm young.
This woman is unqualified.
Breaking up with you.
Okay. There she is. You guys were throwing your wallets at her. You should be ashamed of yourselves. You should be dusted and disgusted. For real. I mean, JD, you from the red pill, you probably see my point on this, right? I mean, she don't like us. She does not like us. Okay? She likes our money. So I need to ask you why your buddies are throwing their wallets at her. Why are they throwing their wallets at her? Full of money. Full of money. I mean, it's crazy. Janice, too alluring, says this. Chantelle Simone is scared of the Jamaicans. She only has energy for Black women in America. That is so true. And Jenny, you doggone it, Janice, you brought up a very good point. This is the weird thing that bothers me. It was Black women that helped vote in laws that allowed Chantelle to come here and stay. What does she do to return the favor? She disrespects the very same women that allowed her that privilege. It's just like that. Juju says this. Jamaican sex culture is insane. I will never understand why she doesn't discuss why Jamaican not getting married. Yep. It's crazy. Let's dig in deep a little bit deeper here. Let's see what we got here. Did you guys hear about this?
Yesterday, Shannon Sharp versus Kwame Brown dominated the headlines, but today Shannon Sharp is in the news and he's looking for somebody else. He's offering $50,000 for help. Here's the story from TMZ Sports. Our guy Shannon home was burglarized. $1 million in jewelry, watches, bags stolen. I hate it happened to you, Unc. Shannon Sharp's home in LA was burglarized last week. Cops say the thieves made off with around $1 million in goods from the ex-NFL star's residence. Law enforcement tells TMZ Sports the break-in happened on May 19th between 7 p.m. and 9:30 p.m. after Sharp had left his place for a few hours in the early evening. We're told when Sharp returned home after dinner with friends, he noticed something was not right, so he called the police. Shannon told the cops that he was missing expensive watches, jewelry, and some designer bags. According to law enforcement, there was no obvious sign of forced entry, and an investigation to the matter remains ongoing. No arrests have yet to be made, but make no mistake, Shannon wants the perpetrator held accountable. So much, Sharp has put up a $50K reward for info leading to the arrest and conviction. Woo-wee. Now, this is a strange story because if Shannon was only gone for 2 hours, no forced entry, you got to figure it was an inside job. Whoever had been over Shannon's place, I don't know who lives with Shannon. I don't know who Shannon hangs out with. But if there was only a 2-hour window, no forced entry, that doesn't seem like a smash and grab. It doesn't seem like just a random coincidence. That seems like somebody was watching Shannon, or they knew Shannon's schedule and they went in and got him. And I hate it because I hate a thief. You know, Shannon Sharp, he's worked hard for his career. He's worked hard in the NFL. He's worked hard on Undisputed, and he deserves to be able to.
It's funny to me. I'm kind of feeling cyber dreams on this one. And it's you're gone for 2 hours, right? In those 2 hours, and in what I could only assume is a highly, probably has a multi-$1,000 alarm system, right? If not a $500,000 alarm system or whatever, and I won't say that much, but an expensive alarm system, somebody got you? I don't know. Yeah, that sounds kind of weird to me. I just thought I'd throw that in for a little mix. Let's check out something like this.
I'm back with another triggering topic. Please watch this, and I'll be right back.
Would you date a bus driver? Would you date
if he owns the bus? If he owns it. If he owns the bus.
See, that's a problem. That's a problem.
Okay. I might have missed this. Saying this. But the woman on the right, Ayanya, whatever her name is, she had a dude who put hands and feet on her. Was basically a bus driver. Right? Her dude right here, this woman right here, Vanzant made it clear that she dated a bus driver, and it didn't turn out nicely. It did not turn out nicely for her. It turned out horribly. And I guarantee you not, she will tell you that one of the reasons it didn't turn out horribly is because her ex was a jealous man, didn't like the fact that she was more intelligent than he was more successful than he was, had more money than he was, made a point of saying, by the way, he didn't have any money. He didn't have any money. See, we're not picking up on this part of this whole thing. He did not have any money. She had money. She had education. I think she's a little crazy. But the point I'm trying to make is this. Why are we still talking about bus drivers? It just doesn't work. It didn't work. Then they tried to stretch it into blue collar. Remember that shit? These are two millionaires. Both these women are millionaires. Neither one has no business being around a bus driver. They really don't, because it just doesn't work. That's why the word equally yoked was invented. Okay? And what's funny to me is this. I will keep on repeating this. When have you seen these dudes, the same dudes who are either bus drivers or defend bus drivers or blue collar, when have you ever seen them complain about their rich buddies in the industry not getting with a female bus driver? Or how many Cinderella There's a reason why the movie Cinderella was such a big deal, because it rarely, even back in the 50s, it never happened. Even back in the 50s, it rarely happened that rich men got with poor women. Okay? Oh, but black men, women, they're supposed to bring up broke men. Well, okay, fine. Let's go with that for a minute. Did you see her results? Did you see Ianula's results? Not only did she say she shouldn't have been in a relationship for 15 years, but she said she was wrong for being in that relationship for that long. That's how crazy this is. And you dudes just eating it up. Dudes just eating it. Oh yeah, I can just stay the way I am. I don't have to build myself into anything. I should be able to get myself a millionaire lawyer. Because that's what Ebony is, a millionaire lawyer. A millionaire lawyer. How many of your millionaire lawyer friends, fellas, are dating female bus drivers? That's what I thought. They might be sleeping with them, but they ain't marrying them. Then you turn around and call those same female bus drivers, you call them 304s. I mean, we're talking about stacking hypocrisy here. We are stacking hypocrisy. In the house, Ripley Skaggs. In the house, A Lady. In the house, Janice 2 Alluring. In the house, Bridget Mouton. In the house, Jenny B. In the house, Juju. Let's keep it going.
Because the standards and requisites, and I'm not talking about him laying on his sofa playing video games all day. I'm not talking about that. But the standards and the criteria that we use to measure men is off for who we are as men.
Well, look, obviously it's true, because look at all the single mothers out there who gave bus drivers a chance. See, this woman is literally trying to throw women to the wolves. It's sad and it's disgusting. It really is. She's literally throwing women to the wolves by telling you to do what most parents would tell you not to do. And the proof is in the pudding, because guess who's another wolf was? Action Jackson. I mean, he got rich scheming women. Ionia's Mammie number, what, are we on 2 or 3? I think we're Mammie number 3. But anyway, you need to see this. You need to understand why I'm bringing this back up. You have to understand the hypocrisy here.
And who they are in this society.
Now you see Iyanla as this very clearly successful and very attractive Black woman if she would date a bus driver. And she simply stated if he owned the bus. Now, she didn't put anyone down. She didn't degrade Black men or anything of that nature. But Iyanla tells her that there is a problem with her standards and criteria. And then she said that the criteria that we use to judge men are off for who we are as women. And I'm confused by that comment, because who are we as Black women? Are we not amazing? And have we not been through a lot and continue to go through a lot, oftentimes with zero protection?
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Oh, you should date a bus driver. You should give bus drivers a chance, millionaire lady. Oh, it didn't work out. You should have chose better. Ain't that something? You should have chose better. So you're caught in this conundrum. You're either gonna get how dare you not date a bus driver, or you're gonna get, well, you should have chose better. Good luck, ladies. These dudes, I swear. It's amazing. It's amazing. Let's see what Chez Charde had to say. Chuck E. Cheese. I'm going to call her Chuck E. Cheese.
So recently, Iyanla Vanzant went viral for speaking some hard truth to the sisterhood regarding their overall dating standards. But
regarding their dating standards, what does your husband do? Chezzy, Chuck E. Cheese. What does your husband do? See, what's funny is they missed the dating standard thing. They never say what the dating standards are. See, remember Vanzant, her experience with marriage was getting hands and feet put on her. Okay. Yeah. A lady says Iyanla is single. Yeah, I think she is now, but I believe she was married to a bus driver. And this is a funny thing, is I guarantee you not, this woman is married here. I like to hear about what her dude does. Is he a bus driver?
before I get into it, we're going to review it and then break it down.
Know that you've said that you cannot teach a man or tell a man how to be a man. So I will not ask you to indict men in this question. But I do want you to speak, Iyanla, to how women need to, position ourselves so that we can be in our divinity, so we can have our crowns right, how we can create and not build. When some of us, quite frankly, feel that the men that are available to us, and I'm talking about across the color spectrum, across the age spectrum, trust me, I've done them all, they are not positioned to protect nor provide because of some of the statistics we just talked about. They're not earning the incomes. They're not having the resources, and some of them are not even showing up in the leadership.
Boom. There's nothing wrong with that at all. There's nothing wrong with that at all. But yeah, but they went in, didn't they? Those fools went in. Because see, instead of saying, damn, she's got a point, we should be focusing on, getting our paper chase and getting our money up. No, they don't. They want you to go, they want you to work with you. You want a millionaire to work with you doing $43,500 a year. And here's the funny part. Remember somebody by the name of Wendy Williams? She dated a bus driver. How did that turn out for her? Oh, how about Halle Berry? She dated a Caucasian bus driver. How did that turn out for her? Y'all forgot about that shit, didn't you? Yeah, fellas, you forgot about that shit. See, all you need to do is do your best. And many of you men, you're not doing that because you're too focused on getting sex than you are being successful. So now you got to call on mammies to protect you because, as you saw before, you bow down to a woman of no color who is definitely showing racist tendencies. You bow down to her. You have no problem with her. But a black woman, now you got trouble with her because she's giving you the formula to win her heart, which is just to be successful. And you can't even do that. It's not that you can't do it. You just don't want to. You just want everything handed to you. That's why you loved Kevin Samuels so much, because he was telling men that they can just be like who they are in one breath. And then the other breath, he's bragging about how, you gotta be a high end, you gotta be when he never was. So let's see what more that she's.
Would you date a bus driver? Would you date
if he owns the bus? If he owns it. If he owns the bus.
See, that's a problem. That's a problem. That's a problem. Because the standards and requisites, and I'm not talking about him laying on his sofa playing video games all day. I'm not talking about that. But the standards and the criteria that we use to measure men is off for who we are as women and who they are in this society. I would date a bus driver if he loved driving the bus.
No, you dated a bus driver and you paid for it. You got hands and feet up on you. It didn't turn out well. You know what also didn't turn out well? Let's check this out.
I'm back with another triggering topic.
Yeah, let me stop that one for a second. I want to go to... Let's go to this one.
First of all, it said unpopular opinion. Why is this an unpopular opinion when it's common sense? If you want to be considered as a wife, wouldn't it make logical sense to lead off with your wife qualities instead of your education? I mean,
use your common sense.
And I'm not coming from.
Hey, you know what's funny about this? And welcome to the Mammie star of the evening, Chantelle Simone, with their masculine self. They were having a discussion on whether they would choose the lawyer was having a discussion. Remember now, the lawyer has a lot more money than Chantelle Simone has. Okay. She has a lot more fame than Chantelle Simone has. She has a lot more knowledge and more education than Chantelle Simone has. Yep. But here's Chantelle Simone with her ignorant self trying to tell other women in America, by the way, and she's not even from here, how to think.
Place of perfection, because y'all know I was leading with that master's in business administration. Y'all know I was entering the dating market with a master's degree, thinking that my sugar honey iced tea can make bully beef sandwich. It's basic common knowledge. ML Music said they just don't get it. It is really sad. These are educated women who just
see. The funny thing is this: she's still not married. Her having her show is already a contradiction. Number one, the show is for dudes. Alexa, shut up. Alexa. Dang. Amazon Alexa is crazy. Anyway, where was it? Okay. It's like this. She's trying to tell people, after herself being a failure, by the way, at least Ebony was engaged and was in a relationship for 5 years. Chantelle hasn't even sniffed that. She said herself that she wants Black women and girls to avoid the mistakes she made, that she's still making today. In the house, Charze, in the house, Siobhan, in the house, A Lady, in the house, LaQuinto Fox, in the house, Janice Too Alluring. This is why, for some reason, Mammie's really get on my nerves, because the last thing that needs to happen is Black women getting misled. And these Mammies are the queens of doing this. You kind of expect dudes to talk some crap, but when you start hearing it from Mammies, then you might believe it, because she's a woman like you, right? Wrong. She's mentally a dude. She's mentally a dude. She is a failure. She said it herself. She's a failure. So why take advice from a failure? You're not going to learn anything from this woman, male or female. Male or female.
just don't get it. It's real simple. If you want to be a wife, why not lead with your wife qualities? Now, hear how these airheads.
If she said she wanted to be a wife, but she leads with masculinity. She leads talking smack to people. She leads disrespecting people. She leads having creeps on her show. She wants to act like she's a marriage counselor of some sort when she brings on men that run through women. That's really funny to me. This is what, but you know something? I have a little something for you.
On camera. No.
Michelle said you have an assigned seat at Planned Parenthood. Let's talk about it. What? Chantelle, you have an assigned seat at Planned Parenthood.
I said what I said.
This is really sad that instead of healing your woman and fam, you just pick up and leave. This comment was left on a video of passport bros discussing the overall peace and happiness that they find overseas. These long titty bras are seeking step daddies, and the potential step daddies are choosing to get their passport for peace and happiness and to find women with unused womb.
You serious? I said what I said.
This is really sad that instead of healing your woman and fam, you just pick up and leave. This comment was left on a video of passport bros discussing the overall peace and happiness that they find overseas.
Yo. I'm here still in DR. I missed my flight last night. I just got off the phone with Spirit. I'm waiting on them to call me back. It's $100 reschedule fee. Basically, I need a cash app.
On April 5th, 2007.
Just got off the phone with Spirit. I'm waiting on them to call me back. It's $100 reschedule fee.
He, who was 18 years old at the time.
It's $100 reschedule fee.
And his co-defendant, Lorenzo, I'm not going to say his last name, but you all can look this up. It's out there. Drove to a home in Portage, Indiana. His co-defendant approached the home, knocked on the door, and then pushed his way in when a woman answered the door. His co-defendant pointed a gun at the woman, wrapped her hands with duct tape, and then
to try to get this fee together, man. I'm so sick right now. I'm sick as hell. I've been trying to call Kayla because I know she's like in the area.
Once we start getting in our 30s and our 40s,
you can't make this shit up, people.
we realized that, man, we wasted a whole lot of time over nothing.
So I was trying to call her to like set something up to where I can get like some actual money because I'm hungry.
I said what I said.
This is really sad that instead of healing your woman and fam, you just pick up and leave. This comment was left on a video of passport bros discussing the overall peace and happiness that they find overseas.
Pop out late night, bang with your girl, okay. It wasn't a plan with your girl.
What? Chantelle, you have an assigned seat at Planned Parenthood.
On camera.
No.
Yo, what the fuck, yo? What happened, bro?
Did she bite you?
Liking that shit.
That looks submissive to me. Did it look submissive to you guys? Being bit on the nipple? That looks submissive. Yeah, they look fit. They look fit and friendly too. They look like, you know, their wombs look like, you know, they've never been used before, right? I mean, that's what they said, right?
Yeah, she bit you? Another girl did that shit too. Like, I gotta get a fucking penicillin shot?
Yes, I think you should get one.
What's going on? Y'all are going to jail. Period.
Michelle said you have an assigned seat at Planned Parenthood. Let's talk about it. What?
They're traveling overseas to pay for box.
Chantelle, you have an assigned seat at Planned Parenthood.
I mean, Chantelle, you were the one who told us that, you know, you wanted young Black women and girls to avoid the mistakes you made. So, you know, you never did deny it. You never did deny it. You know, Courtney threw a curveball and you didn't knock it out the park. You could have just said she's lying, but you didn't say that, did you? You did not say that. I'm not saying you did. I did not say you had an assigned seat, but you sure didn't deny it.
They're traveling to going to fucking Brazil, Dominican Republic, Mexico, Colombia, Venezuela. This is sad, man.
Michelle said you have an assigned seat at Planned Parenthood. Let's talk about it. What?
This is really, really sad. This is so, a lot of you guys are being bamboozled by these passport bros thinking that if you go travel overseas, well, you'll be treated like a king. No, you're nothing more than a trick.
This is really sad that instead of healing your woman and fam, you just pick up and leave. This comment was left on a video of passport bros discussing the overall peace and happiness that they find overseas.
Yeah, I want y'all to know, and I'm keeping it a buck, I got drugged yesterday.
You can't make this shit up, people.
And it's my fault because I met some chicks from Medellin off of Tinder. So I brought them to my crib, and then I was trying to surprise my boy, and then eventually they drugged us. And guys, they took everything. They took my iPad, they took my MacBook, they took my iPhone 13 Pro, they took my Samsung S20.
You know, does that sound like peace and happiness to you, Mary Mars? You nailed it. That doesn't sound like peace and happiness. Peace and happiness. That's how she would put it. Peace and happiness. Doesn't sound peace and happiness. That doesn't sound like peace and happiness to me. Is getting drugged in Medellin, is that the peace and happiness? I guess when they were sleeping, they were peaceful, right? He ain't happy now. iPhone 13, even right now, is near $1,000. They got him for a good $5K at least.
This went in a direction I was not expecting it to go.
They took my drone. They took, they pretty much took my credit cards. Like, I got pictures of them, and I'm gonna post it on my channel. Like, Cartagena.
So getting licked, Jenny B, you nailed it. Sucker got licked. Yeah. So getting licked in Medellin or wherever is finding peace abroad. Sorry, Chantelle, but I don't believe your little speech aged well at all. And it gets worse. It gets worse, y'all. It gets worse. I'm going to drop the link. I think I'm going to drop the link. I think there's a good time to drop that link down. You know?
Dangerous, guys. I've been here for 2 years, almost 2 years. And I've never been in no situation like this.
What's going on? Y'all are going to jail. Period.
But I want you guys to know, man, like I post this so y'all can understand this doesn't happen to you.
And the potential stepdaddies are choosing to get their passport for peace and happiness and to find women with unused womb.
I mean, it could get very dangerous here, guys. Don't trust people here. they will fuck us. To know that you need to quit trusting women so much. I have a chick in Colombia, and I have a chick in every country I've been to now. I got a chick in Colombia. We keep in touch, but we don't talk every day. I know she's messing around with other dudes, whether she wants to admit to it or not. And I also
Wait a minute. How can somebody have a chick in Colombia, but then turn around and say she knows she's with other dudes? If that's using your term chick, then how is she still your chick if she's with other dudes? She's not. You a trick, bro. You a trick.
Also don't care.
And the potential stepdaddies are choosing to get their passport for peace and happiness and to find women with unused womb.
Really, nigga?
But some of y'all are putting so much trust that you're getting your heart broke because you think a motherfucker in another country ain't fucking while you gone.
Got him.
I mean, you heard him say it. Remember, though, these women were supposed to be fit, feminine, friendly, and with an unused womb. But you saw right there that the king of the passport bros, which he will always be because he was the leader, just because he jumped ship doesn't mean anything, told you himself, okay, that their wombs were quite used. Hey, lady, welcome to the stage. How you doing tonight?
Hi, DJ Torch. Hi, chat. Great show. Happy Friday. Carry on. These people are crazy. I mean, this whole passport thing, I thought it would by now. They would have at least closed their mouths, but they're still at it. So, I mean, here's the thing. I could not imagine putting myself in close proximity with a stranger that I just met. You're asking to be, you're asking to get robbed at least.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Exactly. I agree.
And I'm sorry to say that may be true that sometimes. I've had one chick I felt like in Brazil, she wasn't doing nothing. I still always kept in the back of my mind that there's a chance. And if you don't keep in the back of your mind that there's a chance, when you find out, you're going to end up wanting to hurt yourself. I stopped trusting women so much, I don't care what continent they're on. It's not just U.S. women. I stopped trusting women.
You heard him. So remember before he was saying, oh, yeah, in America, it's that bad. But now he's saying it happens everywhere. So if you're a loser everywhere.
So Siobhan said their message changes every stream. It really does. Not even every day, every stream. And then LaQuinto Fox said he's lucky he didn't lose his virginity.
Basically, shoot.
So much, I don't care what continent they're on. It's not just U.S. women.
We got a party pooper right here. She's been negative the past 15 minutes.
She seems very submissive. She seems very, just submissive and cooperative. Just the fact that she face planted him doesn't mean anything.
It was intense because she's used to sitting at the table with dudes that she can act like they're with, and then they flip out and get emotional.
Today's show almost didn't happen.
It's just so funny to me. It is so funny because they keep it going. Now let's that all that kind of stuff is a little old. Let's go up to something a little bit more recent.
Me tienes que pagar, me tienes que pagar. Me tienes que pagar. Me tienes que pagar. De una vez.
What's up, guys? Razor Rays here with you again.
Razor Rays is in the house. Hey, Razor, that was pretty good, huh? Yeah. Anyway, we're going to go through this quickly because I got so many more mammies for you. But what's funny to me is this. I'm going to go to here.
De una vez. Adiós. A ver. Adiós. Vaya preso porque ahorita voy para caer. Adiós. 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 Adiós.
Does he know how bad he looks? I mean, I would have told my friend, don't film this. Does he know how bad he looks? And again, does that look like peace to you guys? I mean, does that look like peace? I mean, does that look like tranquility that, flying abroad?
No.
It's amazing. It's
That's
amazing that,
chaos.
What are your thoughts on that?
That's chaos. That were the police call? Because at that point, I would think men would be busting in the door and finishing them off. So this is crazy.
Yeah. I mean, and he probably behaves that same way here in the States. So the funny thing is that you heard Chantelle Simone saying that they get to fly abroad and, get peace and tranquility. But then, I mean, Razor Ray's channel, this is a Passport Bro channel. It's not like it's coming from an anti-passport bro.
Right. Why is he showing this? It's not promoting his business.
He's kind of, to me, I kind of see him more like a news station for passport bros on what to look out for, right? But I guess he don't understand that it also makes them look bad because it exposes their actual pathology, their actual behavior. I think I believe even Cynthia G got a hold of this footage too, which is it's perfect for her. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's like this is good. I told you so footage. That's what it is.
You said it. He probably behaves that way in the States and, takes that attitude everywhere he goes. And then, a lot of them I'm hearing complaints from people who travel and, are not considered passport bros that all over they're seeing Black people bring their American modern attitude to places, and it's not the women who they are sick of, it's the men, because they are coming in places like this and being disrespectful. I mean, you're supposed to be respectful even to, working girls, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. I guess they don't have to respect anybody. That's what this MammieSphere stuff is telling them. Women don't deserve respect.
Exactly. And the funny thing is that these men expect to come back home and have a respectable image and expect respect from women when they come back. But why? I mean, this is the thing. You can't, for some reason, us Black men, we have this issue with trying to protect our own image. We don't. We don't protect our own image. If we did, then we wouldn't be behaving like this.
That's what's so weird. They want to, they want to tear down the Black woman's image. They want the Black woman to raise up their image, but they are doing everything to degrade their image. It just doesn't make any sense.
Exactly. You nailed it. It's like, see, the thing that a lot of other cultures and some Black men in our cultures understand is that our image it's a tangible asset. It is something that when people, the only image we have right now is that we're great entertainers and we're great athletes. But overall, other cultures don't respect us for anything else, really. And that's the problem. And that's why it's such a sad thing to see these guys act like this. Hey, if you want, the funny thing is one of these idiots in this room here thought it would be a good idea to film their buddy having a nervous breakdown that looked like it almost turned violent.
It looked violent to me.
Adios, adios. As you can see, the guy really wants this female to leave his hotel room as soon as possible. Man, this is why you have to be careful when you bring in a female that you just met on the streets out there.
That's anywhere, really.
Absolutely. That's why it's blowing my mind. I wouldn't do that in anything like, well, not me, but if I were a guy, okay, I'd be afraid to do that in the U.S. I'd be a wimp. I'd probably be a gay if I was a guy. I don't know. Anyway, but in another country, in a whole nother country, you don't know who these people are,
Right.
who they have, even in hotel rooms now, I am concerned. Like when I vacation or whatever, are there cameras in the room? You don't know who's behind the curtains or under the bed.
Right. Right. I mean, the thing is that for her to act like that tells you that she thinks she's got some juice, and she just probably has some juice. And what I mean is she has friends she can call, she has family members she can call, or somebody she can call that, and she's letting this dude know that she don't care.
So that's somebody's mentioning. Bridget said, "Did he have it? Were they intimate?" So I haven't. I've seen this a couple times, but I haven't picked up. Are they fighting because it's after it? The sex or whatever, or she fighting over she wants more money. I don't know what the reason is.
Yeah, I assume that it was pay for play. It was pay for play, and basically he either didn't. Somebody said, she was trying to charge more or whatever. Doesn't matter. I mean, the thing is that just because it's not your country, number one. Number two, if you're that horny that you have to get on a plane and fly across to some other country to get sex, well, that's pitiful right there.
Right.
I mean, that's sad right there.
Right. And it's
You don't want to end up in a Mexican jail. You don't want to end up in a Mexican jail. It's not that important. Your life is worth more, bro. Don't do it.
No, something, he was right and wrong. His life is more important, but it really isn't. Because if he does this in America, and he probably already has, he's not going to be around long.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
So let me go past here.
Like, you cannot care too much about your life and safety if you would do something like this. If you put yourself in harm's way like this, I don't understand it. I'm just so glad I don't get that fever that, sex just overcomes my mind. And I feel for men who can't control that, but that's what they need to work on, that desire that makes you want to do something like this and put yourself in harm's way. That's worse than anything I've seen any woman, do, as far as, women are this and that. But this is a horrible, disgusting thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, the sad part is this. This, to me, in my opinion, it's our urge and our lust for sex more than any other group of men is our downfall. Because, let's bring it back to Ebony. Ebony's not asking for much. She's asking for success. And I believe a lot of these men, they're trading in success for sex. Mm-hmm. They want the short-term pleasure, but are not willing to work long-term on a successful career. There's there's very little keeping a black man from being a lawyer or a computer engineer or something in the high fives or sixes. But you know what I mean? What are we doing? I mean, what are we doing really? If you're going to get on a plane for sex, then you're an addict, in my opinion.
I agree. Wait,
I mean,
DJ, somebody says they have the translation of what was being said in that argument. Is that what you guys are saying? Do we?
man, that would
dude,
be
she's
cool.
asking. So you got the link out there, right? If somebody has the translation, come on up or put it in
Yeah,
the
for sure. Let me drop that down again. Yeah.
Did somebody say they know what was being said? LaQuinto says he doesn't know it, but she's talking big shit. She is just asking for her money. Okay, LaQuinto's got it. She's asking for her money and warning him about jail. I thought it was about money. Then
wow. Okay.
She dares him to touch her, and she called him a cocksucker.
Okay, so we have evidence that, well, that wasn't a peaceful interaction, number one.
Yes.
So Chantelle was wrong about that. He's paying for sex. She's asking for her money. So he's trying to shortchange her. So it sounds like to me that that she gave it up. She gave her the services. She gave him the services, and now he's trying to be cheap or not pay at all. Which is why he had to fly for sex. Because, see, I believe women in America, and what a lot of men don't get, have a higher intelligence on reading men. And know when some men ain't worth crap. And it just seems, my theory seems to be always proven true, because every time we see these guys, right, that complain about wanting to go abroad, they're not all that, if you know what I mean. They're just not all that. It's like, it's not just about looks. It's about character, lower character dudes.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Let's see what old Charde has to say.
And really, the emphasis that I've heard so far, the main complaints I've heard against the Passport Bros is these guys are just going around sexually, exploiting these women, which, in my opinion, I think that is a gross mischaracterization of the movement. Now, there are men out there who I'm sure are doing that, but there's a lot of men out there who are also just they just don't like the West. They don't like this Western.
No, sorry, Shez. They're out there for sex. I want one of these mammies to ask these guys, if you could not have sex, would you get on that plane?
Right. That's a good question.
If you were just, I
was just gonna say her hair is super cute, but her attitude makes her look super ugly. I don't know. It's just horrible. But you're right, DJ. That's a great question. If the mammy should ask them, if sex wasn't guaranteed, would you even be going?
Right. I mean, really. I mean, that will tell you the truth. If they go ahead and they pay to fly there without any promise of sex, would they go? And I don't think they would. I
don't think so either. Okay, so Bridget said, so he didn't pay her. So someone came on and told us that I can't remember. You guys can tell me. Didn't they say that when they have those interactions, sometimes the women want their money up front before anything happens? If that's true, then I can understand this going down like that.
Right. Mm-hmm. That could be true.
Right.
But
the guys don't want to pay up front. They want to get their business off before they.
See, the fact that she wanted to stay there tells me it was afterwards, only because if the answer was, well, unless he was insisting, unless she was insisting on that she gets paid because he wasted her time, if you know what I mean.
Uh-huh. Yes.
But
yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Then I could see that. But either way you look at it, it's skid row bullshit. It's not like this is anything that anyone should be proud of.
Right. This is some disgusting negotiations going on.
Yeah.
Culture, they think it's toxic, and they legitimately want to go in other cultures to be with traditional.
Now, right after I played that toxic interaction, this Charde is not looking good right now. She's talking about it's toxic, you know, and she's trying to say the states are toxic, but we just played that clip and dude was toxic. The woman was toxic. The other guys in the thing was toxic. Then the one I played with, I mean, the guy played the one before where the guy got all his shit robbed. That's definitely toxic. Getting robbed is toxic, if you ask me. You know, that's a toxic event. So it's funny here that these mammies be defending these guys and they be completely wrong. I mean, just give it up. I mean,
getting on that plane is toxic. The whole thing is toxic.
I mean, it's funny to me. Yep.
Women, or they just want to get out of this American matrix. So I think that's a mischaracterization to say that this is just about sex. Also, it's so crazy to me that this is coming under intense scrutiny when literally other races have been doing this for like decades. Male or
No, it's the fact that the other men weren't bragging about it and then just insulting black women. I know that's either she's really dense, either Chez is really stupid, or she's being disingenuous. She can take her pick. I'll let her choose.
Disingenuous, definitely. Stupid, probably a little bit.
Florida bride, sex trafficking, like is that's a whole other thing. But even apart from sex trafficking, like if you think of like sexual tourism, my husband went to Brazil a few years ago, and he was telling me, like, I think it was like in the red district, in like certain parts of the country in particular, you saw like almost exclusively like white men with some of the locals, like almost exclusively. Especially,
what is she trying to defend? Just because? See, the thing is this: the white men. I want Chez. I want you to go and look on YouTube and tell me how many white men are talking shit about white women and saying they're going to leave and get sex elsewhere or get love elsewhere. Yeah, I bet you will never, ever, ever. You won't be able to come up with none because they don't do that.
Right.
When you go into the richer parts of Brazil, even to this day, it's still very segregated by rich and the poor. So it's like to try to paint this picture as if somehow black men are going around just having all these crazy sexual
They definitely are. They told us that. So some of them haven't been honest about it.
Yeah. She's not being. I don't know how much they paid her or how many super chats she was trying to get. But she has to think, girl, do you have any morals? I mean, damn.
No.
Escapades, sexually exploiting women. Not only is that a mischaracterization of the movement, I think it's also, you're also now turning a blind eye to what other races of men have doing, and also what other races of women.
See, now she's again, they don't complain. I don't see Latin men. I don't see Asian men. I don't see Caucasian men talking crap about their own women and then getting on the plane. And you're either, again, Chez, you're either being disingenuous or you're completely dense in your head. Take your pick. I'll work with it.
Women are doing. Let's not act like women are going around doing the solo travel thing.
No, they're not. They don't. Women are desired. Men chase women. That's how it works, and you should already know this.
Going around and literally engaging in prostitution with young men from Africa and the Caribbean. Like, let's not act like.
See, she's talking about a ratio of probably 1,000 to 1, maybe, if not more, like 5,000 to 1. That one woman goes somewhere for sex. And believe it or not, it's not black women that are doing that.
Right. Yes. You know, basically because the women who are most in demand are your so-called preferences.
Right.
Those are the ones who are most in demand. I have heard that there's some really kinky people who like, enjoy degrading black women, and but it is mostly It's the OnlyFans chicks, the popular ones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like women are doing that. So this is, to me, is why this whole discussion to me is largely disingenuous, because
it's funny she said that because her discussion is largely disingenuous. It's like she's trying to convince people that I guarantee you not. Again, Chaz, I want you to ask when you have another panel of your passport bros, ask them if they would go, abroad and just for fishing or just for skiing and nothing else, no sex with women. Then, so you don't want to ask that question.
Well, how about this? You're right. How about this? Okay, so Cyber Dream said we don't have to travel for pink. That's correct. Who's smarter? The one, if you're going to travel for sex, would it be who's smarter? The one who's traveling to get paid for it, or the one who's traveling to get tricked?
Right.
I'm with the I'm a travel for sex for money if I just have to do it. But thankfully, I don't have to.
Exactly.
If it really was about a problem with sex trafficking and sexual exploitation, we wouldn't allow it for anyone. And hear me, I'm not a big supporter of sexual exploitation or sexual prostitution. Like
I'm not a big supporter, but I'm a supporter. She's not a big supporter. You see what I'm saying? You see that she slipped.
Yes, you're right. Exactly. She's not a big supporter, but she's a supporter for men who do it. So is she like an immigrant too? And is she living here? Who is this chick?
So Charde, I'm not sure where she's from.
Supporter of sexual exploitation or
I need to play that over right there.
And hear me, I'm not a big supporter of sexual exploitation or sexual prostitution. Like I don't support that morally. Y'all know about this whole about why
she has no problem with it, but she just doesn't support it. That's weird. That is weird.
Stuff, how to be a wife and trying to raise a woman of wives who won't engage in that activity. But I'm just saying in general, the principle already, to me, it's largely disingenuous, because if you really cared about it, then you would care about it when any and everybody does it. But somehow Black men are just, trying to stretch their legs out and recognizing that there might be more opportunities. Now it's sexual tourism. It's sexual exploitation.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. Next video. Next video.
How can she be so pretty and be so ugly at the same time?
I know.
I think being a mammy wears on your features.
I agree. So here's this one. We're going to go back to Ayana.
So out of the 50,000 plus comments posted on social, I only saw a handful that even considered the possibility of a bus owner being a more aspirational position and recognizing that I am actually speaking and pouring into the ascension of Black men when I said what I said. But see, no, some of y'all were too busy naming and shaming me personally and Black women in general as undesirable, gold diggers, and much worse. Now, I suspect that some of y'all are the same men that were bringing home C's and D's on your report cards, only to then be coddled by parents that said, well, that's okay, as long as you're doing your best. Well, listen, I love and believe in the excellence of Black men. So no, my dear, C's and D's or any other form of mediocrity is not okay. No, I will not create a soft place for you or anybody that I love to fall comfortably into the bigotry of low expectations. So I'm gonna say one more time, there's absolutely nothing wrong with driving a bus. My mother Gloria drove one for years. But could it be that Black America has been sold a narrative of average, regular, and typical being good enough for us?
Boom. Boom. It's a hard pill to swallow, but she's right. She actually is right. Because it's okay to not be a football star or a baseball star or a superstar, but there's so many opportunities. There's only 5% of the medical community are medical psychology community are Black. That's a business ready to be booming right there. I mean, you can become a psychiatrist, a doctor. I mean, it seems like that we got enough wannabes on YouTube, right? But the difference is that they don't want to work. They don't want to work for the credentials. They rather just get on YouTube and talk shit about people and pretend that they know what they're talking about than actually getting the education and then getting paid a lot more as a doctor to do it.
Right, but how about this? Everybody can't be a doctor. Everybody can't major in STEM. So for them to come on and shame people for getting a degree that is in other than STEM, like my degrees are all in business. And so there's STEM that goes into that, but you wouldn't call an MBA, I don't think you'd call it STEM, but they don't know what they're talking about.
Right.
You know what? College does so much more for you. It matures you. You learn things in college that you would never know can help you. And social sciences are very important. These men, we need more people who can be someone for these people to talk to or help their families out when, they're a disaster like many of them are. They don't know what they're talking about.
Well, see, that's called white supremacy. And in this case, it takes the form of conditioning Black Americans to happily accept being a permanent American underclass.
It's true. It's true.
But see, because I know the truth about Black folk in America, no, average is not and will never be good enough for me. And the gag is, I don't think it's good enough for you either.
Bridget said they will claim they have a learning disability instead of working on it. That's right.
Yeah. And I want to show everybody Ayanna Vanzant's results of the work she did for somebody. Remember the young lady who won all that money?
Uh-huh.
Won the Powerball, but unfortunately chose wrong?
Yes.
Facts First presents Powerball lottery winner loses it all.
She dated a bus driver. Right here.
Jesus, take the wheel.
And he was instrumental in losing her money. $20 million bail. Melanated vessel in the house.
She was so broken.
Henry Mars. Yeah, I feel bad for her because if she had the right person in her life, this wouldn't have happened.
Right. Hey, melanated.
Let's have some fun with this. Oh wait, no, this won't work. Okay. I'm sorry. What you saying?
Well, I was just acknowledging melanated vessel who came into the house.
Let's see. This is another one. I think we are good. Okay. So this is Chantelle.
There was a guy, Fabian, who I was talking to.
Fabian, my long business. Watch the difference white pocket.
He's not. He is no longer with us, unfortunately.
Okay. God rest his soul.
Yes. And so in college, there was that, but it wasn't necessarily a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. I actually had used him to I did. I used him to set Derek up because I was tired of him being with all these girls and catching him and going through his phone and watching him do all of his stuff with these girls. And I was like, and I was working with this guy and I was like, listen, I need you to help me to get him back. And I want to set this up. We're going to make it look like we're, this great couple. Like I'm cheating over here and all this. So he helped me. He was, he did. And
so what you do? So how'd y'all set it up?
So we had the same car. We had the same type of car, which was a Subaru, one of those like Fast and the Furious type of cars.
Oh, you didn't want to know you had no money growing up?
Listen, my uncle is a car guy.
Okay.
And so he gave me a car because I was a straight A student, clearly with my pimples and my straight A's, right? And so he gave me a car.
Subaru, she was fly on campus.
I had a 2000 Subaru Impreza and it was blue. And we had the same car. His was just like 2 years.
You said you and Fabian?
Yeah, we had the same car. So I would set up times for us to go race. And we worked.
I want to highlight that part because when she said she used Fabian to get back at him, and it goes back into the point that you made, she wouldn't be making no sandwiches for Fabian. She basically treating Fabian how Derek treated her.
Okay, what's funny is that Chantelle is standing right across a guy who's been accused, at least it's seen, has been accused of assault.
Okay.
This dude right here.
has been accused of assault. I found a video on it. I just never.
Yeah, we're finding a lot of these red pill people are essayers, right?
Yeah.
This is crazy. This is not
consistent.
good.
Yeah. You're right. It's consistent. It's almost like you can almost choose any kind of red pill guy, and they all have the same characteristic.
Right. So this part right here, when she was explaining what happened to her, I was wondering, they are going around saying she tried to set Derek up to be murked. And if you could play that part back, it sounded like she was setting Derek up so that she could see him, but she had another guy who was helping her either make him jealous, or it was being set up to get Derek. But they are going around saying that she was trying to set him up to murk him. And murk means take out, right? So
exactly. It does.
Just lying all over the place. But that's why the mammies are, this is what, I was actually arguing with somebody in the comments about it, because they were saying she was so deceptive and deviant in trying to get Derek. She tricked him. She did all this stuff. She knew she was the other woman. She even explains how she had a Tuesday and Thursday, like she had a schedule to go and see him at like 2:00, and she'd be passing the person in the hallway. Another woman would be going to see him on their days at 4:00, something crazy like that.
Really?
Yes.
It sounds like a Kevin Samuels dream to me. That's what Kevin Samuels preached.
Right?
They
were both going along with the program of being, loose in college, though. This was college.
She was just a kid back then. Was she with dude that long? Well, I guess they're not that old, are they?
They did meet in college, and they were adults. I mean, if you can call 18 an adult, because that's something else that people were saying. They were both young and immature, and probably the first time out of their house with their, parents. And oh no, Mammies said she was, knew exactly what she was doing, and so because she put him in that position, he didn't want her like that. That is, and she, ended up getting pregnant by him, and then they got married. No, she got pregnant by him. They had a child, and then they got married while she was pregnant with the second one.
Wow. Okay. So basically she knew he was a dog.
Absolutely.
And I guess she probably thought it would get better after they got married.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm not going to say I'm a marriage expert, but what I can say is that people don't usually change. A ring on the finger is not usually going to change anybody.
The man was having he had a sickness. He still has a sickness. We know Derek is oversexed because of the exploits that people, he was seriously on that Tiger Woods thing. But as far back as college, he had women, he had like at least 2 women having sexual encounters weekly in the same day, twice a week. This is a lot.
Yeah, it is. And it's funny that I'm hearing the red pill go in on her, because she really literally did exactly what she was supposed to be, what her man told her to do. She might have got a little nasty at the end or the beginning or whatever, but for the most part, she did what she was his doormat. Especially the way she looked now.
Right, she's gorgeous. Yeah.
She's gorgeous. She looks way better than Chantelle, who's getting a little bit heavy. For somebody who disrespects, big women, she's getting a little bit heavy. She better watch it.
She is filling out. She's
filling out. Yep. Yep. Look at Danae. She has slim arms, high style, better outfit than what Chantelle has on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but Chantelle and her creep right here. I'm telling you. That's it. That's what the thing is there's a lot of people, when they hear me talk about the passport bros, or they hear me talk about red pill, they say, oh yeah, you just talk about that because you're Cynthia G fan or whatever like that. It's like, all I got to do is look at them. All I got to do is listen to them, and that gives me all the information I need to know who they are.
Mm-hmm.
That's where it's from. That's the sad part. That's who they are.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, give me 1 second. I want to pull up something if I can find it. Let's listen to this real quick.
I'm not trying to defend him.
Do business. It's none of y'all to me. But when it comes to him, he's not. I tell one person what happened, and they decide that they want to tell someone, and that person tells another person, and they decide to tell somebody else, and they come to the internet to like create some sensational story. It's not my responsibility to clear nothing up or to because you basically dragging me into your bullshit. Like if I told a friend, that's my friend. Like that's me and him. We got a personal relationship. Like I feel like I can trust him. I'm gonna tell him whatever happened between me and this other person that we met. But if he tells somebody else and that person decides to go back and go on the internet and tell somebody, and then it blows up, that's not my responsibility. I didn't start that shit. Y'all dragged me into that shit. It's not my fucking fault. Like it's not my responsibility to clear up a rumor or to clear up false allegations or true allegation, whatever the fuck. Whatever may have happened, it's not my responsibility to clear any goddamn thing up because y'all. When I say y'all, I'm not talking about you.
All right,
I'm not talking about you.
Why I'm playing this piece is because I want everybody to see how these red pill men band together to defend each other, even if they're men, even if the guy did something wrong. Let's keep it going.
Listen. You do have a responsibility to clear that up, Neil.
I'm not the one that brought it to the internet. Like it was other people that wanted to.
But hold up. If somebody says some shit,
What's going on is this. Basically, this woman was stated that to a friend of hers, not on YouTube, by the way, not on YouTube, but stated a friend of her that she was essayed by this guy right here, the changer dude, lame changer. Okay. So, and this guy is trying to say that it's her fault that it got out on the internet, even though what happened is that the friend that she told betrayed her and started telling everybody else, and then it got to the internet.
Oh, so it's her fault because his reputation is at stake? But wait a minute. I'm
right. It's her fault because she told somebody that she was assaulted by you know who, right? Okay. And she told who she thought was a close friend. This has nothing to do with YouTube at this moment. But that guy, the dude who was supposed to be her close friend, took that information and it got out onto YouTube through him, not her.
Got it. Well, you know what? You do things like that, and that's good that it got out. I hope he got arrested or something. I hope she took it to. She probably didn't know. Did she report him?
Apparently she did. There's a record on it. I don't know how far it went. I think it's in this video a little bit. We'll let it play for a minute. Mm-hmm. But the sad part is this happens all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like that about me, I would clear it up.
I cleared up what needed to be cleared up. I cleared up everything that needed to be cleared up pertaining to me. But when it comes to him, he's not my man. He's not nothing to do with me. So what the fuck do I need to say to defend him? Like why do I need? Why? No, like my point is like why do I need to defend him? Why do I need to defend him? He's not my man.
Because let me tell you, because the R word is being used. That's why. If that Neon. If that didn't happen, you can say that didn't happen. You can say
but I never confirmed or denied that it didn't happen. But let's say it did happen. Let's say it did happen.
All
Even
right.
if it did happen, or it happened, or whatever, that's
Mhm.
still none of YouTube business. It's none of y'all fucking business. Whatever the fuck happens to me offline or whoever I date, I don't go online to broadcast it.
Okay.
So
All right.
if I'm dating, let me finish
Wait
one.
a minute.
If
Wait
I
a minute.
decide to
Wait a
date
minute.
a YouTuber or
Is that Chantelle, one of the mammies talking that was assaulted? Is that what I'm hearing?
I don't think so. I don't think it was she. I really don't know who she is. It's just Neon Eyes, whoever that is.
Oh, okay, because it sounded like that Courtney Michelle woman. Okay, so
Yeah, it's not. I'm pretty sure it's not Courtney.
Okay, welcome to the stage. Who is that? Siobhan. Hey, Siobhan.
Hey.
Oh, look like I hit a nerve here. Let's see here. Dita Torch, you are disseminating false information. Neon Eyes later on and admitted it was a lie. She has relations with several individuals on YouTube. That doesn't say anything to me. Especially somebody from, I guess it sounds like to me what this we got a cover up going on here, because if this was the truth, then they would just let it ride, because I would be, they would come out. I got all the information. If they want, somebody else wants to come up and try to defend this situation, so be it. But from what I see right here, there's something fishy. There's something fishy. She did mention something about a police report.
be here or be there, and if something goes wrong and whatever, whether it's true or false, if somebody want to start a rumor, hey, YouTube is not the court of law. The police were here. It's still a case that's open. The case between me and him is still open. If I wanna have him locked up for rape, I can still do that right now.
Oh my God.
Okay, so that tells me she did, that this happened. The thing is that when you get older, you're able to disseminate whether somebody is telling the truth or not. And for some reason, what bothers me about men and black men as well, is for some reason, just because a woman has been known for having multiple sex partners or being per se loose, then it's okay that she gets R-worded.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that if she went through the effort of making a police report, as she stated, it happened. And believe it or not, to me, it's even more so if she is per se loose or not, because people who are loose, they're usually more forgiving as far as taking abuse. So to me, she's, and that's why people will start to pop in. I bet this will get the comments popping later.
Oh, DJ, I've got something else to say. So I'm looking at this person who said you're disseminating false information. So you really have to consider the source, right? It's Yanni Boycott. Yanni, who told certain people online that they needed to act like they had some kind of sense and stop being disrespectful. So we see where you're coming from, Yanni Boycott.
Right.
I hate men who defend men and they know nothing about it. All they know is I think because usually they have been accused, rightly so, of sexual assault. And so they cannot stand to see anybody else being accused, because it makes them, it brings back up their whole situation as well. And they have to look at themselves in the mirror and hear people talking about sexual assault again. And they know it's them that they're talking about. So, you're probably some kind of weirdo to Yanni Boycott.
Yeah, I don't understand. I'll never understand how you could campaign for someone when people don't even know what people are doing behind the scenes, but especially these men, because the way that they do it, that's like saying that that's complete hypocrisy to what is actually taking place, and that's them taking each other out. So if it's that kind of honor and that kind of code and everything is laid out in that kind of perfection, then we should be able to see better results. So the way that these guys act like men don't have a dark side and like things are impossible, that's already a red flag, because what it further perpetuates is it constantly puts them into these battle zones with women where they're constantly denying us of our experiences in regards to them.
Right. Who wants to live in a world with men who don't believe, who are covering up? Is basically what's happening. You're covering up.
Yeah, this
crime.
is coveting. This is coveting because you can't speak up for someone else. And, furthermore, what people need to understand, especially in regards to the internet, is that all of these scenarios, whether they're real or not, until proven guilty, they're hypotheticals. And a lot of these instances like this are things that actually can happen. So we don't have to get together as a collective and hate this person in particular or feel some type of way, but we still have to acknowledge the fact that something is off. And, even on his side, something you may not know about when people get called out for this, because this is real life. So it's like it's karma. So even if he was hypothetically innocent, he may be guilty in some other part of his life where this is coming back manifest in another way. So, take your cape off and stop trying to cloak and covet people and realize that anything is possible. You don't have to be in a judgment seat and want the guy to his life to end. But are these everyday average scenarios that actually do happen? Yes. And does this happen? Yes. And do a lot of women go and not report it or drop the case? Most of the time.
And I'm so glad they brought up the law now that you can go back in time. That's how Trump got caught up because he committed an offense many decades ago, and it's still wrong. So what if it happened in 2017? I hope they keep making videos about it to 2050 or longer.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's funny. And then this guy's saying, oh, what happened? And then happened in 27. What he doesn't understand, if he's trying to protect his boy, GC here, he's doing a terrible job. Number one, I never said he did it. So you can't say it was defamation. What I'm saying is that I'm listening to a video that happens to be of a guy who's trying to defend your boy, right? And making my observation of what I think happened. That's not defamation. Defamation, I never said he did it. What I am going to say is that this happens a lot. Most SAs, my man, most of them don't get, if the person goes to jail, it's not for very long. That's why women usually don't report them, because they know what's up.
But that's because they don't want to deal, DJ, with the fact that even beyond physical touch, they are already violating so many codes of conduct, and men need to understand that and address it. That's the core problem, because that's what contributes to the finality of these assaults, where they become an actuality, but they're already doing it verbally. They already do it in other ways, and especially Black men, the grabbing, the touching, the groping. It's inappropriate behavior. And you have to realize too, especially as an adult, you have to take accountability, responsibility for an assessment and full assessment for the kind of company that you're keeping, when you're in these collective situations, because as grown men, I find that these guys are in too many different situations for this to be a core problem in this space. Right. This is too much majority going on. That means that we need to be having a conversation about what's appropriate and what's not. And if they really were trying to be a sphere and a group of men, then yes, address the real life topics. Instead, they're staying on fantasy island with these concepts. That's why they want to go on vacations and go to foreign countries and live in la la land. But in actuality, they need to address the side of them that is predatorial before they even get their actual hands on a woman.
Yes.
Exactly. It's very interesting. It's very interesting that as soon as I started playing this video, dude comes out of the woodwork.
So the thing is, like, you sitting here trying to push this agenda with rape and this and that. You're going off YouTube and rumors. You're just basically going off rumors, and you don't see. And this is what I'm talking about. Like, y'all don't see how shit affects women. You don't see how the shit affected me. You don't know what the fuck happened when he was here. You don't know if he beat me. You don't know if he bludgeoned me or knocked out my fucking left eye. You don't know what the fuck happened to me. You don't know what the fuck happened. All you know is the R word, and you want to defend him because ain't shit been confirmed. But you don't know what the fuck happened to me when he was here. I was bludgeoned from head to toe. I got pictures. But you don't know that.
I'm not trying to defend him.
Yes, he is. So since Yanni Boycott, since you seem to be the expert on this situation. Does she have pictures? Yes or no, or you don't know? Yes, no, or I don't know. Tell me one or the other. I'm listening.
Yeah, he on a whole campaign trail. You know,
Yeah.
it's like, wow, you advocating. I hope you know this guy. I hope you
Yeah.
really know him.
Yeah. Nope. I'm not getting anything back. Because you want to know why? In my opinion, this woman seems to be, to me, I think she's being truthful, because usually if you don't have receipts, you don't say you have receipts.
I'm not trying
But
to
it
defend
seems like you are, though. Like, it seems like you are.
All right, well, let me tell you. Now, the way it should be handled, if he did that, you shouldn't have said anything or responded to it. If he didn't...
Wait a minute. Did you just hear what he said?
Wait, what? Repeat that. Go back. I didn't hear that. Let me get this right.
It's still open. If I wanna have him locked up for rape, I can still do that right now.
Oh my God.
So the thing is, like, you sitting here trying to like push this agenda with rape and this and that. You're going off YouTube and rumors. You're just basically going off rumors, and you don't see. And this is what I'm talking about. Like, y'all don't see how shit affects women. You don't see how the shit affected me. You don't know what the fuck happened when he was here. You don't know if he beat me. You don't know if he bludgeoned me or knocked out my fucking left eye. You don't know what the fuck happened to me. You don't know what the fuck happened. All you know is the R word, and you want to defend him because ain't shit been confirmed. But you don't know what the fuck happened to me when he was here. I was bludgeoned from head to toe. I got pictures. But you don't know that.
I'm not trying to defend him. I'm not trying
but
to
it
defend
seems like you are, though. Like, it seems like you are.
All right, well, let me tell you. Now, the way it should be handled, if he did that, you shouldn't have said anything or responded to it. If he didn't,
I didn't say shit. I spoke up to defend myself because y'all motherfuckers kept lying on me.
Let me finish. If he didn't do that and people are going around saying that he did, yes, you have the responsibility to say he did.
No, she didn't. If she didn't put the rumor out there, it's not up to her. It's not her problem. But
yeah, he shouldn't even be saying anything.
Yeah, he shouldn't. It's not his business. That's the weird thing, is remember this. This is not this dude's business.
Right.
When he heard it and he knew it didn't come from her, even if the guy was, to me, he's trying to act like he's not dude's friends, but he's dude's friend. Okay, now I need, let me tell you the first thing, boycott guy. By the way, I love Yanni, by the way. I think she's a great YouTuber, by the way. So let me break it down like this. Okay? 2017 is only 2024. It's 2023. Okay? There's at least 7 years. You don't seem to understand or know, because it seems like what you're saying is because since time passed and there wasn't any, further thing on the case that, there's this didn't happen. But you're being disingenuous, because this happens a lot. That's why you noticed with Trump, with football players, with baseball players, out later on, it's found out that they engaged in SA.
Right.
Okay. So it's sad that we have people using the time frame to try to defend a friend.
Right. It's bad then. It used to be a 7-year window, and now there is no window, I guess, in a lot of places. And let me just say, now it's all becoming quite clear with these new laws that have been, I guess they started that in New York with the Me Too movement. And with people becoming more sensitive and children knowing that you have to tell I think no wonder you got the MammieSphere and these men are all frustrated because they don't have the free sex that they were stealing and graping all these years.
Right.
It's all
Yep.
drying up. So they got to go overseas because they're freaking retarded. I'm sorry.
No, hey.
You know where I'm going.
No, right. Yeah, they are. You know, this
Their
is
sources
disturbing.
are drying up. The sources are drying up. People are protecting their children a little more, and then it's becoming really elevated. You are seeing in plain sight now. Our eyes are being trained to see when people are rapists.
Yep. That's why I said it's a lot of social, abnormalities that have been floating around, and we were so busy trying to, chase all different type of avenues of the American infrastructure, and the whole time we weren't worried about what was really sacred, and that's who we are as human beings. In regards to our humanity. And now that we're starting to pay attention to that, with things like self-care being a major topic now, then yes, we have to focus on how these things mold and shape us and how they impact us individually as well as collectively. So yes, we have to call this out and name it what it is, because these guys are inappropriate and it needs to be addressed.
Right. The problem is not are people watching their children closely enough. The problem is, why do we have so many freaking rapists in our communities?
Right.
Mm-hmm. Because they've been able to run around loose, and they've had too many different type of cloaks that they could put on to be masked in it, So now that the cloak is being pulled off, they're showing and proving. I mean, and then you can hear it in these spaces where you don't even have to be in these people's faces. We're listening to people say things and they're not even thinking twice about it. So you already can only imagine, like, some of these conversations that I've even heard, I already know if I would be locked in a room or in some small space with one of these guys, I might end up having to take most of them out. I hear things all the time that aren't even necessarily sexually based, but just certain conversations where you could just tell. It's a problem.
Right. And Yanni may not know it, but you're a degenerate. I mean, that's how you look to me.
The fact he's campaigning for another man automatically knocks his vote out. He's campaigning for another man. Are you getting paid?
Trash.
Yeah, I mean, it just tells you, something that's funny, because he's saying this, that's getting the box is all women could hold over men. So what he's saying is that only that's what I don't think. Number one, I don't understand what he's saying, but that is getting the box is all women could hold over men. So it sounds like to me right there, that's already weird. Okay. Because it sounds like to me, he's like, well, women hold sex from us and that's all they have over us men, which shouldn't be what he should only be thinking about. First of all, he should be thinking about succeeding. But then he says, and now black men is refusing Western
Western
woman.
Yeah, we know he's saying he's a degenerate, dusty, broke, and number head naker, whatever that is. Yeah, you're all that. You're all that. And we know.
I mean, boycott guy. Take your time when you type this, because it's not coming out well. I'm having to decipher what you're saying. And giving overseas, y'all mad, we don't care. Nobody cares. That's the point. Okay? Nobody cares.
Yeah, nobody cares at all. It's like, do you think, first of all, let me let you know, Yanni, that on behalf of all gynecologists and as well as the CDC, yeah, nobody's going to miss you guys at all. No one is.
Not in this country, but in the other countries. Isn't it a shame as soon as you guys start broadcasting you're going overseas, you got the authorities after you. So that just goes to show you that you are exporting degeneracy. It makes it easier for us women who are in this country that are the major degenerates are leaving. That helps some of us out. Maybe one or two women won't get rape per year because the guys are leaving, but it doesn't look good for Americans overseas. I know you don't care, but that's why we keep talking about it, because we do travel for business, for pleasure, not for what you guys do. And it hurts the reputation of Americans all over, and they're gonna get you.
Right. Oh yeah, this isn't
Yeah.
even hasn't even lasted that long anyway. So this just goes to show you how ignorance and foolishness is always has a short shelf life. You have got to have some type of morality and dignity about you. And what they don't realize is y'all messing it up for the common people who aren't engaging in that, because what's going to happen is more decency laws are going to come into place. And then see, y'all going to mess around. And if you don't make a certain amount of money, you ain't even going to be able to even catch a flight. It's going to get so elite.
Right.
People going to get so tired that if your money ain't looking a certain type of way, you ain't even going to be able to go nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Yanni, I'm going to call him Boycott because I don't want to stain Yanni's good
Thank
name.
you. Good idea.
Boycott.
Call him Boy.
Yeah, boy.
Right.
Are you overseas? Henry Mar says, boy, are you overseas right now? Which country, please?
Whatever it is, it's one of the little five, because they all go to the same little rat holes around the world,
sharing the same prostitutes.
Right.
Yeah, but that's funny to me. We're gonna listen to a little bit more, and then we'll call it one. Here we go.
But the thing is, like, nobody knows, and it's none of their fucking business. Whatever happened when he was here is between me, him, the cops, and whoever.
And that's
And
why
on
you
top
need
of that,
to out the person who told your business. You need to.
He did it. That's my opinion. My opinion is that he did something.
Mm-hmm.
It's. I've heard a lot of people lie before. Let's put it that way. And she seems very. I'm not going to say genuine, but what she's saying is she's defending herself with the truth right now. Let's put it that way. In my opinion.
To out them.
What?
You need to out the person that told your business.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Why out he's more worried about it getting out than the perpetrator himself.
That's how the perpetrators keep in hidden places. It's just like the snitching rule, right? Who came up with that in our community?
Yeah.
Black
Right.
boys.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah.
Yep.
There it is.
And the most uncomfortable thing, though. Oh, sorry, DJ.
Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead. In fact, yeah, go ahead.
No, though, it's just, this is what I find uncomfortable about this situation is,
Okay, so
women
let's see
in
what
this
he's
kind of
saying
way.
now. This is getting interesting here. We don't care. We don't care. There are 195 countries. Just black men is doing the. See, the funny thing is, this is what he doesn't seem to understand is that, number one, you can count the amount of countries these guys go to on one hand. Number two, it's weird how he's coming out here, because what's his name that they're talking about in this video? He's a passport bro.
Of course.
So it's weird that he's coming out to defend his friend. You see what I'm saying? Very interesting.
The boy is in Mexico. Okay.
He did. I did on Bomb Cherry's panel. I already did that.
Okay, well, I didn't hear it. I don't know. I don't
Well,
really
you'll
care.
have to go.
Right,
This
right.
man right here, I guess his name is Master Viper, could care less what happened between her and what's his name. Okay, he can.
She
care
shouldn't
less.
be talking about this with men. She just really shouldn't. Black women women, period, should not be talking about stuff like this with men.
Right.
This
She should have just hung up.
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
The thing is this, like,
Hold up. Neon, I don't care who it is. I'm just saying, if he didn't do that, you have the responsibility to clear his name, because people are going around saying he did it.
You don't know. You don't know.
You pretty much saying he did now.
You said he knows he. You want to know something? Master Viper knows. Okay. He knows if he has any kind of logic, he knows she's telling the truth. He knows. But he's still defending his friend. That's how these degenerates work.
Right. If her accuser speaks, his accuser may get the courage to speak.
Right.
And that you can do this and do that.
I can. I can.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. Like, that doesn't make any sense at all.
It don't make sense to you because you don't know what happened when you weren't here. See, the thing is, y'all believe everything y'all hear on social media. Y'all take shit, y'all run with it. Y'all don't know facts. Y'all don't know what happened when the police were here. Y'all don't know shit. Y'all don't know shit.
About me. You ain't talking about me. You talking about.
I'm not talking about you specifically, but I'm saying like when people.
I am.
Here, Warren, you know what I'm talking about. Like, oh shit. Warren, like you know what I'm talking about. When people hear a rumor or whatever on social media,
I know. You don't have to repeat it. I know. I understand.
People take shit and they run with it. Like they believe everything they hear.
I know that. You've never heard me speak about your situation.
No, I never. I saw you talk about it in Reg's chat. Like you said something like, wait, what'd you say? You said
this is like neon eyes all over again. Talking about the blowfish.
The fact that he even kept this video up tells you everything about his character.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that.
I mean, if he really wanted to, I mean, it's just sad.
But it's like, where's your integrity at, DJ? You know what I mean? Where's his integrity as a man? Like, even for me as a woman, like, it's just certain things like, where is your, moral compass in saying and being more tender or avoiding this and pointing somebody into the right direction to get the proper help or something like that?
Right.
Like the way that these people sit on these platforms and feel like they could just talk about any and every subject, unqualified. That's problematic. It's just certain things that I myself, even with my own level of intelligence, wouldn't even touch a certain way. Like you have to put a certain form of kid gloves on or back off, have enough grace to back off and say, you know what, this is above me. Can I refer you to a hotline? Can I get you some help? Like something else. He should not be speaking about this at all. And I don't know why women hop on these platforms with men and start going back and forth saying things, and trying to defend themselves one way or the other. And then he's giving her the wrong kind of advice, because in order to approach this situation in no matter what direction, this is still something on a different level than what he's saying. He's being messy, and men really don't give good advice to women about how to handle, once again, feminine aspects of things, because you're not a woman.
Right.
And that's Siobhan, our wise sage, speaking. Black Women Rise.
All right, let me kick out some shout outs real quick. Black Women Rise is in the house. Camo is in the house. Cyber Dreams is in the house. Tomas is in the house. Henry Mars is in the house. Jenny B is in the house. We have Bridget Mouton in the house. See, the thing is that I hope my goal is to help at least do whatever little bit I can to help protect Black women, because we're seeing the evidence in front of us right here of how it seems like a lot or the majority of men are behaved. Like, why didn't you defend the guy who beat you up? That's what he's basically saying.
Right.
Why are you not defending the guy who assaulted you? My God.
See, this is what happens with women, and especially you can only imagine with Black women that are victims like this.
Right.
Where they feel like they're protecting the predator. That even happens with kids and families.
Exactly.
You got the, or if somebody does go tell, you got the family member telling you don't say nothing because however it may affect the family and people don't really want to address it and be bothered with it. So now you got to cloak it and then sit at the next 10 Thanksgiving dinners sitting there questioning, dang, is this even happening to me or not? Like, come on. You know, this is crazy.
Absolutely. And that's why I think so many people have given women grace for their behavior, because 9 times out of 10, if you see a woman acting out sexually, it's because she was abused. Same
Yeah.
for men. And how many times have we heard gay men tell us that they were sexually abused by a man as a child?
Yes.
So we know that probably, you know what, that would be a good study, Siobhan, or, you know, Gemini, or anybody who's in that field. How many of our broken people are broken because they were abused as children and sexually abused? And again, I'm going to push back on, well, where was the mother? Why isn't the mother? No, I'm saying there should not have been a person abusing the children. What's wrong? You're broken
Right.
if you have to take your sexual frustrations out on children.
Right.
Yeah, and I mean, and that's a lie anyway for the mother to always be around, because I mean, it's as simple as a neighbor, it's as simple as someone at the school. Like literally, you're not going to sit there and keep eyes on the child like that. So, you know, this is where people try to play the blame game, and it still goes back to, you know, the males that even create the laws, because here we got, you know, El Chapo in jail, ain't never coming out. You know, and he was sold drugs. Meanwhile, these guys get to register. How do you get to register as an offender and run around the streets? Like, we have to question these things. But when we have gaslighting like this going on, and then you got the woman feeling subjugated, like she has to protect the predator, then we back to square one every time with that.
Mm-hmm. And look what the answer is from the men's organization. They have banded together to do what? Tell women they need to be more submissive.
Right, which is furthering it, and it furthers that agenda. You're exactly right. It furthers that agenda. Oh no, don't worry about what's going on. Don't worry about the chaos. Don't pay attention to that. Just lay down
and be quiet.
Right. Oh, don't say nothing. Don't scream. Don't make no noise. That's what they're saying. Just lay down. Just lay here.
Basically, that's why. And to me, it just feels like what a lot of these dudes. A lot of these dudes just look at women as some sort of meal or consumption. That's what I, you know.
They just don't have any, they don't have any hobbies, DJ. It's like, you know, you're a man that works out. So you already know that just on that level, even, you know, and then you fish. So these are the things you've revealed about yourself. So these are things that keep you busy. These guys don't even have hobbies at all.
He spends those 1s and 2s. DJ got a life, okay?
Right, he has a life. That's what I'm saying. These guys don't have any hobbies, any you know, nothing else going on outside of anything. So it, you know, I would beg to argue that it's not even about women. They're making it about it because it seems easily accessible, and that's why they're getting angry now. But if they were able to dive into other areas, I mean, look at how they play white supremacy as if they aren't able to go check in any classes, as if they don't have online courses and workshops now.
Right.
So why are they acting like that? That's why they want to play that game. But it's like, okay, if you have access to video games, if you have access to move around and there is no supremacy holding you back, then those are just excuses. But they won't do things like fishing. Fishing been going on. Nothing stopped that. Nothing is stopping you from going out boxing. Other, you know, things that men should be doing. They don't know how to fix cars. They don't know how to change tires. They don't know how to do nothing.
Take care of pets. A lot of people are opening up these sanctuaries where they, you know, they adopt and take care of, you know, dogs and animals who've been neglected. I mean, there's so many things to do. But
remember, dogs used to be a thing too, a lady. You're right. I mean, guys used to be into dogs back in the day at one time. Yeah, so that was a big thing.
Right. It's like DJ had a show on earlier this week, and it said men black men have traded success for sex.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's sad because we have so much potential, but we don't even think about we cannot even get on the right track to using that potential because we're thinking about the wrong priorities. And they try to cover it up and go, oh, family first, or most of these men are not thinking about that. Anything that, I mean, the proof is always in the pudding. I mean, these guys are getting on planes and coming back by themselves. So they're obviously not going over there for marriage.
It's so insidious and disgusting because it used to be when a person was really into sex, they'd be in a committed relationship where they can get it all the time.
Right.
Or a couple of relationships, you know. But no, these guys, they want to be predators. They want to take it. And they don't want to, even when it's fair exchange for pay, they don't want to pay for it. But I think they've been watching too much porn and too many of these OnlyFans women who have made their bodies look like cartoon characters.
Right.
And most women, and if that is the only thing that can get you off, I've heard that if you only like do one thing all the time, you need that all the time to get off.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's all about routine. You know, I say that all the time. It's just routine. And that's why I said these guys don't have other routines. You know, if they were working out, lifting weights, all of those things to release that testosterone, then it would calm them down automatically. So when they go around, and this is why, you know, stop listening to all of this. This is how we made. This is how we built. This is how we are. No, that's not true. Because at one time, they didn't even have that kind of access simply due to we didn't have that kind of population like that before. So if men have always been the same, they wouldn't have always been that way. So we're not going to sit here and act like that. It's just really all about access because it's all about what's in proximity. So what they need to be doing is instead of trying to put women in their proximity, they need to be putting other things into it. And then they will be able to grow and build from there. But they ain't doing that because you're not even going to be able to build like that anyway, running around, laying up with people, man, woman, or anything. That's too much going on to even be focused on anything. You can't be sleeping around, running around the streets if you're really trying to build something in life. That's anything.
Right.
Let's go to a different subject, a different thing. But basically, I guess, long story short, she loves, Chantelle loves to hang with creeps. And basically, to myself, in my opinion, she's a creep herself. And that's my opinion. She just comes off as a creepy person. You know, she's just one of the boys, in my opinion.
She's a scammer.
However, what I know
negative when they are, you know, with other black people. You know, what do you do in the area of economics? What do you do in the area of
assume,
entertainment?
though, that if a black man goes to bed with a white woman, he has to be assuming that she's superior, or he has to.
He doesn't have to. She is superior.
Yeah, but he suppose in his relationship with her, does he have to feel that he's coming from the inferior position? What about?
She can take him anytime that she wants.
What about just the biology?
If she gets angry with him,
the biology of it? That is that he's involved in a sexual union that doesn't have political dimensions or
it
meaning,
does have political
even
dimensions.
to him psychological.
Hey, wait, in the house, Southern Belle, welcome.
Maybe I'm saying what Dr. Welsing is saying. Maybe she's saying that that's not conscious, but the dynamic cannot be eliminated on a logical basis. I mean, on a conscious basis, you can't say that unconsciously my behavior is not determined by something that I'm not aware of.
Like a lot of people say,
You're
well, this is
assuming that
love.
all black men then got this feeling of inferiority.
All non-white people feel inferior. See what I'm saying? All non-white people who are within the system and the dynamic and the power of the system of white supremacy, until they consciously work and struggle with themselves, and even then are going to feel inferior because functionally we are inferior. Let's say you're a professor at Harvard. I'm a professor at Howard. Physician.
Peace and love, family. It's your girl, Six the Goddess. And keep in mind, I'm a goddess and I'm sensitive about my shit. Hope you all are doing amazing. I am doing amazing. Happy to be back in town after my little trip. Shout out to Detroit. The city showed me a great time this past weekend. But now it's time to get back to work. So I'm going to preface this video with a few things. First, let me just be the one to say that I don't like having to do this type of content. I don't. Okay. To me, it's just counterproductive. This is not what I got on the internet to do. But I do feel like we're just at this place where there has just been so much egregious acts made towards me to where it's something that I need to go ahead and address. I also want to preface this video by making it very clear about who I am, why I do what I do. Okay. For those who don't know, hi, my name is Six. I am an influencer of femininity for Black women, as well as an advocate for the Black family. Okay.
What are your, if you know anything about her, what are your opinions about Six the Goddess?
How is she for the Black family? Is she married with a family?
No.
She's single mom.
but she's advocating for the Black family. I mean, maybe you could do that, unmarried, I guess. I don't know. I
No, I
don't
mean
know.
you brought up a good question.
I'm confused. Yeah, it's just when you say that, it's kind of like, oh, but family is being a mom. That's your family, your child. I don't know. Does she have a mostly male audience or female audience? Do you know, DJ?
Let me look and see who are.
I'll tell you what I think. She coaches femininity, so she has women clients, I guess you call it, and then she has usually it's men in her chat. Now she's out of Atlanta, and she's an actress with that guy. Country Wayne. So she's on a little like reoccurring, not often, I don't think, because I don't watch Country Wayne anymore, but she used to be a little bit actress on his program. So she's a businesswoman. Her set is cheap. She's beautiful, but her set is horrible. But she's on the grift.
Well, yeah, because I'm getting a little, little tiny little tidbits of some sex kitten vibes. So, and I'm not familiar with her content other than listening to it when George plays the clip. So I didn't know if she had mostly a male or a female audience, because I'm talking about the attire, the way that, some of the ladies, I noticed the way they, are setting up their views and their shots or whatever, so I could tell that, the super chats are rolling in.
Right. That's what it's all about. Now, ever since Yanni's kind of exposure, I've heard her super chats are down. But she's, answer your question, DJ, she's just like the rest of them. One thing is a little bit different is she is very pro-Black, and she believes in what I don't believe she's on the grift like she doesn't believe what she says. I believe she truly believes what she says, and she is the one. She checked Anton real good. So
she did.
Yeah. Oh, you don't know about her and Anton? DJ even played. I think.
Did DJ play that? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't remember, but yeah, she's a beautiful girl. A lot of these girls, all these girls, really are nice looking women. I can understand these guys because they're unattractive. They never had any attention a day in their life. We get the profile of these guys. I just find it kind of interesting when I see. These girls pop around. I just try to, I'm trying to figure out where exactly they're coming from because because these are beautiful women. So it's like, they don't really need this at this kind of capacity. It seems like they could be doing something else. I don't know.
Right. To get more self-respect, but that's the difference about her. I believe she's 100% because her thing is women need to get in shape. Women are too large. That's the only negative things I've heard. I have not heard her say we need to submit and be feminine. But to be honest, I've only seen clips. I've never watched one of her programs, and I've seen her. I've only heard that she has a male audience, and I've heard her say that she has female clients that she coaches. What's your opinion, DJ?
I have, I haven't watched. I've watched some of her shows, but she does what's called a slow build, which means that she kind of. Because I remember this because from that video I edited remember when that dude was having a temper tantrum. That video I made. What was his name?
The guy that was crying in the car.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, dude was crying in the car. Yeah. And she would, it was funny because it was a perfect depiction on how weak I can at least say black men of the red pill are, because she was commonly just talking to him and goading him on, and he was having a temper tantrum and making himself look absolutely foolish.
Yeah, I'll say that about Six. That is where she has my respect. She can get under those men, their skin. And the way she laid out Anton was sitting there talking about, you're supposed to be my friend and you're supposed to call me if you don't want to get with me. And I hear on the internet, and she's like, Anton, it's over. I don't have to fuck with you no more. And I'm not, and I'm not going to call you and tell you.
These meetups in these spaces they detonate on sight. Like it's it's crazy. It's always a fallout around every corner.
I know. Were they together or something? I didn't know that.
No, they weren't together, but the way that I mean, they were clowning Anton so horribly, saying he had a serious crush on her, and you would think, and they were saying Anton didn't even get the box, and he over there crying, and that's why he lost so much respect from his followers. She had him like, I thought he was gonna cry, and he was like, "All right, then, 6, all right."
Oh, he must have really wanted to get intimate with her. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But he's married. Yeah, see these guys. Woo, it's a slippery slope out here. With his name is always coming up in it too.
King Lucifer, you're right. They were saying he was like 6. Don't leave.
He was calling her name, crying and then it started raining.
In his Coogee sweater. It was
in his Coogee. Ooh, and then it started raining on the Coogee. Ooh, that Coogee sweater gonna be 50 pounds by the time the rain dries.
Yeah, Henry Mars said she also checked Obsidian's Nigerian film. Yeah, that's the guy I did the video on. That was Chaotic Truth, which is ironic because he doesn't tell the truth, but chaotic. I call him Kunotic because he's the one who says that's why I like white people.
Oh, he's sick.
Yeah.
We got some sick brothers. Now, okay, DJ, we one day have to do a show, and I would love to have some good immigrants and children of immigrants, come on so we can have that conversation, because chaotic, what is now I'm gonna call it? Is it Chaotic? Is that his name? I think that's his name.
Well,
Okay, both him and Anton. I'm not sure about Anton, but definitely Chaotic. And then you'll look on the Lapeef, because I've been studying those guys over there at Lapeef. Half of the people in the panel at any time are first generation African Americans. Well, they're first, what do you call it? When they were from they call them tethers. I don't know if that's a slur, but their parents were born in another country, and they are very Republican, and they are very much against African or blacks born here, as far as they think that they're superior, and they don't want us to get reparations. They think that we are spoiled, and like Anton said, I would charge you for air. So they are coming from a whole different place, and so I do respect 6 for that, because I agree with her on that. She is a foundational Black American, and she is like very pro-Black, and she was the one that told Anton, you let a white man disrespect you like that? And Anton said, I can't turn my back on people who have always had my back. And she looked at him, and that was the beginning of the end of her and him. Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's interesting. Yeah, I find it interesting. That would be a good show too, but I think it's just because that has to be a slippery slope to be on, because you can't identify with your parents' home country and their teachings, yet you're newfound stepping into this country. So that has to cause some type of mental. There's got to be a mental some type of mental fragment going on.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, within that, because what it is, and I don't want to sound offensive, but I'm trying to say it in terms of, that's almost like being biracial. In terms of, you see what I'm saying? In terms of where do you fit in, that kind of aspect of things, where,
Mm-hmm.
I got started doing my work because I noticed that there would be different femininity influencers that I simply could not relate to. Like, they get on the internet and they're like, yes, I was raised in a 2-parent household. My parents have been married for 150 years. I met my husband when I was 19 years old, and he pays all of the bills, and I make cookies. And I was sitting there like, okay, I love that for you, but I can't help you with that. That is not the story for majority of Black women. And majority of Black women are dealing with abandonment issues, neglect issues, abuse issues. That's just the way it is. So I had the question in my mind where it was like, okay, so for those of us who did not have that life experience, for those of us that had it a little harder, which again is majority of Black women, what are we to do? How can you, raised in the suburbs with a white picket fence, how can you really help us? Like, for the women who do not have that story, they need to understand how to get through things, not look like what they've been through. They need a big sister. They don't need someone giving them advice, telling them what to do. They need a big sister. They need someone who has their good interest, their best interest at heart. Someone who has been through some things and can teach them. So I got into the work I'm doing, helping people navigate through losing a parent, through escaping domestic violence, through things like breastfeeding, motherhood, relationships, you name it. Anything that I had experienced, I felt like it would not be in vain if I was able to use things that happened to me to help other women. I never professed to teach women how to get married, teach women how to get high value man, teach women hypergamy. I've never been a Black man's advocate. It's very weird to me that when you're simply a Black woman who was like, hey, I don't hate Black men. Okay. When you're simply a Black woman who was like, hey, ladies, we contribute to these problems too. We can't continue being these victims, blaming everything on the men and acting like we don't play a part.
But here's the funny thing about this part right here. When she says, hey, ladies, we contribute to this problem too. I mean, yeah, you could say overall in a way, maybe, but you have to go, then you have to break it down into percentages. And what I mean is that we're supposed to be the leaders. And if women are following our lead, then why are you going to shift the blame over to the women? Now, you can say that the result of what, you can say that basically what the men did to the women put the women in a certain mindset, which might not be come out to be a good result. But the thing is that if we want to be men, then we have to take responsibility. See, the problem, this is a slippery slope that Six will probably have to deal with or has dealt with, is that all of a sudden these men are so weak, they want women to take all the blame. That's the problem. It's like men should do men and women should do women. You can't say something like, okay, but ladies, it's kind of your fault for this and that, and expect these men to say, yeah, but we need to pick it up too.
That's my.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. This is one of my hot button topics. Yes, women they are responsible for who they let between their legs. That's why messages of women like Sin G, who says, you got to stop messing with these dudes who have shown you that they're not worth it. Right. And that's the problem. Women, we are doing what we were told to do, be submissive, being mammies. Many of us have been, all of us, Black, white, all colors, raised to let the man take charge. He picks you up when you're 16 and he's 18 and you get all soft and mushy and you submit and you open your legs and you get pregnant and then you're a hoe. So the message is stop it. Tell your daughters no. You have to, because you see what they do. You submit to them, you get pregnant, and they have no responsibility for it. And then they label you and say that you are untouchable. You're an untouchable now because you've had a child out of wedlock. And see, that is Six's position. So she has a very strong position on that. And I do appreciate that because it is our fault now. We have to wake up. It's your fault for being a manny. It's your fault for being weak. If you're abused, that's one thing. But when you have a choice, these men are not going to do right by you. We used to be able to say, well, maybe he'll marry me. Maybe there'll be a shotgun wedding. Well, I think he might love me. That is over. We don't have that excuse anymore.
Yeah. Right. Siobhan, what are your thoughts?
I think that the core problem in this community is the so-called blame game is always played after the damage is already done. So the whole argument is based on what you shouldn't have done. Well, we can't go back and take away children who are already here. But in terms of what's going on currently, the teen birth rates have gone down, let alone birth rates, period. So you see that the strides are being made. But then the new argument becomes, oh, that's why we're leaving and going overseas, because now we're not getting the access. So it's like the proof definitely is in the pudding. And women just have to stay focused on what they're doing instead of running to these guys' spaces, trying to audition and campaign and get these guys to try to relate to you. They need to go on elsewhere and go do whatever work that they need to do on them, because we really need to get, go through a shift and get these predators up out of here. Otherwise, they're going to continue to perpetuate this same game. But women are waking up. It's the stats show, but we can't go back and erase children that already exist. And I find that to be a problem in terms of, shifting blame, because people will sit on these panels and blame people for having children who are already 15, 16 years old. Like, I mean, come on, you already a mom. Like, how you gonna try to criticize me for already being a parent? Like, what kind of sense does that make? You know what I mean? So it's just like, we have to deal with the reality. And that goes to show you that these guys aren't responsible, because going back arguing about what shouldn't have happened 20 years ago, that shows you right there a stuck mind. We have to deal with consequence. Actions lead to consequence.
Well said. I mean, this is what scares me about my brothers. We've already failed because instead of taking the lead, we chose blame. If you look at other cultures, they don't sit around and blame their women for the state of their situation or community. We did. So that's the only reason why I don't disagree with what Six is saying. But at the same time, it's a slippery slope, because if you give these guys an inch of accommodation, they'll take a mile. So she can say, let me just play it back. It's easier for me to play it back.
Advocate. It's very weird to me that when you're simply a Black woman who was like, hey, I don't hate Black men. Okay. When you're simply a Black woman who was like, hey, ladies, we contribute to these problems too. We can't.
There. See, the thing is that when you say we contribute, then she knows how these dudes are.
Right.
Okay. Then they will bend her words or meaning to be more. See, it's the women's fault.
See, you're 100% a man. You're a man, DJ Torch. I always see you lead with responsibility, and the way that Six is talking is that as if she were speaking to men who lead with responsibility, but she is speaking to men who are looking for excuses, and that's the problem.
Right. Mm-hmm. So it's not really what she's saying. What she's saying is actually great especially let's say in a large auditorium with well-to-do, stable Black men that have gone through college and have struggled to make themselves who they are. That's not who she's talking to, though. That's the only problem.
It makes it male-centered, though. Like, if you're gonna lead women, leave the men out of it, because it's always mirroring back. So it's like, if you're going to work with the women, then stick with that. But when you mirror it back and you're bringing up the men, it's like you're telling women that the opposing factor, the whole axis, the whole motivation behind this is a man. And that I find that to be problematic if you're trying to empower women.
Right. Exactly. Some of those messages should be just to women. That's the problem with YouTube. They let everybody hear it because they want more super chats, but every message isn't for everyone.
Well said.
Continue being these victims, blaming everything on the men and acting like we don't play a part in it. Like we ain't either. Okay. It's weird to me how when you as a woman simply take that stance on your people, somehow people are putting you on this dumb pedestal talking about she's an advocate for Black men. No, I'm an advocate for Black people, Black families. Okay. It's never to say that because somebody speaks their opinion on things or because someone highlights a certain issue that they have never had the problem. That's odd to me. This new thing that YouTubers are on of, oh, I'm exposing this person and this person is that. Listen, it's freaking YouTube. It's a platform where anyone with a Gmail account can get on and speak their opinion. Okay. You don't like it, don't watch it. I don't hear anyone critiquing, oh, Six is giving advice that is detrimental or dangerous in this way. That's not the conversations that are happening. Instead, what is happening is literally men trying to stop me from being a content creator. She's not feminine at all. There's not a feminine bone in her body. Why do y'all listen to her? She's evil. She's that. This whole weird thing is something that I can't relate to. I've had YouTubers that I've had beef with, but never has it once came out my mouth that you should not listen to them, that you should not watch them. I've never pocket watched police people and, oh, why do you donate to their channel? If there's a man teaching men how to be men, I'm not going to get on there and say he's not even a real man. So why are y'all listening to him? It ain't never made me feel as though I was going to eat better by attempting to starve someone else. Okay.
You know, she is, first of all, I wouldn't say she's masculine at all. She gives me the same energy that Ebony gave me, which is somebody who's very assertive and intelligent. That's it. Now, I haven't watched enough of her footage to say, oh yeah, she's what she's telling me right now is true, because I haven't seen enough. So I'm not going to say I believe her, but that's the vibe she gives me, is that she's kind of like on Ebony, you know, the lawyer's tip, where they're very careful with their words. They're very accurate with their words. She's not mumbling. I haven't heard any talking points. That's my point right now, but I don't know enough about her. I'm not going to say I do.
Hey, so DJ Torch, I wanted to come up here real quick. I'm out in public, so I'm gonna try to hurry up so I can get off here because it might be a little loud. But I had paid for one of her courses before. This one I didn't know anything about anything like at this time. Like I used to follow her for a little bit, just a little while, like maybe until I figured out what the MammieSphere was and everything. So what happened was I had paid for the course on Facebook or whatever, and she never got back to me. And I was like, okay, so she told me to make an appointment. Like she had like a schedule that you made an appointment or whatever to speak to her, and she never got back with me or nothing. So like I was like, well, maybe something is wrong or whatever. Like I don't know. I checked to see if the payment went through. The payment went through, but I had never heard anything from her. And like maybe a month later, she so I ended up, after like a few weeks, I hit her up on Facebook Messenger, and I was like, yeah, I paid for a course, but I haven't heard anything from you. And then like maybe another week went by, and she finally like had reached out to me. But by then I was just like, I think by then I probably was over it and didn't even really think about it anymore. I mean, you can take from that what you will. I won't say, like, I don't, like I said, I don't know her. This is supposed to be her business, and if she's serious about it, you would think that she would have reached out to me, you know, like before. I don't know, like, right. But now, at the same time, it could have been maybe she has a lot of clients, but you have a scheduler, so that means that on your calendar it should have came up. It should have alerted you that you have an appointment today. So
yeah,
this is why, like, I don't really. I take.
Yeah, Camo, my take is that's very bad business on her point. If that happened, it doesn't matter. The thing is that if you're taking money and you're selling courses, each and every person you have to attend to in a timely fashion. So I
didn't even like ask her for the money back or not. Like I wasn't really, I don't know, like I wasn't upset, but like I just felt like it was like, I'm used to like dealing with people that handle their business. You know,
Right.
so at the time I was still in the military too. So like I just didn't have time for it. I just let it. After she didn't respond, she responded back to me, and I left her. I think I left her on read. Like I didn't even on read. I didn't even like respond to her, and I just was like, okay, I already see what this is about, and that was it.
If you don't mind me asking, what range amount was the course?
$100.
Okay. I mean, I'm going to ask her to give you your money back.
No, don't. You don't have to do that.
I just did.
No, you don't have to do that. Please, like you don't have to do that. If I know how to reach her on Facebook, if I wanted it back, you don't have to do that. My husband would have got at her. You know what I'm saying? I don't even think I had told him about it. Like it's not that serious. And it's been a little while, so like don't do that.
I understand, but
It's okay.
you see my point though. I mean,
yes.
It's like that's just
she'll know. I mean, if you were to say something, she'll know. Like it's not like I don't have like the messages still in my face in my messenger, but yeah, I don't like. I just basically like let her like you know what I'm saying like I just took the L and just let her have it. You know, like apparently she needed money more than me, so I was just like you know. It is what it is.
What did you get for $100? What did you get? Like, did you get a booklet?
It was for like a consultation. Like she was when I had with her channel, I think she had talked about it. Like she was talking about something at the time. I don't know. But she had like some type of consultation or something. I don't remember fully what it was, but at the time, like I said, like at the time I didn't know what any of this was, like none of this. So to me, I just saw her as like, she's a good looking woman. She's in shape. You know, she's, you know, she seemed to be about women to me until I figured out everything that was going on. And I was like, yeah, this is a Black woman. I'll support her. You know, like I'll see what she's talking about. So I paid for it.
Okay. How long ago was it?
This is probably like maybe a year now, maybe 9 months. Maybe 9 months a year.
Okay, so that's fairly recent. Yeah.
Yeah. I had just came back from being deployed, and I had just kind of discovered Black YouTube, and I was like, I'm sorry, hold on.
No, that's just not good. I mean, it's not good.
It's not good, but it's so I'm not in that sector, so like I'm not worried about it. I'm just letting you know. So I'm just going to tell the people because the people here I care about. So I'm not saying anything bad about Six. I don't know what the reason was why she didn't get the message. You know, like I don't know. I just know that that's not good for business to me. And that's not what I wanted to do. And I'm just telling the women here, this is my experience. You take that what you want. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it.
Got it. I appreciate
I don't need you. Big bro, I don't need you to go over there step into Six, okay? If I'm a big girl, like if I wanted to, I just let her I just was like, you know, sometimes it's better, like when people do stuff like that scamming type shit and whatever the case may be, she missed out on more than what she took, than what I actually gave her. You can just basically say that was a super chat for her. Because had she actually did business with me and she really was about something, then I would have kept coming back. Like clearly I was serious because I paid for something before you even gave me the service. So when you see things like that you know not to take people serious and not to waste your time. So I let her have it. Like I was just like, yeah, you good? You can have it.
Okay, welcome Alexander Brannon to the room and anybody else who may have missed.
Hey, Alexander.
And Yanni, boy said this. I'm already left now. I appreciate DJ Torch using his platform to advocate for Black men to leave forever to protect the Black community. Absolutely.
He got it.
Oh,
Hi,
I love you,
OEX
man.
Terminator
I love you,
Libra.
man.
Bye.
That's exactly how it's like this. After 20 years of doing the best I could to try to steer my brothers in the right direction, I
I feel it's more. I feel it's like my energy is going to be better used protecting Black women. It's that simple. That's how bad. It's that bad. That bad.
Thank you.
I might as well, because the thing is that there's right and wrong. Okay. And I've heard my so-called, my buddies back in the day and all this kind of stuff, how they talked about women and all this kind of stuff. And the thing is that generally
real quick, because like this dude Jay Daniel is like really starting. What is his purpose on this channel? Like he just called me a 304, and like I'm really getting sick and tired of him. All he does is a troll inside of the comment section. He's like female vets is 304s. I did 20 years in the military. Probably something that you can't do. Like I did so many deployments that you wouldn't even understand. So like make sure that when you talk about these 304s that you keep it with your mother and your sisters and your aunties and cousins. Like don't play with me.
Yeah, he just earned himself a 5-minute. It's funny because I think somebody Jim actually banned him from the chat, and I let him back in just because I said, well, hey, we might as well give him enough to see what he can do. But something, I'm about to hit that button again. JD, you got to clean it up. I mean, don't disrespect.
Don't play with me.
Don't disrespect soldiers. Okay, and Camel's got a direct line. Okay, she's got a direct line. She can pick up that red phone. She calls me. I'm picking up the red phone. Let me just put it that way. I'm picking up the red phone.
These dudes get too comfortable. I don't know whether it's that MammieSphere or what it is, like, or them having a dry D or what's going on, but they get too comfortable disrespecting women. I'm not those mammies over there in Pearl and all of them like comment sections that you could say whatever you want. This is not that. And I have a husband too. And if you want to see him and talk to him about that 304, we can make arrangements to do that.
I want to second that. They have made it commonplace. They have made it commonplace to call women 304s. That's just a word. That's just calling somebody a hoe. And when I listen to those panels, they'll have their 3-piece suit on, women on the panel, and they will call women hoes and bitches, and it's just like supposed to be okay. So I agree with you. That is disgusting, and it is not acceptable, and we should call it out every time that happens.
Well, it's just vagina. It's vagina envy when they say that, because that what does 304 mean? So that just goes to show you what's on their mind because it's lacking.
Well said. Well said. And the funny thing is that Kevin Samuels, who he's a fan of, by the way, he's got a little avatar of Kevin Samuels on his on his account, right? Kevin Samuels was a 304 himself.
Yes, of course.
I mean, it's just really sad that Kevin Samuels, hit the wall, fell through it into a casket, and now he's worm food. And he did not leave his kids or them kittens like prepared on how to deal with the world. So now they just jump out everywhere like little terrorists all over the internet. You can't even have like a normal adult conversation without these middle-aged idiots just coming in and ruining everything. Like it's really bad for business for real, because it turns me off to the point. Some places it's like, you know what, I don't even want to come there because I don't want to have to deal with them.
Yep.
Okay, and that reminds me, Jay Daniels is a liar. He told us that Kevin Samuels left his daughter $5 million, and we've yet to see a receipt for that. So
exactly.
He been lying about that.
I will never let you forget that until you come through with that receipt. You're a liar.
He ain't had it. Kevin ain't had no $5 million. Come on now.
No, he never.
He actually had the nerve to say, and he say this all the time. He say him and some other people. He actually left her one of the most wealthiest Black women in America. First of all, like where's her name at? If Forbes don't put their name on it, if Forbes did not put their name on her, I have yet to actually hear Forbes even mention Kevin Samuels or anyone in his family.
But you know what though? But you know what? Let me ask y'all, have you ever paid attention? Because this is my theory. I find that Black men are the ones looking for the next leader and Messiah. Meanwhile, Black women are, we're willing to get together more so and just make things happen. But why do they always keep looking for a leader? Why are they always looking for some Messiah? Like, this has been going on for quite a while now.
I don't know, but I know that it's whatever it is one of the reasons why they hate Black women, and it's because what we were supposed to do, we did. Meaning that once we was free from slavery and set back into civilization, of course we wasn't given much of anything, and we had to work to get to the point where we can be considered equal to other groups of women. Basically, if you were to say to compete, and we've done that and more, and they're still on this in this world of I don't know. I had one of them say on another person that I follow. I don't know. Some of y'all might have seen it. This man would left him a thing saying that he wished that he could go back to slavery and tell all of the Black men not to fight to free us, and then they can go and be passport bros or something like that. And then
what? Wow.
Yes.
Wow. That's some fantasy going on right there. How is
so
that?
That's all of them have this fantasy of slavery. And then he came back and left another message, because all of these messages are getting pinned. I'll tell y'all her name before we leave, and then y'all can go get a good laugh yourself. But I can't remember it at this moment. But then he came back and said that he was a prior Roman slave, and that his master had bought him. But once his master found out that he was that he had certain skills, his master freed him and paid for his education, and he's reincarnated. This man literally said that. And then there was another post from another man said Black women won't give us the crumb, they won't give us anything, even crumbs, but white women will give us crumbs. Crumbs.
Wow.
So this is what I was saying, seriously, why do they live in this constant state? And the people of No Color talk about that. It's like a running joke that they say Black people is always slaves. Basically we live in this world of slavery. And I didn't really know that at first, but I'm starting to notice that they have this infatuation or this romanticization of slavery where they haven't left. I don't know. But I'm sorry.
It seems like it, yeah. It seems like there's an issue with boundaries. The theme of boundaries in this community is an issue.
Yeah,
Yes,
I agree.
Black women rise. Yes. Black women are graduating, and congratulations to everyone who graduated who's graduating this May and June and this year, to the women and the men, especially our brothers and sisters. We need more educated people so we can get up out of this mess. Good looking out.
There was there's a girl who graduated from Howard recently with her 3rd master's degree. She looked young, but you never know. She might be older, but you know how Black women look. And I was and in her comment section, guess who in there? Guess who in the comment section can't help themselves? Black men hating. But where your man at though? It's so disgusting that it's
you'll never get a ring. You'll never get a ring.
Yeah. She's probably a single mom already.
Yeah, I mean,
you're gonna be.
Do you know how she's probably on her way to just say screw it and sign up for another master's degree subject, because it's so easy for them to turn you off. It's just why are you in her? This woman here has 3 master's degrees that she has completed at Howard University, and all you can say to her is, "That's why you don't got no man." How you doing, man? How you doing? Do you have a man? Can I take you out to celebrate for your accomplishments? No, they can't do that.
Right. That would have been a perfect place to look for a good woman, right?
Right. Exactly.
Can't do it.
It's so crazy.
That's a perfect example. That's why I gave up. That's why I gave up.
Crazy. Camel, you brought an excellent example. They should have been all up in those DMs talking about, girl, I'm proud of you.
Right.
Yeah.
These men is just like weak. Like something is going on. There is something happening where like men don't know how to, either they don't like women, they're not attracted to women, or they they have low self-esteem, because I never seen this side of black men before. Like when I was younger, I didn't see that. Now, I'm not gonna say they always was going to college and stuff like that, but one thing they used to have was some type of finesse or something. Like they don't even have that anymore. It's bad.
Well, it's watered down, because you have to realize that once the temperature rises, aka the degrees, the education, you begin to look down, in terms of how menial the conversation is, and especially as you get older. No, it's no personal offense, but I'm just saying you're going to talk different and think different from your 20s to your 30s. So the whole entire thing that they're on is played out now at this point, and they haven't been able to reinvent themselves. Yeah, they haven't been able to reinvent themselves. This is a reinvention, and for black women, because all those bonnets and putting on mammy clothes and all of that, we've gone into a whole full scale of elegance and acceptance in different levels now. You know what I mean? We're being showcased more, and we have the opportunity to showcase ourselves on these platforms and to further extend who we are across the world. So it's just like the more eyes that are on us, the more evolved that we are. Meanwhile, these guys, they don't want to do anything but stay in the same place. And that's why they want to bring us back down, even in theory.
It's scary for black women. And what Ebony was saying was true. I work with a lot of, professional black women that's college educated and accomplished and, make decent money. And they always talk about having trouble with dating. And they dated black men specifically. And most of them would not, they'll have one date, and then, maybe a few, but once the men see what they have, like once they get to the point where maybe he comes to her home and see what she drives and stuff like that, then he pretty much like goes away. And it's really bad. Like black women is at a point where their back is against the wall, and you're gonna have to, unless you just you don't mind being single for the rest of your life, you're gonna have to open your options to like other things as we continue to grow. It's just not gonna work any other way.
No, it really isn't. I mean, unless you want to have these remedial conversations, with a man, a man who's 35 years old who only knows 100 words.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, we got middle-aged men coming in here trolling. Like, where do these men come from? Like, is this what? Like, I don't know. Maybe because I wasn't really into the internet like that. Is what they've been doing when they get off work or something? Like, what is going on?
Get off work.
Girl, not to laugh.
Look, you about to have a lady head spinning around like the Exorcist with that. It turning round and round and round.
Girl, to laugh though. Y'all crazy. I can't.
Let me play a little bit. Let me play a little bit more of this and see where it goes.
If I got a problem with you, I'm gonna roast you up, and it's gonna be that. I'm not trying to stop your bag. I don't care if people subscribe or unsubscribe to you. People are grown. They can listen to who they want to listen to. The work I do, I have been doing it, and I'm going to keep doing it, regardless of who feels as though, oh, she's this and she's that, she shouldn't be this. I don't care. The real women in real life that I am helping, the real women in real life that let me know that I have positively impacted their life is great. We need Black content creators that come from all walks of life. You may have some Black female content creators where you may feel as though they have the better image or the better squeaky clean past, but the women don't want to look like them. The women don't want to dress like them. The women don't want what they have. You may have some where maybe she does give great advice about how to look good, and women want to relate to her as far as that, but she has horrible views when it comes to relationships or us as a people. Everybody has something that they can contribute. That's my motto. Okay, I'm not here to be like, you're a fitness influencer. Well, 10 years ago, you was eating pulled pork sandwiches. Everybody is entitled to grow, evolve, and that's
I like pulled pork sandwiches.
that me or no other human is entitled to tell you that you can or cannot do. So I just want to preface that by saying that is, listen, what I do is because I'm entertaining, I'm funny. Okay. When you're getting in front of a camera and your job is to not only entertain people, but teach them, that is a God-given talent. Y'all can sleep on that if you want to. I don't care. It's a God-given talent. And it's not something that requires other YouTubers to act like they're the judge and the jury with their microscope and their magnifying glass, deciding if everyone else should create the content they create. Okay. If I don't like it, I simply click block or do not recommend, and I keep going about my business. So I want to preface that with this. That whole thing is exhausting to me. I never participated in it before, and I won't participate in it going further. And that's just that. Now I'm making this video because I just feel as though it's something that needs to be said. So there's a YouTuber named Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews who did a hit piece on me a few weeks ago saying that I'm a hypocrite. I'm going to play a little bit of the video.
Ooh, here we go, folks. You know I'm into that hypocrisy stuff. Here we go.
We're going to talk about why this is problematic. Now, let me start by saying that I never in my life had a problem with MTR. I never in my life had disrespected MTR. I did not watch his content. I did not care. Okay, that's how I get down. MTR is his own content creator. I'm my own content creator. I never bother him. If I'm being completely honest, a woman like myself look at a man like MTR as a corny dude. Okay, I'm just going to keep it real with y'all. When I see him, I see corny vibes. I would never interact with someone in real life, so I'm not going to interact on the internet. I never felt the need to drag him or, bring him into anything. If you are the man teaching men how to be men, have at it. Okay, so be it. All right, it's not my place to speak on that. However, what I know, what MTR calls black women, right?
No, what?
No, what?
Hood boogers.
Oh, okay.
So
most of them
Listen,
is so trash that when I hear that they say stuff, it don't even I don't feel nothing.
Yeah, because it's dripped in ignorance, because they're always suggesting that we all come from bad neighborhoods and impoverished situations, which only further shows you how they think. So these are the kind of people you need to evacuate and get away from immediately, because look at their mindset. We do not all come from trying circumstances. And even for those of us that have, how is that a roast if you're going to turn around and talk about this so-called imaginary foot that's laying on your neck that's preventing you from doing something?
Right. I don't take them serious.
Maybe that's why they get mad at black women, because black women are willing to pull themselves out of that situation while they want to stay in it.
Right. That's why they keep looking for some pseudo leader, because they need somebody to blame everything on when it all falls down. So that's why every time they keep hopping around like little hood rats to new leaders every other month. And then that way, when everything blows up, they can point the finger.
Yes.
I mean, remember that live we had when we genuinely had some guy who was on the
Wait a
live?
minute. I'm sorry. Camel, can you mute? You coming in loud? Oh, thank you, honey. Okay. Sorry.
Remember when we had that live, when we had some guy on panel who was wondering why he should buy a house? Remember?
Yes.
Remember that? And he was perfectly fine with living in a one-bedroom apartment, and he said his woman should be fine with it too.
He said he was going to get a second wife. Yeah, he said
with children.
Yes.
With children. And see, that was a very sad moment for us men, because that showed how little we're willing to accept. It's not even his apartment. I mean, at least buy a condo. Shit, you know what I mean? At least buy a condo.
Something.
It costs the same monthly, and that just showed you just that there's. I mean, that if that's the majority of how us black men think, then
we are going to fall further and further behind Black women, because I can't think of one Black woman in my life that said, "Oh yeah, I'll be happy in just an apartment." I can't think of one. And
one bedroom.
And I'm old as dirt. So
You are not old as dirt.
But
I
I
know
see my
what you
point.
mean.
You see my point, though. I mean, that's a really sad thing to hear come out of a younger Black man's,
Yes.
mouth.
Is the same guy who was saying that he was going to move back to Africa and then he was going to get a different wife. I mean, he wanted 2 wives and they better be happy with an apartment. That's all they need. Is that same guy?
Yeah. Yeah.
2 wives and children in a 1-bedroom apartment.
In a 1-bedroom.
I mean, if those fools come at me and say, "Oh yeah, I'm traditional," I will find a way to come through this computer and slap them in the face. I don't know how I'll do it. I'll have to do some serious hacking, but I mean, that's about as far from the one of the most traditional values in America is home ownership.
Right. Well, that's why he wanted to go back to Africa, because maybe they aren't going to expect much from him there, because I don't know which country in Africa he's going to, but they're so poor. But you're absolutely right. If you're raised here in America, that should not even be, you're supposed to want a home of your own.
Right. JD said, I guess JD is somewhat, I don't know if he's apologized. I'm not going to put in words in his mouth. I have no idea what I said was disrespectful.
You're a liar, JD, for one thing,
Yeah,
because you came in here saying that Kevin Samuels left $5 million to his daughter. So my question to you is, why would you lie? You're being timed out, and it's sad because you don't even know when you're being disrespectful. So when you get timed out, you'll know that you did something disrespectful. You said something disrespectful.
This is like a middle-aged man. Like this, I can't get over it. You can't make this shit up.
Who claims he's not middle aged at 44? You are middle aged at 44, sir. I mean, middle is middle, is half.
Right.
How long do you think you about to live? How long do you think on average Black man even live?
I think we average maybe up to maybe 70 or something like that, and that's it. 72.
Right, and half of that would be 35. So that's middle age. If you 44, you a middle-aged man. And what's wrong with that? Y'all don't even cherish life. That's a problem. There's no way you can grow or build either. That is a defining factor. Pay attention. The way that these guys are lying about their age and in denial of it, that shows me you're not a builder, because to build and to grow means to sustain, and all of it is associated with time. And y'all want to act like kids all your lives.
Mm-hmm.
Right. You said something important. He's probably lying about being 44. Jay Daniels, you know very well the lie I'm talking about. A couple of weeks ago, you came in here saying, don't talk about Kevin Samuels. His daughter was left $5 million. And we don't like liars over here. No, we don't care about your age. You're in your 40s. That's enough for us to know that you're way too old to act in this way.
Fact about you, MTR, is that you're teaching manhood, but you don't have a mind of your own. The minute that people tell you what to say or how to feel, you concede to it, which defeats the whole purpose of having content creators. The whole purpose of content creators is different people with different opinions that you get to view. So if your audience is able to come to you and be like, no, you shouldn't feel like that. No, you should say this. It defeats the whole point. The whole point is for you to get different perspectives. So what I don't respect about you, MTR, is it seems as though you desperately struggle with standing on your square for how you think and how you feel about things. Not even just in regard to me, but in general. Okay. So I'm going to rewind this for a second to tell you all why I didn't even want to make this response, but my friends and family said I needed to do it. I didn't want to make it for this reason. A few months ago, MTR did a video about the most attractive female YouTubers in which he dubbed me as number one. Cool, no problem. Then in the comments, there were men saying, why are you giving her this attention? Why are you validating her? She ain't this, because male YouTubers just have a hard on for me. They can't never just leave me alone. Let me do my thing how I leave them alone. Every time I turn around, they are finding a way to insert themselves in my business and my conversations, okay? So the men, MTR decided that he liked what he saw in me. Great. You should stand on that. The minute the men left comments, why are you giving her attention? Why are you validating her? She this and she that. You know what he did? Took the video down. Why? That's how you felt. You stand on it.
Pause.
Okay, I never responded
That's what you
to
get
that.
for being that's what you get for being a mammy. And that's the part about you, Six, that I say you're getting what you deserved. You know, you were playing the mammy game, and the men you knew you were playing with weren't worth shit. And now you're getting shit thrown back in your face. That's just how it goes.
What's so crazy about all of this is that during the time that I was following her, because I didn't know what the MammieSphere was. This is like all the time. Like it's pretty much almost as if Cynthia G was to answer back to all the people that talk about her, then it would be the same way. Like this happens to her all the time. And the men that are talking about her are men that are in the MammieSphere. So like I don't understand like why, you know, if you don't know what the MammieSphere is, if you don't know anything about Black YouTube and you went and you just saw her content, you wouldn't really even know until that something is going on, until something like this happened, and then you might start researching, and then you might hear other stuff, and it takes a little bit for you to figure out what all of this means. So I don't know what, like, to me, I just feel like what Six is saying she represents, it's completely different than what she's associating herself with on YouTube. You have acting, you're attractive, you model, you do these consultations allegedly, or whatever it is that you do. What is it that you need? Why do you need to be a part of the MammieSphere? I don't understand it. It's not adding up to me.
That's a good point.
And they're attacking her. You get what I'm saying? So like all of it, it's like, how is it that I'm supposed to look to you for guidance when you're not giving, you can't even give yourself the advice to see that you need to leave that whole situation alone?
She's a beautiful face and person saying Black women don't measure up. And that is what she was getting paid to do, and to kiss up to Anton. And when that stopped, that's a problem for them.
That's true. That's true. I mean, that's the feeling. That's a little bit of feeling I get, is that it seems like she's in their terms, she's gone rogue. She's gone rogue in their terms. She's not going in hard enough on Black women anymore, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, that's what they call chameleons. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but I gotta side eye her too, because shame on these girls, on the back end, because what did you think that you were gonna get out of it when you had these guys dominating you? Yeah, because you're in their space. So in an effort to try to play neutral or to try to gain something out of it, what's the price in the end? And that's, you're still going to be disrespected and treated accordingly, because that's what this is all about anyway.
100%. It's about disrespecting women. Did you think that you were not going to get disrespected eventually?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a form of validation that these girls want, and that's something that women have to further explore, because that just all goes back to self-esteem. Because you could be beautiful, these girls are beautiful, they have nice shapes and all that. These are Black women that I know could get men, left and right. But it's beyond that when these girls are chasing validation from these guys. It's something deep-seated
the whole Pearl situation, I wouldn't be over there any damn way. But as a Black woman, the Pearl situation would have been enough for me. I don't care if money is involved, but my image is involved, meaning that I might leave this and want to do something else. And I'm involved. Like, you Google me and this Pearl situation come up where a bunch of Black women, attractive Black women, is somewhere sitting behind some unattractive, pale, dead fish looking white woman. It's no way. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. How can you be serious about your business? That's what I'm saying. Like, it's too many red flags for me. It was the money, of course, situation. It's the fact that once I figured out what everything was, you're involved in this, and then just look at it. You can't be serious about your business if these are the steps that you're taking. It's just not. It's not.
Right.
just kind of let it be that. I thought it was lame. Once again, kind of confirmed the corny vibes I was getting, whatever. Okay, me personally, if I like someone, I like them. I don't give a damn if you agree with it or not. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that way as a woman. Fast forward, MTR then does a video and puts me in the thumbnail and says that I said that men are trash. Okay, puts my picture, a big old arrow. She said men are trash. Now, you have certain, you can have a beef with someone or dislike someone without doing things that directly go against their brand. So if you know that my brand is about femininity, you know, womanhood, fitness, family, you know, motherhood, for you to make a thumbnail saying she said men are trash is brand affecting. So if you, MTR, are a influencer or YouTuber that teaches about masculinity and manhood, and I was to say MTR seems gay to me, that is specifically detrimental to your brand.
He does seem gay to me. I like, she knows how to slide in those. She knows how to slide in those curves. I like him.
And considering it is built on teaching men how to be men, correct? So if you know that I have the platform I have, for you to ever have that imagery out there on, oh, Six said that she thinks men are trash, is a problem. And it's not masculine whatsoever.
It's also stupid, and I'll tell you why. If, let's say, MTR had, you know, people who follow Six the Goddess as well. Okay, knowing how weak and horny these guys are, if they had to choose a side, which side are they choosing? It's that simple. I mean, he's just a dude talking what they want to hear. That's just not enough anymore. If that was the case, then these fools would have never have thought about having Fish Face as their leader. So I'm sorry, and MTR, she's right about MTR. He's just basically a tape recorder. At least what she says sounds more original. Whether it is or not, I don't know. But at least it sounds different. I can turn on MTR, and then I can turn on Obsidian, and then I can turn on Poor Man Podcast, and those motherfuckers would say the same damn thing exactly to the word. So that's low value to me right there. So the one thing I do know is that Chantelle Simone, she says the same thing that pretty much, what's the other one? She used to say she says the same thing that, what's that, whatever Michelle chick that was. And then they pretty much have the same book. I haven't seen too much. I haven't really, you know, quite honestly, I can't say nothing about Six because I haven't seen enough of her videos. I have to sit down one day and just go through about, I don't know, 4 of them, 5 of them, and see if she sounds generic. But I know most mammies sound the same. They say use the same. Who was the other woman I was just playing? Charde. Charde. She sounds just like Kevin did. She sounds just like Chantelle Simone. And they all don't know what they're talking about. That's the weird thing. Yeah, Courtney and Michelle. And they all, another one that sounds the same. They all sound the same.
DJ Torch, read these comments from crazy ass Jay Daniels talking about he would rather be somewhere else, but he keep forcing me back here. Who was forcing him here? Like, is this
I think he said the Almighty. The Almighty keeps forcing him back. Let's see where that's at.
What in the world?
Here it is, right here. I'm not here because I want to be here. The Almighty sent me here. Is the Almighty? I wonder if he's wondering if he's referring to Kevin Samuels, because you know how these guys get. And then he says this. He speaks to me. He tells me to perform certain actions, and if I disobey, he will punish.
Okay, that's problematic.
I told you they crazy. Like the other one said that he was a reincarnated slave. This one is something is going on with these things.
Listen, something definitely is going on with these guys. That's why it's like, they need to go ahead and do a discount sale. And really, really, they don't even need to go to overseas, in my opinion. We need to start sending y'all out of this galaxy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe he's just being funny. Maybe he's just being funny. And I have to admit that was funny.
These men is not really about that life. Because let me tell you something. White people been trying to get black people out of this country since we was free from slavery. They will tell you quick, go back where you came from, wherever they think that was. Because I was born right here, actually at Howard Hospital. I don't know where they talking about to go back to. Now, if these men was really about what they was about, they would go march themselves right up to wherever government headquarters they can and petition to have their citizenship taken in return to give them a certain amount of money for them to leave the country. If they really wanted to do that, they would spend their time working on that and not spending their time on, trolling spaces that don't care for them.
Right.
They're not even really going to be able to go anywhere, because with everything that's going on, a lot of those places are going to be the first ones before us to dry up with so many different economical changes. This is a run but you can't hide situation with these guys. You can run, but you cannot hide. It's going to catch up with you. People are trying to get over here to the States. There's a global shift going on. It's all type of movement in multiple directions. That's why they out here in these other countries getting robbed at even a higher rate than ever. It's going down. Like, what piece are you talking about?
It's just really bad. And what they don't understand is all this stuff that they are doing, it just basically shows the United States government, where they're born, where they asking for these reparations, that they don't deserve it. Meaning that, look how they talk about their women. If we give them money for what? To be more destructive. Look at them all over. Look at them overseas causing issues with diplomacy. Over there dealing with prostitutes. Look at them fighting on prostitutes and all these other things in other countries. They don't understand what that really does to them. They don't understand it. They think that they're doing something to black women, but you're not. All you're showing is that you're not capable of being a leader. And therefore, there is no point in giving you any money to do anything, because you're not going to do anything with it.
Yep. And there was a guy that came out recently and laughed about it, because he already said that the money will come back anyway, so it's not going to cost anything. So that just goes to show you, that speaks volume.
It's really sad that, it's just, I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what we had to be under a spell, because I just don't remember thinking of black men this way when I was growing up young. And it could be because I didn't grow up around Dusties or something like that. Maybe that's what it was. I grew up in a very multicultural, conservative, I guess pretty middle class environment, I guess you could say, when it comes to who was around us as children and family, friends. And then my career was in the military, so I was around those people, even though there's Dusties there too. They're everywhere, but they still weren't as bad as this. If I remember when I was still in the military, and I would go to work and be like, look at this, and we would all laugh at it. We didn't even know that this stuff right here was a real thing. So what happened? With this, so basically this is what has been out here all of this whole time, basically.
Well, I think this is what's going to clean us all up in the end, because had they kept their mouths shut, we would not be hearing all of this, and we wouldn't be pushing back. But now that it's out in the open, we see how degenerate and disgusting they are. We're not going to stop until we rid our community of each and every one of them. You're all going to be degenerate, and we're going to call you out.
Right.
Yeah, they need to address their mental health.
I don't know why they thought that you was going to run black women in the ground every day for 10 days straight, and that black women was not going to say something. Some of the questions that they asked, they'd be like, well, why y'all talking about black women? You thought that you was going to run us into the ground for and never, no one was going to say anything to you. You're crazy.
That part, because they know how we are. We practice restraint every single day, and they cannot take it. That's why they have to resort to violence when they can't stand what we have to say. Truth kills them.
Black women words cut them deep because the reason why is because we're always the ones who protected them. So when we tell them the truth about themselves, it touches them in another place. Anyone else, they expect for white people to look at them a certain way. They don't expect it. They think, I don't know what the hell they think, that we're blind. They think that we don't see what they really are. So when you tell them who they really are, oh yeah, you might lose your life. That's why I just don't say nothing to them.
Yep.
That's why they will prefer to go and be with women of no color, because those women don't know them the way that we know them, and then they can go over there and whine and like how they do with the white man to us and say, "Oh, it's the black woman's fault," and that's why they can't get themselves together because of the black woman and whatever. And then some unattractive Becky is gonna feel sorry for them.
But you see, it never lasts long term, though.
I mean, it's a burden. That's a lot. Black women have been doing this shit for a long time. Like, women who not used to having to deal with that can't deal with that shit.
Right. Yeah, it's not even who they are culturally, so they can't relate to it long term. So when they sit up here and talk about these other women, we should be ignoring it because we already know that these other women are not going to tolerate those cultural norms because they themselves haven't even been raised like that. So they're going to be quicker to leave it alone and abandon ship.
Let me tell you, you see it like, you know, Cynthia sometimes play it. And if you got TikTok, you will see these women in frustration because they're stuck with these men, probably from, you know, having children or allowing them in their house, and now they can't get them out. And these women are like completely confused and now coming to us looking for answers. No, ma'am. No.
Yep.
He's with you now. Like, you just like, I appreciate you though. Thank you.
Yeah, I cannot understand those videos where they're running and looking to black women for sympathy. And it's like, I wish black women would just ignore it. Don't even jump in the comment section and say nothing. Just if we don't even realize how powerful it would be if we just ignored most of this stuff. You talk about the power that'll really come out of that.
This boy, this dude, Daniel's like, he cannot get himself together. It's really sad. Like the level, the fact their mental status and like their level of intellect is like a dog, probably like less than it. He can't even just be normal this whole fucking time that he's in. When you go to different platforms, you do different things. There's certain places I won't say certain things because I respect that person's platform and I know what they represent. So I will hold a lot more in because I want to respect them. But you can't even do that. And that's why you can't get a job. That's why corporate America doesn't want you, if you don't know it or not.
And it's so, and he just said black women can't keep their legs and mouth open. So what's your problem? Why can't you get any? I mean, I saw there's a white gentleman that has said he left the MammieSphere because they're very gay. And I think we all know that now. And I think I'm gonna start making his posts, his videos go viral. And I will send you DJ Torch one of them when I find a really good one. But we know that is coming. I think men are starting to see that. They're like, dude, what's wrong with you? And we know Kevin Samuels was starting to come out in the end. You're with a gay crew. You don't want to admit it, but anytime you really hate women, you have to ask yourself why. And it's not your mother's fault. You just get turned on by other things. And to see women who can get all the sex that they want and you can't, it makes you feel bad. So that's too bad. It's not a problem, but you have to deal with it. You have to get counseling. You have to just be yourself. I suggest going to some gay sites and seeing if you find like-minded, friends.
They in denial with themselves. Like it's like a constant battle. That's why a lot of them are incels. Like I seen some of them incels talk about how they, they thought about being, gay or something like that. Like these are DL closet gay homosexual men, and then some of them also, I believe, have like mentally challenged as well. I think a lot of these men are
It's a combination. Definitely a combination. Yeah. And you know what? Being gay and being raised in like the Christian environment and different environments where they tell you it's wrong, that will definitely cause mental issues.
It's really I don't even think it's sad. Like, it's sad. What's sad about it is they don't know what they doing, because the more you like poke at people, when things happen to you that's unjust, it's very easy to turn your head from them, because you done irritated and bothered people so bad that they don't care about was true or not. We're just happy that I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it because it's not nice. I'm trying to get myself to get. I'm trying to like stop saying so many mean things and just let things come out my mouth. But I'll say it in a nicer way. When you behave like that, it's easy for people to turn a blind eye when you're violated. Because I'm starting to see how people. Because I always wonder, like, how can people just be so evil? But some of these people have had experiences with Black people, in particular Black men, that causes them to harden their heart against you, where they don't care, they just want you gone.
And don't even know you, never spoken to you. Just because you have a vagina, they are mad at you.
It's just really it's just.
So when that happened, I didn't get into it with him. I simply made an announcement. Hey, I never said that. I don't know why he's saying I said that. Of course, he just blamed it on his editor and acted as though he had no idea what was going on, and I let it go. Maybe now you'll just leave me alone, like I leave you alone. That's all I want. So there was an altercation that happened between me and someone else last year. Okay, I am going to link the video in my description box, and you will see the interaction between myself and this male. Okay, you will see how this male quite literally forced a conversation on me during a panel. Okay, I let the man know respectfully, excuse me, I don't want to have a conversation with you. I don't. As I try to keep talking and ignore him and move on, he proceeds to refuse to let me speak, saying my name over and over again. 6, 6. I'm talking. As I'm talking, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. Refuse. Okay. So then he tries to, have the conversation. I didn't want to have the conversation. The next day, he got roasted for it. Okay. Nobody attacked his past. Nobody attacked the way he raises children that he don't have. Nobody did any of that. He got roasted for the interaction. Okay. I had never seen his content, didn't care to see it. It wasn't that serious to me. I reviewed my whole panel interaction, and my interaction with him was a part of it. And he simply got roasted. Okay. It wasn't anything that was that serious. That's what we do in Black American culture. We roast. Okay. So MTR decides to speak up against me before he even knows what is going on here. Okay. Which again, I find that to be problematic. So, I roasted him. I roasted a bunch of other people that were on the panel in the interaction. Cool. I roast you. You want to roast me back? That's fine. Even though you really brought that whole thing on yourself. If someone say, I don't want to talk to you, they don't have to talk to you. Okay. It's odd personality issues for you to feel as though, no, you have to talk to me. No, I don't. And I don't want to. Respect people boundaries. So you got roasted. The man gets roasted. Did not take that well. And it was on some damn Transformer stuff. It was like, oh, I'm roasting you. Ha, 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 ha. And this man was like, doo, doo. You ever see in the movies on the Transformers where the thing is dead and it come to life? That nigga was like, doo, doo. Like it went from ha, 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 roasting, ha, ha, to 6 the goddess, a narcissistic Black woman. okay, proceeds to dox me, put my real name out there, talking about, oh, you know, my name is Six. That's the name I go by. I go by my name Six for a reason. Number one, because it's the name I answer to in real life. And number two, because since I am a Black woman who is pro-Black man, pro-Black woman, pro-Black family, I get a lot of non-Black people that send me threats, okay? I have gotten threats to grape me, to kidnap me, to assault me, you name it, okay? So I go by the name Six.
DJ.
Number one, because I like the name, and number two, because
DJ. So is she talking about a man? So these men are doxing women, but yet they're supposed to, number one, be logical, number two, be protectors.
You nailed
But you're
it.
going to give up a woman's information. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Basically, that's if they don't get what they want from the woman, that's what sets them off.
Yep.
And she repeats their like logic or whatever.
Yeah,
and it's crazy. This actually makes it worse.
She repeats their talking points, so that means that she promotes the BS that's being put out that actually is backfiring against her. That's why I said, like, you know, I'm for Black women, you know, making their money. Black women are very smart, so she's of course smart, but she's not using good judgment, you know, for her business, because I believe that she can be a lot bigger probably if she wasn't dealing with that type of stuff. And I don't know who it was. Somebody, was it you, DJ Tortoise, or I think Peso Man was talking about how all these people are scammers. Like, all of these content creators are like, you know, from like the MammieSphere spaces and stuff like that, are in some type of situation, some type of scam, some type of anything, and it's just not good for business. And yeah, I don't know.
I agree.
I do dangerous work. It is very dangerous to be an attractive, in shape Black woman and tell other Black women to keep them white men from between your legs. It puts a target on your back.
I'm sorry. She says she does dangerous work.
So did.
I guess.
Yeah, I was wondering what she meant by that.
Because if she
goes against divested people a lot, this is the thing. Like,
wait, Emma. What I'm saying is she put herself in that position. Your work is not dangerous comparatively to other people. Like, you put yourself in this position, and this is what you wanted. You make it dangerous for yourself. Don't play like you're some you know, military personnel on rapid deployments or police officers, or you're not doing that. Like, stop playing with us. You put yourself in that position.
Like, she a Navy, like she a special officer.
Right, you chose it. Right. You chose violence. Like, you chose violence. Like, we don't care. You chose this. You chose to go against you chose to go against your sisters to pander to men that don't care anything about you. And this dangerous line that you chose is something that's dangerous to you, because it's only dangerous to you because these Black men are dangerous. But these are the men that you're protecting and you're uplifting. So we don't care if it's dangerous to you. You put yourself in that position.
So she said, it's dangerous. Y'all don't know how it is to have to tell these Black women to keep these white men from between your legs. The majority of Black women have never been with a white man before. And you speaking to and who you talk to is the average Black women. Why do you? That's why I'm saying, like, all of this is like I'm seeing through it. You know, you're arguing with divestors because it look good, because that's what the men over there want you to do. Because in reality, in real life, the majority of Black women dates Black men.
But wait a minute, Camo. So she's saying she does dangerous work, and it's dangerous because she's telling Black women to stop letting white men between their legs. But she's not being threatened by white men, and she's not being threatened by Black women.
But why would racist? So this? That's.
But do you get what I'm saying, right?
Why would white men threaten her that are?
I want this point to hit home. So you get what I'm saying, right? So in other words, the danger is not coming from the women that you're talking to or white men. So that's not what puts you in danger. So you can miss us with trying to say that white men and Black women are putting you in danger.
Right.
Yeah, no, that makes no sense at all. That's why I said she's confusing me, and she's actually making it worse now because, from my seat, because it's like, wow, so for you to say that all of this has happened to you, you've had so many red flags to remove yourself from this space that at this point you asking for the punishment.
Right. It's still not making sense to me because why would men who are white that sleep with black women be mad at you as a black woman and be trying to threaten to do bad things to you because you tell I can't.
That's not what she's saying, Kimo. That was my point. She's not even saying that. She's saying it's black men that's threatening her. It's black men that's putting her.
Yeah, that's right.
But she said before that white men is threatening it too. If you go back, she says that these people sent death threats to her.
She said white men are sending her death threats.
Yes.
She's a whole
that's
liar.
because
she's a
liar. If that's the case,
because she said it because she heard being pro-black and for the black family. That's what she said. She said because I'm pro-black and for the black family, I get all kinds of death threats. People have threatened to grape me. That's what she said.
Gets roasted. Did not take that well, and it was on some it was on some damn Transformer stuff. It was like, oh, I'm roasting you, ha 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 ha. And this man that nigga was like, doom doom. Because since I am a black woman who is pro-black man, pro-black woman, pro-black family, I get a lot of non-black people that send me threats. Okay. I have gotten threats to grape me, to kidnap me, to assault me, you name it. Okay. So I go by the name 6, number one, because I like the name, and number 2.
So that's basically exactly what she said.
I don't believe her. She needs more people.
I don't
At the end of the day, I don't believe there's a lot of white people that are threatening her. I don't believe there's a lot of white women threatening her. Like they're just too busy to pay attention to someone. I'm sorry. I'm just not believing this.
Like who
I
are
believe
you?
I believe she may have gotten some threats from some black men about specific things, because then she starts talking about MTR and then she goes into a lot more detail about the things that are happening to her. So I don't believe the white. It may be some creepy white men out there that are doing stuff, but not like this large.
I don't believe
not like a
she ever
large
got
demographic.
one threat from a white man. I don't. I believe that every last threat that she got was from black men that probably was defending her or something or the MammieSphere or something like that. The only thing that one of the reasons why I believe she's saying this because she does this back and forth thing with divested women, which she always. That's why she said it's not easy telling these black women to keep their legs closed to white men. So this is a part of her grift. To me, by her saying that all these things actually makes her almost like she's looking for sympathy and graces from them. Like, she wants them to feel sorry for her.
It is very dangerous to be an attractive, in shape black woman and tell other black women to keep them white men from between your legs. It puts a target on your back. By now, we have all seen all the stories of female influencers getting their houses broken into, getting stalked and murdered by stalkers. That is a thing. There are some men on the internet. They watch you on this internet. They think they're your girlfriend and they catch feelings. Now, before you know it, they're outside your house. For those of you who don't know, I am a mother.
She's conflating a whole lot of things together. She's conflating. She's eliciting. She's trying to elicit a certain response from people because those things are true. They're true, but they may not necessarily be true for her. So she's conflating a whole lot of things to make people to elicit this emotion of, oh my God, she's in danger. Like I don't believe her.
Like she really helping black people. If you know she's good though, like for stupid people, because she can go back. She's going back and forth. She's not just talking about the men. She's talking about black women too. Basically, like she's saying enough for both people to feel sorry for her. Basically, and then she just said, people think that you're their girlfriend. That they are your girlfriend. What is she talking about?
She misspoke.
Oh, Jesus.
Because she's full of bull crap. Because what she was trying to say is people think that I'm their girlfriend. That's what she was trying to say.
Right, but that's a problem too, because how are you teaching women, and you're a coach and a guide, but you don't understand that about men, that these men want to lay up with you? Like, come on. See, this is the part that grown women know better. I'll take these kind of things from young women and I'll accept it, but grown women, no, you're not about to get no pass from this. You know what you're doing. You're gonna have to figure out what side of this that you're on, because outside of doing some business and being a benefit or an asset to a man financially, what else is it that he's trying to get from you? Like, let's be real.
And you've chosen to come out. You've chosen to expose yourself in your face. There are people that never expose themselves, their face, and they are big content creators because they don't have to. You chose to do this because you know that showing your face and your body is going to get you what?
Right, the money. Yeah, the money's going to come in, and the exposure and the attention. And it's like, yeah, you're getting it by a bunch of men, married or not. And of course, they're hitting you up. They're telling you you're beautiful. They're telling you they like this stuff. They're flirting around with you. They're saying inappropriate things. You already know the game. These guys don't have that kind of savoir-faire about them where they're able to cloak anything. It's very apparent and very obvious what their game is. And this is what happens with women when you play patty cake with these dudes. You're going to end up getting done on the front end or the back end of it all. If they don't get what they want out of you in the literal sense, then they're going to tear you down in theory.
Yeah, and it's fun. The only person that I could say that's halfway smart, the two people that's halfway smart as it pertains to making the content that they're making and also being covered is security boss, because she's married and she has a cover and she has a husband that will probably go after people, we think, you know what I'm saying? So she has some sort of protection, air quotes. And then that one is that Danica Marie is married.
Yeah.
So I mean, and then you could look at it like they're being prostituted, but still, you know what I'm saying? Like they're still smart. To me, they're smarter because they're not exposing themselves as open to having a relationship. So men know where to stop with them, and they're not offended by her saying no because they know that she's married. I'm not talking about security boss. I'm talking about Danica. They know she's married. You see what I'm saying? But when you present yourself as a single woman, you're dressing provocatively, you're showing all your goodies, and you're talking and you're pandering to men. What do you expect? You know what demographic you're serving. So let's not play like these dudes aren't deviants. But because
that's what I'm saying. You need to pick a side. That's what I'm saying. Pick a side that you on. You trying to play this, but you cloaking in this and you wearing too many different hats, and that's why you getting called out, and that's why everything is bombing out. Because it's like, you're shape shifting.
Like I said, this happens to her. Like, during the time that I saw her over there, when I used to watch her, it was always happening to her. One of the MammieSphere Angry Man did it at some point. You can go through her channel and you'll see it like all of the time. She gotta stop. She has to address somebody from the MammieSphere, so it's often. But one thing that we have not discussed up here. See, I was asking like, what is it over there that keeps her over there, right? We have still not have discussed the fact that she was allegedly supposed to be dealing with Kevin Samuels.
What?
Yes, y'all didn't know that?
Dealing with him in what manner?
Oh, God. Like, I guess they were supposed to be talking or something like that, and like it's a lot.
Okay, what I mean is business.
In other words, he was
business or personal.
In other words, he was
personal. So that's what I'm saying. Like all of this like builds up to like a lot. All of these beefs is like a lot. Now I don't want to get messy because I'm just gonna be messy. It's Friday. We can just get messy. So you got MTR, now he mad at her. He was also always up Kevin Samuels behind as well. Now they beefing. He mad at her. This like some real catty weird stuff or whatever. But they always like at one time, there's always some type of issue with her. Even when he was alive, like there was always some type of issue with her. It's a whole like conspiracy thing. Like it's a whole like I don't want to say conspiracy, but scandal wrapped around.
Okay, Camo, you have full authorization to be messy.
Well, I mean, it was like when I was over there. Like, I guess there's pictures. There's pictures of them, and I guess they were, dealing with each other in some type of way. Whether I don't know if it was business or what they were doing, but what they were saying about her was that because she was married, and they were saying that she was messing with Kevin while she was married.
I don't believe any woman was really missing.
Yeah, no.
I mean, that's what they were saying. That's what they said. But there are like pictures and stuff with them together.
I mean, he went. This is what I will say. I think he was fighting who he was, and he probably did go out with some women. But I don't think anybody that he was with was ever serious.
You know what it reminded me of? It used to be this guy at my church named Greg, and he was like real feminine. And when we was like real young, like I think like 10, 11 or something like that. You know how they have like the revivals, and like my church had that, and we used to it was almost like a prom kind of like thing. And I remember like he asked me to go, and it just seemed so weird because everybody knew him as Gay Greg, or we considered him Gay Greg. That's what, when I saw the picture, it gave me those same vibes, basically. Like, I know that look of uncomfort of both
beard. It's essentially a beard. I just need.
Like, I was like, this is Kevin Samuel is Greg all over again. Like, I'm really like, you really asked me to the revival or banquet dinner or whatever, but. Because we all call you gay, but he did end up, just like Kevin Samuels, he's married to like a woman, so whatever.
So are these people trying to cosplay and build up some type of pseudo internet Beyonce?
I think so.
Like, what are we doing
it's
here?
They're like the power couple of YouTube.
Like what are we doing here?
Yeah, it's all it. And the crazy part, and what's sad, and what's confusing to me is how Black people haven't caught a clue. Like you haven't caught the clue that they're grifting you. Like how don't you know this?
Pink Pill was over there talking about it herself. Like I had gave Torch the video. We didn't get too far on it, but that video that I had sent you with Pink Pill that other day, she was talking about how she was talking to what is the dude named? The guy from the older guy, like the one that was before Kevin Samuels, the one that died before Kevin Samuels.
Alan Curry?
Yes.
Shut up.
Yes, I bet you somebody in the chat seen it. It's over on her channel. Torch played the video. He just didn't play the whole thing, but she told her everything. She told it. She was like, she was like, he would be trying to talk to her. He was like, they used to text and stuff like that, and behind, like, basically, like, all them videos and all that stuff was fake. And he was like obsessed with her. Like, yes.
But that's what I'm saying. These women do it to themselves. Like, I don't understand. You're doing it to yourself. You can maintain a certain amount of anonymity, and you can maintain a professionalism and draw lines. But they're doing it to themselves because it's about the money.
Yeah, but they're being sloppy with it. And it's like, in terms of your reputation, it's gonna sink real quick, and you're gonna keep getting caught up in people talking about you, and then narratives are gonna get spun anyway. So it's like, for the sake of a few dollars, and because you think that you might be able to get into alignment with somebody and get something out of it, and then meanwhile you're trying to catapult it, but then you guys end up producing a bunch of history of text messages back and forth that turns into a bunch of live streams with people assuming things. It's ridiculous.
And you have people on here that do that on purpose. Like, they call it deed trolling. Oh, we're doing a deed troll. And then you have people on here saying, getting jealous of somebody being on a panel more than them, a woman being paid more attention than they're being paid. It's just like silly. This is like high school playground bull crap that a lot of these people are doing. And it doesn't make any sense. It's like, can you guys ever unplug? Like, will you ever unplug? It's like this is their lifeline, and without it, they would like decimate.
Yeah, and then it's just like, what do the optics look like? Because see, now she's confusing me because I'm not familiar with, her content. I don't watch most of these people. I always say it, but now you got me confused because after DJ has been playing it long enough, I'm confused about what you got on mixed with the message. So it's like, people don't understand, optics. If you're going to send a certain type of message, then what is it that you're representing through optics? So
right,
it's like,
it essentially looks like she's sitting there in a robe.
Right, I thought that's what I thought it was. It looked like it was about to be a get ready with me or something like that, because it is like a little wrap dress robe on. So I'm just kind of confused. And then you talking about beefs with men, which is only going to further make men want to watch this by the time it floats in the street. So it's just like, well, what are you doing? That's what I'm saying. What side are you on? Not side of the men and women, but what side are you on with your content and your purpose? Like, what are you doing?
I mean, she where the money reside. That's what she is.
That's
like,
the thing.
She doesn't care.
You know what it reminds me of, and I was thinking about this. This would be a great topic. Real Housewives of YouTube.
Right. Of the MammieSphere. but you know what? Like, I think it was Jim said it, you know, like best. And one of the things that you notice with her that's outside of everybody else is that she's not married. So she has no protection from the MammieSphere. The MammieSphere is like bloody pussy bitches. Like, just to be frank, like when they want to have something to a woman to bother, she's always walking on eggshells over there. Yep. Like, you know how they are. I swear, I don't know how she does it. Like, I mean, it's not that much money in the world. 6'2" pretty for that. Like, she literally can have whatever she's getting from them. I'm pretty sure there's some. If she wasn't messing with Dusties, she probably could be taken care of. She's in Atlanta.
Yeah, that's why I said earlier, like, I don't know what she's doing. And it couldn't be an amount of money. That's why I'm thinking that it further just extends to some type of validation or attention that she's looking for, because we have to stop assuming that because we find someone attractive or beautiful, that means that they're correlating it in their lives a certain way. Yeah. You know what I mean? So,
because exactly. That just because someone, and I think people don't understand that, Siobhan, is just because someone is beautiful, you feel that they're appealing, or you feel that they're conventionally beautiful. They don't know it themselves, and they don't have that type of self-esteem and that type of self-worth to understand what power that they hold with that beauty. And so they end up making a whole bunch of stupid mistakes. I mean, Halle Berry is a great example of that. So,
yeah, because you know what she's doing. See, here's the thing, and I'm not policing nobody, but I'm talking about, a whole general purpose consensus of it, because we're online and this video can be seen. And see, what happens is when you're dealing with degenerate minds, number one, when you're dealing with mentally disturbed males, when you're dealing with, thirsty males, and a combination of all those things, then what women don't realize is this goes back to how they used to be able to talk about what you were wearing in the courtroom when you were assaulted, sexually. So it's like, you have men who are sitting here saying, I think that's what women don't understand. What they're doing is they're sitting at home seething, and they're watching you, and then they feel like you know what you're doing, and you're doing it on purpose, and you're not giving up anything. How dare you? And then the lust turns into anger, and then they lash out, and then boom, the rest is history. Henceforth, you keep falling out with these guys, because either they're going to literally get their hands on you and have their way with you so they can go back and brag. See, this what these girls don't realize. It's the same high school antics. They're waiting to see who can get it first. And now that nobody can have a Ray J moment and say they hit it first, now they're going to drag your name and slander you, and then make you look like
worse.
Right.
It's worse than high school, because it's like the high school, the 5 divisions are after you. You know what I'm saying? It's like
exactly.
Yeah.
And then it just goes back and forth between all of them, because they're dealing with their own ego, feeling like they deserve it. And then everybody's waiting on who got it. And then when nobody gets it, well, then now we'll just come to have a bro campaign and then trash your name and start doxing you and dragging you and spreading lies. That's why these girls, I don't even know why they're affiliating with these guys. This is crazy.
Well, it's because they need the attention. It's like they can't live without this type of attention, because maybe wherever they are, they're not getting it. Because come on, I mean, she's in Atlanta, full of black people. Like, the black Mecca is Atlanta, so there's plenty of beautiful black women. So maybe she doesn't feel adequate, juxtaposed against those types of women. You see what I'm saying? Maybe she's not.
And some people thrive off drama too, though. Some people thrive off drama, Gemini. So yeah, I think it's, and especially this is the perfect place. Yeah, this is the perfect place, the internet, and to get one of these platforms, and then you could just play around in it whenever you want, and keep the drama and the pot stirred. because even the way that she's pontificating this, it almost sounds like she's not really being serious. There's a detached spirit there. So it's confusing me. Her whole energy is just
because if she was truly afraid for her safety, number one, she would have been fully dressed when she came on.
Right.
And number two, her energy, her voice, her demeanor, it would be more emotional and it would be more serious. This is as a matter
she has
of
a
fact.
flirtatious undertone to it.
Is she playing a role? Is that a role?
That's what we said.
I thought
It
it
looks like
was.
that's what
Girl,
it
I
looks
can't with this. This is like too much. But,
that's what I'm saying. But you're talking about this, and you're talking about you're in danger and stuff like that. And to see, it's like you're creating the talking points that these guys thrive off on. So you're living actually in hypocrisy.
And what's insane is you know that you're going to be deemed a 304 just by the way that you're acting, you're looking, and you're a single mother. How do you feel like you're going to be an exception to their rule?
Is she trying to be redeemed? See, that speaks volumes. I didn't know she was a mom, because I'm questioning these single moms that are getting with these guys. I'm wondering, is this a form of redemption? Is this how you're supposed to reverse the curse or something, or get the scarlet letter removed off of you? I mean,
it can't be though, because look what they're going to get. They're going to get, it's crazy because she's talking about the danger, which the danger is true. We know that there are things that have happened to women on the internet as a result of being on YouTube by somebody stalking them and believing in their head that she's talking to them specifically and that she's actually their girlfriend. And when she comes on camera and she's dressed like this, she's specifically dressed for them. The problem with these women that they don't understand is there are multiple men out there that's like that. So you might get harangued by multiple men. You see what I'm saying? Like, as opposed to somebody that may get one or two in their daily life. There's a lot. And you're talking to a certain demographic of men. And let's not play like this particular demographic of men are deviants.
Yeah, I don't need, it's like I always have to remind people of the Players Club when Myron ended up meeting up with Diamond at her house, and how he somehow had convinced himself in his mind that he could have access to her. And here she was, a dancer in the club. He knew he was at a strip club paying a dancer, and he still felt like he was entitled to her. So it's like to sit up here and act like these things aren't real, where a guy can't sit here and get fixated enough and feel like you are actually, taunting him, or you're calling on him. Like, it's a lot of cuckoos out here. So these girls,
a lot,
they better than me. It's too dangerous to be playing these kind of games. You might as well just go on and get on the OnlyFans and just rock it out if that's what she gonna do. But to get up in here and try to cloak yourself as if now you're for the Black community, that's not a good look. It's too much going on.
King Lucifer said the guys who watch her don't care about the message. They only show up and donate for the sexual image, hence the nightgown.
See, that's what I'm saying. So it's like, what is she even talking about? And it's like, whatever Black women are associated with her, I kind of got a side eye what they got going on. Because it's like, well, if this is what y'all doing, then you need to call it exactly what it is, instead of sitting here cloaking it in Black families and trying to be a counselor. Like, who want to see their therapist and counselor?
Hell,
and
not
or counselor,
like that.
your teacher, your professor, your mentor. Why would I want to
that is not even professional. Like, if you showed up like that, unless you're a sex therapist, there is no reason to be dressed like that.
Right. I don't understand the purpose.
Hey, yeah, I got an idea. Can you imagine? Like, one of the things that I thought about when I had paid for like the consultation with her or whatever was it going to be like a FaceTime like type thing or whatever? I never got to do it, so I didn't know. Like, I don't know how it would have been. But I was just thinking, like, do men do consultations with her too? And is she dressed like that?
Probably so.
Yeah, that's another component to it. Yeah, you never know.
I gave her my $100, so I was basically tricking. So she got me too. God damn it, shit.
Look, care about shit.
We're gonna have to do a debrief with Kimmo. We have to do an intervention. Kimmo, we need to know some things.
we do.
Look, I got questions.
I got questions too, because I'm wondering if she saw your name, Camo, and she must have felt like you.
She don't know. She actually, to be honest with you, she would know my real name because my real name is on my Facebook. This when I was naive. I didn't know better. So
she probably saw you as a woman and not a man. So she probably felt like you didn't know that the real Shan was to get the guys to call in.
Right. I mean, and that's why I'm thinking now. Maybe that's why she never. It wasn't that serious for her. I mean, maybe that's why she didn't take me serious, or maybe that's why she didn't. Maybe that's why she didn't. Maybe because I was like, what? Like, I paid my money. Like, this girl, like, you gotta do what you're gonna do on it, whatever on his phone or whatever you got to do. Because I need my money worth too. But nah, I didn't know what it was I was paying for. I thought it was like really like some empowerment type stuff, like because the way that she presented herself. So I didn't know what I had, paid for. Like, Jesus Christ, I don't pay.
Do y'all see how this is causing confusion and dysfunction? Because I'm like, wow, I'm okay with progressing and moving forward, but at least when I walk in a strip club, I know what I'm walking in. At least I walk into an adult store, I know what I'm walking in. Now you turning on YouTube, you got people pulling out Bibles. They over here reading from scripture. They over here pseudo counselors and therapists. They Black Power spoken word, hoteps, and then they turning around putting on silk robes, see-through blouses. Like, I'm confused about what these people are representing. Like,
wait a minute, I think a lady's comment fits in perfectly. She said, Siobhan said, reverse the curse. Well, she used to be a stripper. Doesn't get any more modern than that. Old girl was a stripper before. So a lot of what I think, again, and I've said this before, we come into things thinking with our own mind and our own experiences, and we have a certain expectation of other people because of who we surround ourselves with in our daily lives. But these people would never fit into our daily lives. So you have to view them as people that you probably wouldn't even encounter or wouldn't even associate with.
Yeah, that's true. Because even if you're not even watching their content and it doesn't stick to you, then you already know that that's somebody you really couldn't vibe with, even on that, on a basic level. Yeah,
right.
So, yeah.
Girl, y'all got me over here thinking now, like, what was I thinking about?
Well, yeah, because if you're gonna tell a guy to put his money on a dresser, I can have more respect for that first. But that other little backhanded stuff, I don't know. That confuses me more than anything.
I mean, I'm about to go. I'm gonna look at my Facebook tonight because I haven't looked at it in years. Like, I'm gonna look at the conversation, but I remember paying for her thing. I must have got the information off her YouTube, and I remember paying for it and her not responding, and like some weeks went past, and because I was like, I'm gonna just give it some time, like maybe she don't know. But I was kind of like,
did you get a refund?
I just let her have it. I didn't care. Y'all quiet, like don't do me. Don't do me like that.
She saw Campbell name and was like, baby girl. She like, baby girl, I don't do women. You must have thought that was a donation. She must have.
I just was like, I mean, it was like a little bit of time had passed by, and it was only $100. I mean, I guess like that could be, I guess to some people any goddamn money is a lot of money when you ain't getting nothing from it, I guess you could say. But I wasn't sweating it. It was just kind of like, oh, that's what we on, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what we about. Like, that's my fault. Like, I should have like did more investigation into what I was doing. And what I did email her and was like, hey, I paid my money. What's up? Like, what we doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, what you do for that $100? Like, what we about to do here? But she was just like, oh, I don't know how I forgot about it. Like, how I missed it or something. And at that point, I was already not interested anymore. And I just left her on read after that. I never really.
I want to know what these people, because I'm very curious to find out, how qualified these people are, because they keep talking about. No, I'm just hold on. No.
Go ahead, pay your $100. Siobhan, mother, go ahead and put your $100 down. Go ahead, Siobhan, put your $100 down.
No, let me finish saying what I was saying. What I mean by qualified is at what level? Because they keep, when I hear advice in these spaces, that's the only word. So I'm just saying, like, how far and wide does this so-called advice extend in regards to these consultations that these people are talking about in general? Because I don't hear, because I'm curious to know what the feedback is like, because how you know,
that's what I was thinking too. Like, I was really curious, like, what it was. But I'm gonna tell you something that's real, and it is real, and that's one thing that she do know for a fact, is that Pretty has privileges, and it's blinding too. Six is a very well put together woman, and you can see it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you see her, and I would assume if she probably wasn't as attractive, people wouldn't be as drawn to her, because it's not like she's saying really anything that's like, you know, profound or something like that. So you know, it's her looks. It's what she is. That part of her is what she's selling. And I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I guess I must have bought into that too, because I just saw a very well put together Black woman, seemed like she was very, you know, confident on her thing, and I just wanted to support her. And I was following her, so I was like, okay, I'll support her. Like, let me see what this is about, like what it is that she's offering.
Well,
I
she's
can't tell you
accustomed to selling herself because she was a stripper, so she's accustomed to selling herself.
Yeah.
And
So
she's accustomed
basically,
to selling sex. So she knows the power in that. So that's what she's accustomed to doing. So she's staying along those lines.
I'm just trying to wonder where these people are going from when it extends to that. Are they getting on the phone with these people and just having meaningless, pointless conversations? Because advice is so broad, but when I hear these people saying it, they're not talking about exactly what they're specializing in. Because I'm just wondering, like, if I'm going to book her, what is my consultation like? I don't understand where the angle that these people are coming from, because that's like saying you're a know-it-all at that point, if that makes sense what I'm saying. If I just say advice, that means I know everything. That means you could call me about anything.
Right,
We
there's
all
no
know that that's not
specialty.
really true.
Right, you're saying where is your specialty? What is your specialty?
Exactly.
Because it kind of like, for me, would have been like, well, what much could you have told me? Like, I've been fortunate to have, you know, a very good career. You know, I'm educated. I'm well traveled. I'm already married to somebody, so it's not like you could tell me how to find a man. But, you know, so I guess there was some curiosity there. Like, what is she selling? I wonder what is she selling and how it could benefit me, because it's not really much that she can tell me. You know, I mean, look. I don't know. People say that you from anybody, so I guess that curiosity was there with me. Like, I wonder what she's selling. Like, I was wondering the same thing. Like, is this going to be like, you know, like a Zoom call or something? Like, we're gonna have a meeting here? Like, what is this? But I never got to that, because, you know, it was just unprofessional from the start. That for like 2 weeks you didn't even know that I had set up an appointment that you didn't even show up to.
Oh, she knows.
Yeah, because as a professional, I'm not even going to get into any business with you until I know exactly what it is you want from me. So unless there's a who, what, when, where, why, how could I take your money when I would need to come and meet up with you? Because obviously we would be booked for a certain time. So I would have to do whatever research. I would have to know what you're talking about. So all of these random advice, consultations that these people are spreading, I'm curious to know,
like where is it? Is there a form that I'm filling out that I'm telling you what my desired outcome is, what I'm actually needing help with, the areas that I feel strong in, the areas that I feel deficient in? Like, how long
it's literally just $100.
I want to know how to frame it.
It's literally just you pay me for, and it go to it's literally just like, okay, $100, and it go to like the screen of where you can pay your $100.
Yeah, see, that's wild.
And I want to say it's like $100 an hour. Like, she's literally getting paid more than like psychiatrists and doctors,
because she's not selling. She's not a therapist. She's selling sex. Black Women Rise says, who knows what she's doing in those consultations with men, and is she meeting them for encounters, or does she have a price they can subscribe to? Who knows what this woman is doing with these men? And I'm telling you, Camo, she wasn't looking for your $100.
She wasn't expecting me, huh?
Yeah, it wasn't about you, Camo. You was a woman. That's not what she was about. She wasn't
Girl,
on
she
that
was
kind of
not
time.
for. She was like, "Girl, like, give me that 100, and no, I'm not calling you back."
Like, oh well, I'm sorry, you didn't read the fine print. The $100 is not refundable.
I mean, she didn't say. So this is the thing. It never was. I never asked her for the money back ever. Like, I just was like, I charged it to the game. I just was like, she is she's not what I'm like. I don't need that kind of business. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like that. Like, you're not consistent and you're not organized. Like, you don't have your shit together because you missed I showed up to the appointment. You did not show up to the appointment until 2 weeks later. Like, come on. It just.
Cyber Dream said, let her hold a hot 100.
I let her hold it, but like, she gonna have to send me a picture or something. Like, come on. Like, imagine, can you imagine what would have happened if it was like one of them dudes that one of them dudes with the MammieSphere paid her $100? Like, seriously.
She would have stayed on the phone and told them whatever it is that they wanted to hear for whatever amount of time.
She would have been doxed all kinds of everything. Like, had it been their $100, like they get mad. They're trying to bargain $15 box from Colombian women.
Like, that's crazy. That's like total insanity. That's like total insanity. When you think of it, like, oh my God. It's crazy to even wrap your mind around how somebody is trying to negotiate having sex with you.
Girl, I can't believe. I thought I was smart.
Type stuff. That's crazy.
I done let Six the Goddess get me for my $100. Like, y'all done tonight. Like, I never thought of it that way. Like, damn, like, she done really tricked me out of my $100 here. But no, DJ, I don't need you to go get the money. No. Don't do it.
Feeling some type of way, Camo?
I just feel kind of like vulnerable or something. Like, I'm usually like, y'all know how I am. Like, I'm strong. Can't nobody do no shit like that to me. Like, I feel played a little bit. Like, I feel like one of these Dusties. Like, shit. God damn, six is a motherfucker then, because she's playing women. Like, shit. She done took my money. Oh, Lord, who knows what the hell she doing over here?
You sure I shouldn't ask her for? Come on now.
No, DJ Torch was mad about that. He was like, I'm going to get your money. I'm like, no, you don't got to go get the money. Like, it's cool. It was only $100. Like, I don't trick that often. So I guess, like, I let her live. I was like, I'm going to let you live. Go, shorty, go ahead. You can have $100. It ain't even that serious. Go ahead.
Fellow Record said all these black women that are a part or adjacent to the MammieSphere don't get no respect from the men in the space, sadly. Well, I mean, I'm not sad for them. I don't feel sad for them. That's not sadly. If they put themselves in, again, these are the positions that they're putting themselves in. So I don't feel bad for them. Just like I don't feel bad for black men who commit crimes and get shot by the police. Like, I mean, you put yourself in a position to be where you are and receive the type of treatment that you receive. You knew it going in. You knew they were the same black men. I don't feel sorry for her at all.
They thought they were going to end up being neutral in these spaces, and in that way they could be able to get the most out of the followers coming into their space. But it's a no-win situation, because even if you do that, it's still going to blow up even through your audience. So even if she didn't get into it with these guys that are actually in the space, the content creators, it still would have happened even from the audience perspective, because you cannot harness a group of men like that as a woman, especially as an attractive woman, and don't think that something is going to pop off eventually. It's just not going to happen.
They were mad at her because of her being adjacent to Kevin Samuels. I could feel the beef.
Well,
the pettiness.
Who came on?
Like every time she has so she was having issues with MammieSphere guys when Kevin Samuels was alive, like still alive, like Angry Man and all them, and they were mad at Kevin Samuels because Kevin Samuels didn't really deal with them, but they would have issues with her. like
Well,
makeup, like you know how they do, like makeup little issues with
well,
her.
the crazy
So
part is they didn't have anything to do with Kevin. So why they would be mad at her? They didn't want anything
Well,
to do with
they were
Kevin
mad
before.
because they couldn't be.
basically
They were
like
mad
she
because
got
they
put
couldn't be
on.
Kevin's girlfriend. They were mad because
Right?
they couldn't
Okay,
be Kevin's
Simone.
girlfriend.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Like she got put on. Basically, it's kind of her
They
being.
didn't want anything to do with Kevin Samuels. They didn't want anything to do with him until he blew
And
up.
they don't want that. So basically, they was kind of like, only reason why she's here is because of Kevin saying he's like she shouldn't be here. Basically,
Was she?
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they were. They what, DJ?
Oh, okay. Wasn't she out before Kevin got? Wasn't she? How long has she been in this game?
I don't know. Like I only found her like I guess last year or something. But by then they already was. When I know that I was following her when Kevin was alive. I know that because that's how I know about the whole her like them posting. Because the other content creators used to make content about her messing with Kevin while she was married, and basically that's why they were saying she don't. That's why they be saying she should not be the one using teaching femininity because she's not feminine and she's this and that. Like you know how they do. They find out your information and they throw it back in your face like she was married and everything. So
wow.
I have a 15-year-old son. He's incredible. He is in high school. So since it is myself and a child in the home, it is safest for me not to go by my government name that my mother gave me. It is best for me to conceal my real information, where I live, the best of my ability. That's why you won't see me doing no house tours. You won't see me doing no vlogs showing you my building I live in. You'll never see that. Yes, I am a content creator, but my main focus.
So she has a 15-year-old child, a son, no less. And you're on YouTube that probably any of his friends can find.
Right.
Number 3, that background looks like, a thrift store find from like 19, I don't know what. And then she said the building that she lives in, so she doesn't own a home. So all this work you're putting in to benefit what? Like you stripped all those years for what? Like I'm sorry. If I'm gonna strip, if I'm gonna be on YouTube, you better believe that I'm gonna make enough money to put me in a position where I can be in a home in a secured area so I can do what I do. See, that's the problem that I have with a lot of these people is that they're on here excessively and they don't do anything with the money that they get. It just runs through their hands and they don't know how to manage it. So in other words, you're doing all this showing your body, selling sex, but you're not getting anything from it.
Right. And it's pure hypocrisy, though, if you look at it, because you're talking about safety, meanwhile compromising your safety. That's what I'm saying. This girl, which side are you on of this? Like you ticking and you talking and you about to explode because the apartment building you live in and all of that is null and void with the fact of what you just said, Gemini. And that's you got a 15-year-old son who's in high school who clearly could have friends too, who could be watching you. So it's like, really? You're not concerned about that aspect more so than
that would be my main concern, my child and his friends. And the people that, obviously she doesn't have a real job. See, those would be my concerns. Not anything else, but because those things, number one, I wouldn't want to compromise my child. First and foremost, my child would be the most important thing, and I wouldn't want to compromise my child. Then you have your children's friends who come over, and come on now, they're going through puberty. They're in the late stages of puberty, and they're hypersexual. So you're walking around. Are you walking around like this when your son's friends are coming? I mean,
I know. It makes you think all type of things, right? That's what I'm saying. Right. It's so confusing. This girl don't even have, and this is how I know, this is why I know I'm in the right place not dealing with these women, because they really are just sloppy and all over the place. And they're dripped and draped in hypocrisy. Mm-hmm. And they're catering to these guys' talking points. And it's like this further proves that, she's looking for some validation. She's looking for attention, because it's no way in the world you could be talking like this. Meanwhile, you just admitted you have a 15-year-old son. Like, people don't be realizing when they reveal certain things what it actually looks like. Meanwhile, they're acting like they don't care. And then, of course, it's showing that you don't care actually, because how you're handling it.
And another thing is, you said that you live in an apartment and that your son is 15. So he likely has friends in that apartment complex. These people likely see you. There's a lot more men around you. You live in hot Atlanta. So you see what I'm saying? Like, girl, like you don't care about your safety. Miss me what you care about your safety. You don't care about it at all if you're doing what you're doing and you're living where you're living amongst the people that you're living amongst.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, and that's why I said I knew it made sense to me real quick. It really makes sense now of what I say. And it's no money in this, because let's be honest, in most industries, sex industry, strippers, the black man is the least, desire to deal with, because they're cheap and they don't want to pay. So you're not going to really get money from them in mass, even on this kind of level, because this is really what men that are non-black really deal with in the peekaboo stuff. That it's really not lucrative in this community to be doing peekaboo stuff with black men, and that's why she getting drugged.
Protect myself and my son in our home. Somebody buying my book and finding out my real name is totally different than someone who dislikes me.
Not true.
Spreading my real information.
Not true.
To an
Does she
audience
not
that wants to listen
that
to what
people will buy your book just to figure out who you are?
Right.
And figure out what you got going on? Like, she's the this is the disconnect. Sweetheart, people do it all the time.
And see, even from a woman's perspective as well, if you're going to be selling the imagery of sexuality, because there's levels, sexuality, sensuality, there's different forms of it. But if you're going to be selling it at this point, then even as a woman, I'm going to think that that's what you're more so focused on. See, you're confusing. Like, that's why I said they trying to do pro-black hotep stuff mixed with spirituality. It's like you all over the place. You're low level, but then you're high level, because those two worlds can't exist at once, like in one space. You either in this for the money is low level, the greed low level, sex lower incarnation. So if you're going to be higher power and empowerment, that is ascension.
And then pretend to be the victim. Like that, then she's cloaked in victimhood all at the same time.
This is crazy. Y'all gotta watch who y'all following around here.
Huge difference. If he was on any other panel and there was like a trans woman on there and he did not refer to that trans person with the pronouns they said, he'd be canceled. But when it's your sister who say, my name is Six, now all of a sudden you want to go on there and dox me, put my real name out there. He went left. Somebody roast you, you roast him back. He took it all the way to doxing and proceeded to make a 7-hour long live stream about me. Tries to bring therapists and counselors onto his stream to potentially diagnose me with personality disorders and mental illnesses. He takes it all the way to the extreme, which was unnecessary. Not at any point did another black man go to him and be like, you know what? Listen, bro.
Girl, bye.
Okay, what you did was kind of goofy.
Did she actually say another black man didn't go to him? Like, is she for real right now? Is she being serious?
She all over the place.
If she feels that way, she should have joined our crew if that's the case.
But what black man in these spaces are going against any other black man? They come in here and tell DJ not to go against them. Like,
right.
What is she for real? Like, the men in your audience, you know these dudes don't care about you like that. Like, I don't even understand the delusion. Yes, and then another thing, no real therapist is getting online diagnosing somebody from a video. Like, nobody's doing that. But you do seem like you got some issues. You might not have a personality disorder, but you do need some therapy. You need some behavioral cognitive, therapy going on. You need to rewrite your life. So I don't know what advice you're handing out, but somebody really needs to be handing out advice to you.
Yeah, because it's too much going on. From the furniture, seems like, you know, the setup looks like one personality. What she's presenting herself from looks like another. What she's saying, she's vacillating and switching between extremes. So it's just a lot of stuff going on that she hasn't fully, you know, reconciled within herself. And, you know, the people, this is a perfect space to come to, I guess, and be able to, you know, wear different hats, as it were, through the audience.
It really is. It is, because nobody knows. Most people don't even pay attention to what's being shown to them, the background, like these people are selling these people this lifestyle that they have, and it boggles my mind, because I'm like, are you not looking at what I'm looking at? Like, they'll say, oh, she has it going on, you know, she's this. Look, are you looking at the background that I'm looking at? Because that's not that's not it at all. Like, those are dollar store rolling dresses. You know what I'm saying? That's like, how does she have it going on? That's not having it going on, as far as I'm concerned. And then, like, you hear these people talk, and if you listen to them and you listen carefully to what they're saying, you know they don't. Like, angry men talk for a few, like over a year about buying a BMW and how people were going to be jealous. And it's like, really? Yes. He talked about it for like over a year. And it's like, these are the people that you idealize. Like, and it's because these types of people don't have, the people that listen to them and idealize them don't have their stuff together either. So they're snowed. Like, one girl was, I asked her, she was like, they, you know, the content creators need to at least pay the mods. And I said, really? And she was like, yeah, they should at least pay. I said, so what do you think they should pay them? She said about $2 or $3 or $3 at least. And I said,
what?
Wait, it gets worse. I said, are you a patron? Are you a member of their Patreon? And she was like, yeah. I said, what tier? Like, well, how much do you pay? I pay $5 a month. I said, so you do realize that they would just be giving you back your money and you would still be paying them, right?
Right.
She was like, yeah, but they still need to pay us something. And I was like, oh my God. Like, there is no reasoning with some of these people. They just don't get it.
Yeah, that makes absolutely no sense at all. It just goes to show you. That's why I said people's mindsets aren't all necessarily in the right place, you know. Wow.
Let me play some more of this.
She roasted you. Just let it go. Not one person said he took it too far. Not one person said, you know, she got a son, like, she don't need you doxing her, putting her information out there, and all these passive aggressive, these microaggressions towards me. Not one person decided to go ahead and let that be known. All right. So he proceeds to make the 7-hour-long live stream. The whole situation with Pearly ends up coming back up. Somehow we get back on the subject. I decide to come back at him like, I'm not arguing with you because you don't let go of nothing. Which then I proceed to show a video where back when he was a police officer for a very short period of time, that he got drugged on Highway 285. Okay, and there's truth behind every joke because really I was serious. When I seen how you're conducting yourself on a job, I have no desire to have a back and forth with you because I see you have a very egotistical personality into which you try to stop a moving vehicle. Now, the interesting thing about the state of Georgia is it is an open record state. And when I requested the records from this man's write-ups and his incident reports, it was countless numbers of them that were deemed to be preventable incidents. And he was reprimanded several times about conducting himself incorrectly during traffic stops.
Okay, let me stop it right there for a second.
So you should wait. Is she getting ready to speak to her child?
I think so, but our friend Boycott is back. Boycott, yeah, okay. I'll see if I can reach Rico and see if we can make it happen. How about that? But I'll tell you one thing though. You're gonna have to. You get sooner or later. You're gonna have to go through the gauntlet of my geniuses up here. So, you know, I mean, that's just the way it goes. So you can think about that. But basically, we have people who are very professional and will give you common courtesy as long as you're cool. And we will talk about your concern. Now, what are we going to talk about? Boycott, just so we know. By the way, I remember now we love Yanny here, so we cannot call you Yanny Boycott because you're against Yanny. So we'll call you Boycott. Anyway, okay. So right now, I think we're in the middle of this part.
Of them that were deemed to be preventable incidents, and he was reprimanded several times about conducting himself incorrectly during traffic stops. Hey, baby, how was your day? I love you. You okay? I'm almost done, babe. That's my son coming home from school. Yeah. So, you know, this man was a bad cop. Several instances of him being written up, which I could pull up, but I'm going to fly high. I'm not going to pull up your dirt how you tried to pull up mine, sir. Okay. A man that has literally gone to has not lost any sleep. I'm talking about for hours. If he has done 2 live streams from About Me, both of which equate to about 14 hours, Lord knows the other hours he had to spend scouring the internet for whatever he could find. So in excess of approximately 20 hours, that's an entire part-time work shift for the week that this man has spent to find a way to stop what I'm doing and disparage my audience. Okay.
I wonder who this dude is.
I wonder if her son listens to Red Pill or MammieSphere content.
Well, I was waiting to see how much she continues to discuss with her son in the house, because it's not like her voice is forward. And we do know she lives in an apartment, so the walls are not that thick. So I'm just wondering what all she's going to say with him in the house.
Wait a minute, wasn't she? Did you guys say she was married?
No.
Yeah, she was.
Oh,
she was.
She's not now.
Yeah.
But I thought when women get divorced, they get everything. What happened? I wonder what happened. I mean, don't they get everything? I mean, that's what the red pill men say, right?
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So why is she in an apartment? Shouldn't the guy be in an apartment?
Stop playing with us, DJ. You know these.
Yeah, man, what is this? And then why are we doing Gilligan's Island couture up in here instead of doing some sex kitten, goddess? Where's the lights? Where's the zhuzh at? Like, yeah, where's the ambiance? She needs to light a candle, like her lighting needs to get readjusted. She got this little Gilligan's Island furniture. I'm trying to figure out what she got going on.
Yeah, get some slow jams playing,
A lady said,
you know what? I don't have a green thumb, but I can't get ready for those faux plants she has all over the place. Like I can't.
Okay. Wait, shout out to Bucky.
And then look, it's a fur. It's a fur frame. Like, what do you have a fur frame?
A lady said that her background is given I sell coochie in the back room.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, like I try not to when it comes to like and women should get the smoke too. I haven't listened to Six in a long time. When I was listening to her, it wasn't really long that I really paid attention to what was going on actually. And now that I think about it, what happens is a lot of times you can take somebody like Umar Johnson. Umar Johnson been doing his thing for a very long time, and there's I think for probably about 15 years now with this school, but there's always going to be a new person that's going to come along every time. So it was the same way with me with her. I didn't know her background or anything. I just know that when I want to say probably one of the first shows that I seen that she did was something like this, and it was Angry Man who was coming at her, and I probably felt some type of way, like for her, like it felt for her like that, because the way that she came off was like, she was a victim to these men that was coming for her. At that time, I kind of knew whoever this person was, she was adjacent to them. Like she had to, like, cause the way that she was coming off was like, Dad, what did I do to you? Kind of like with MTR, like I did nothing to you, and you're trying to expose me and do all these things. And she was doing that same thing then. So I kind of felt bad for her. Like she seemed like a decent woman, like, you know, from what I see and what she's trying to say and what she's and a lot of stuff that y'all are pointing out, I didn't pay attention to, because this backdrop situation was there when I had went to sue her. So it's kind of like that Kevin Samuels thing where you only saw him in that corner of the room. She just changed it to this. When I saw it, it was a little bit more, I guess, I want to say professional, almost like it was a desk that she was sitting at or something like that. And she wasn't dressed as scantily clad as she is now. Like she looked, you know, pretty decent, you know, put together. And I don't know, I guess it's, you know, with the MammieSphere, these are men, and you know the kind of men they are. So you got to keep upping the ante, like more and more and more, you know. And I guess through time, she got a little bit more, you know, risky, I guess, risque, I guess you could say. So I can't even tell you. I just know after that, you know, after she got me for my 100, I was like, no, ma'am. Like I wasn't upset, but I'm not stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not gonna, like, this, it just didn't make sense to me. I was just like, you're supposed to be a professional. Like, how did you miss that? Like, how did you miss this appointment that went by for 2 weeks?
So them saying that
to see how long she was gonna, I was like, I'm gonna wait and see when she's gonna. Before I actually messaged her after I paid the money, I was like, I'm gonna wait and see how long it's gonna take for her to actually respond to me. And then once I felt like time enough had went past, I was just like, hey, look, what's up? I paid for this consultation with you, and you never showed up. And then it took her some time to answer to that. So I don't know.
Okay, let me see what's going on with this. I pulled up Nathan Daley's video about her. Let's see what it says.
I was discussing Tariq Nasheed's Hidden History Museum, and what we learned was a lot of the history was hidden, right? It was hidden. He did a great job hiding the history that he said he was going to produce. Now, there's things about him I don't care about. There's a lot of things that he says I do agree with. There are things that he says that I don't agree with as well. And so, you know, I don't have to like a person. I can give a person a compliment and not have to like them, right? I could be completely impartial and objective, you guys. And so I went to the location. I did what I did, saw what I saw, recorded, and gave it back to you. You guys saw what happened. It was a great conversation. The conversation ended talking about just pearly things, right? So some people got triggered by that conversation. Well, perfect timing, because guess what? Today's stream is about just pearly things, along with some other things, right? We're going to be talking about O'Shea Duke Jackson. Shout out to him. He was in the chat earlier. What's funny is a lot. She's also talking about policing issues. She's talking about crime. Bumped heads on that stream.
Okay.
Laughing about it. This is before pearly things. We were dysfunctional before pearly. Stop putting all this on some white girl.
Aww.
Y'all act like everybody was tight, kumbaya.
Aww.
I was.
Who is he talking about? Like, who is he referring to?
I mean, he has cake slinging from everywhere for Pearly. Like, I'm just trying to figure it out with that dingy background and that backlight that looks like he found it somewhere. Like, these, again, I told you I'm a background type of person. I'm looking at this background saying, oh no, like, is he in the same apartment building as 6?
All right, in the house, being a Scorpio, in the house, Bucky, in the house, a lady, in the house, Cyber Dreams. Cyber Dreams is dropping some good jokes. I love it. Henry Mars is in the house. Now, I guess he's talking about, right now, he's referring to Six, the goddess. So,
as you can see, like, what I was saying is that it seemed like she's kind of like the black sheep or something. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I'm pretty sure she got like some ride or dies that's that stays with her, but I guess there's some conflict there. And the only thing I could what I thought was that it was what I think is some type of jealousy that started with her having access to Kevin Samuels, and that's their profit or whatever.
Right.
On the Lapeef net. Matter of fact, the way this whole thing started was on the Lapeef network.
There we go again. Lapeef always is always their nose always pokes up.
The common denominator.
Exactly.
I watch black people and black men and black women tear each other to cinder on Lapeef network.
Yeah, there it is. There it is.
Did he
tear
say
each other apart?
Did he actually say ascender?
Yes.
He needs to go to like
Yes.
what do you call it? Like what do they call it? A esthetician or whatever. He needs to get some balance with his skin, and he's something's going on here.
And you want to act like we just been all? No, stop playing. Stop playing. The majority of guys make your money off of the dysfunction of black men and black women on YouTube. I'm over here trying to sell y'all information on how not to get killed by the police and how to file charges against police, how to understand the law better. I could barely get y'all to watch a video, but let me drag a black woman on YouTube and I get 100-something thousand followers, 100-something thousand views. The first video that I had that went viral was.
I know. I seen his videos a long time ago. I think when he first came, he a police officer.
Really?
I think.
Yeah.
I think Six said that he's a former police officer now.
Well, I know at the time when I saw his videos, it was when a lot of when the stuff was going on with Lord, what's his name? The man who had the situation with the police that stepped on his neck. George Floyd. And he I guess he came in that way as the police officer that was going to talk about how to maneuver dealing with the police as black, and he was basically coming in as the good cop. Like, I'm a good cop, and some of the stuff that whatever, that whole spiel. So that was like his grip. So now he done got involved with this stuff, I guess, with the MammieSphere.
Was me pointing out the hypocrisy between a black woman and aborting babies.
So I assume I wonder who he's talking about.
Yes,
Right.
because that didn't make sense. So
Yeah, it
but I
didn't.
refuse to go to his channel and research it.
So he must be talking about Cynthia.
Yep.
Make it make sense.
Yeah, of course.
So how did this whole
Oh,
the video?
you make it make sense. You know whose keywords those are.
That's what I saw. That's what I saw. So then I start seeing this divide. This is what O'Shea's talking about. I'm gonna play a video. O'Shea saying Pearly created this division between black people. No, black people divided black people. We weren't getting along prior to this Pearly thing. Before Pearly and I'm making content, people calling me a pig and a sellout and an Uncle Tom and a coon and an Uncle Ruckus.
So in other words,
Because I'm trying to help.
I get so sick of these guys coming on here with this victim mentality. Like,
Yeah, I
it
know.
just bores me to nothingness. Like, we don't care. Like, why is it that Kim, I'm gonna put you on mute? It sounds like you digging in a bag of potato chips. I mean, you wouldn't listen to me. Like, I came on here and I wanted to give you information, but you wouldn't listen to me.
Yeah, it's always the same spiel, right? It's the same antics. Like, I was getting ready to save everybody, and then you turned on me. And it's like, what? Like, what are we doing? This is
The
crazy.
savior complex. I guess what they call it, a white knight.
No, but you can't be a white knight and a victim at the same time. I'm
At the
just
same
saying.
time, right?
They cry victimhood. It's like nobody listens to me. Like, go sit in the corner. Nobody cares about your crying. Like, nobody wants to hear that. If you're going to come on and give information and you're solid in the information that you're giving, you don't care how many people are listening, and you're not going to keep talking about it incessantly about people not listening to you. You have 100. I mean, he has 401 likes. So, in other words, you do have an audience. So why are you drudging up something? Like, it's commiserating. Like, Black people always want to sit and commiserate and talk about what yesteryear didn't happen for them. Move forward.
But what does that say if you're talking about an audience of people who are ignoring a piece of information that could save their life or that could benefit them in regards to not being accosted by the police? So that speaks volumes to other men. So it's like, why even bring up somebody? Once again, a woman got to get brought up right in adjacent to the conversation. That should speak volumes to who these men are, that they want to sit here and complain about these issues, and then a brother like you comes up and gives them a remedy to the problem, and they don't want to get it
because they don't care. And then the fact that you're talking about Black people weren't getting along before then, and people weren't listening to my videos, and then I called out the hypocrisy of a Black woman and abortion, so you're not getting along either. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You did a video not getting along either.
Oh, explain issues revolving around policing and the criminal justice system. The fact that I did the job, people were disrespecting me within the Black community. And I did nothing but save Black lives. Hell, I got dragged down the interstate and I had people laughing about it. This is before.
Savior. See?
Like, this is before Pearly thing. We were dysfunctional before Pearly. Stop putting all this on some white girl.
Nobody's doing that. Why is he even saying that?
Hey, looking like he's about to cry. I can't.
Exactly.
What more do you want from me?
Right. And it always seems like everybody. It always seems like it's a major high and low going on at the same time.
Yes.
And, and I'm not even a clinical psychologist, but it seems like these people are on a high and low at the same time, like real mad
dysfunction. They only understand and they only comprehend how to function in dysfunction. And you can tell he wasn't even a successful police officer. I'm sorry, he just wasn't. And he probably
so I'm going to assume that he is here right now to defend Pearly things.
That's what it. I mean, that's what it sounds like. He may not be, but that's what it sounds like.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Don
essentially with him saying that, yeah. Oh, go ahead, DJ. Sorry.
Don Harden says a lot of men are attracted to Six, and she snubs them. She rejected Nathan on Lapeef. Six. Oh, you see, you can't get rejected unless you make an advance, right?
Right.
So he's just butthurt. That's what it is.
He should have paid his $100 first.
Right.
It might would have took 6 weeks, but you at least would have got a message back.
Okay, she will fight back when they come for her. Nathan doxed Six very messy. Wow. See that right
just
there.
What I said.
The fact that he doxed her, and the funny thing is that why do these guys think doxing somebody and then saying you're doxing somebody is some great thing, like some positive character trait?
Do you know why they're DJ?
Wait, how did that save lives? How did him doxing her save lives? Can somebody help me understand?
That's his whole grip, like, basically, is that, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, when he came on YouTube, because I remember watching his video, and that's why you got to be really careful of, like, who you follow, especially when they're new, because you never know what they're actually into. They come on neutral, like they want to do something good, and then now you have him doing this right here, and that was his thing of, like, just it was that whole the police brutality thing that was going on at the time with Black Lives Matter. And he slid in through that as, like, the police officer to basically be the voice of reason, of, like, I'm a Black man, but I'm also a police officer, but I fight for Black people type thing. And I put my life on the line to help Black, people in situations, as far as arrests and stuff like that.
But again, he said people were laughing at him because he got drugged. I guess while he was on duty or something like that. What was he drugged by a car?
Black YouTube is brutal. They'll dig up anything.
Okay, anything
They'll go dig your parents up out of the grave, like if they have to.
No,
so he should just join the party.
Not even a joke. I heard one guy say he would sexually abuse a woman's dead mother's skull.
Wow.
Yeah, they're sick. They're sick.
Yeah, these people are sick. Yeah, they are. And
All right. Shout out to.
Oh, sorry.
One second, Siobhan, then saw you. Shout out to Southern Belle and Brina West and Don Harden in the house. Appreciate you coming through. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Siobhan.
No, see, I just want to go back to what you said earlier. Well, the question you asked, DJ, and I don't want to bypass it. And that's, why would he dox her? Why would he give out her address? And the question, the answer to the question is very simple, and it showcases how dark that these guys think. And we all know what the answer is. Why would he unveil her privacy?
He did that? He did that?
No, that's unveiling her. If you're doxing someone, you are unveiling their privacy. I'm trying to get you.
I'm just saying, did he do that? Did he dox her?
He doxed her.
According to what everybody else is saying,
everybody was saying, yeah, this is the guy that had doxed her. So that's what I'm saying.
This police officer. Another thing that was conflicting is that the Black community is now trying to gatekeep Black, and he's Caribbean or something. Like he's an American, but he has like Caribbean parents or something. So, and he was a police officer, so they was giving him like all kinds of, like, they wasn't really feeling him when he came on YouTube, and what he was saying. It just wasn't. And
yeah, but he's dangerous. But that's the whole thing. He's dangerous.
Yeah,
he's dangerous. If he's going to give out a woman's address publicly and put out her information, he is proving that he is a predator and he wants other people to prey on her.
Yes.
I'm just trying to figure out how if he
Siobhan, that's
how he representing to be a protector, and you're giving out somebody's access, a woman's address and information, so that people can harm her.
Exactly. That's Siobhan's point.
That was just the point I was trying to bring home, because it's like, I know that everybody, people dox. I know it flows through these spaces, but we have to look at the core of what that represents. Especially in a case like this, especially with a man trying to essentially lay up with a woman, and because he can't have his way with her, now he wants someone else to.
Basically.
I don't think no woman should get there. So, I mean, the other girls are married. I'm assuming that they working for their husbands, basically. Like Danica and all the other, and Chantelle, whatever her name is working for their husbands. But Six is a single woman. Like, no Black single woman should be putting herself in that space. And the reason why is because these people feel like they own you, because they know that if they take their support from you, if they take the super chats from you, if they not going to your consultations or whatever, that's how you make money. So they feel like they can do and say whatever they want, objectify you. And Six is in that position, dealing with these men that gets attracted to her that she don't want. And when they get mad at her, this is what they're getting. What makes you think that they won't do the same thing to you that they do to other people?
Right. But see, that's why you have to be careful with these men, because when you're selective like that, and then you're turning down certain ones, and it's affecting their ego, then it's a no-win. So it's just like, these girls need to stop getting involved with these men as a collective. Because it's like this.
Southern Belle asked me what I'm eating. Girl, I'm eating
a bunch of messed up mindsets.
I'm eating a fish sandwich, sis.
That's what we heard crackling.
I'm eating some fish and chips over here.
Now you just made me hungry.
I'm stress eating since y'all done exposed me for tricking.
You exposed yourself, Kim. Don't blame us.
Look, y'all two got quiet like, what? You on? What you on? You ain't want the money back.
All right. No, we still, because we were still trying to figure her out though. So, you know, ain't no fault on your part. It's okay, you know, but we was just trying to figure
I just was
her
trying
out
to help a
because she
sister out. I just was just kind of like,
nah,
I'm gonna let you have the money. I'm gonna let you have the money, but I'm just not gonna fuck with you no more. Like that's basically what it was. Like,
no, Kimmel, I still got
Well,
questions.
yeah, you got her target audience. You got her
Right.
target audience. I mean, we clearly
I
found
just
that
got
out.
caught up. I just got caught up into the situation. Like I ain't know what the heck was going on. I ain't know that she probably was like, why would you come over here?
Right.
What you think I can give you?
But you know what,
she
Kimmel,
like,
that
girl,
was
this
the very
road, this
reason why
silk
she
road
should have
back for
gave
you.
She should have gave you back. That's the reason why she should have given you back your money.
I didn't ask for it back, but I mean, I would, if I was the person, I would have been like, I don't want no issues. It's business, and I didn't give her the service that she needs. I would have actually gave the money back and still gave you the service. I would have been like, you know what, I'm gonna give you a refund, but I'll still, if you still want the service, I'll give it to you.
It's nothing she could have given you. She full of bull, so she just could have given you back your money. Because it was nothing she could tell you, Camo. It was nothing she could tell you.
Right.
Yeah, no, because she don't even know what she got going on.
She said, yeah, no,
If anything, you would have been giving her a console. She would have been trying
Right.
to figure out how
Exactly.
Look, how did you get married and how you send your son to college?
I probably would have been asking her more questions like, how did you get in this situation? Like, what is this? Because I mean, I'm pretty sure she would have had to give me a rundown or introduction, and I probably would have been like, how did you get involved in this crap?
Yeah, and how the son able to walk right on in?
Yeah.
So are you in the living room? Is this the corner of the living room? I'm not even trying to clown. The boy walked right in, like, whoa.
Be like, well, I would have walked through the door and probably been like, so what we about to do this at? Where we about to do? Where your office? Like, where we about to do this at? Like, what's going on here?
I walk right through the door.
I told you guys, I better start looking at people's background and actually watching them and listening to them. Like, you will figure out a lot of things if you just sit back and observe, like, their background, how they talk to their children, how they talk to their spouse, you know, the little things in the back. Like this guy, like, look at that. There's no door on that space that he's in. Like, there's no door there. So it makes you wonder, where is this little space that he's in? And then the walls are white, so you know it's an apartment, because most people, you know, have some kind of color on their walls.
Right.
And then that light socket is whited out too. So, you know, come on now.
Girl, I would have walked in there and she would have been like, oh, don't worry about that stuff right there. Just move it over and sit wherever you like. Wow. That's why I was wondering. I was like, so how is this going to go? Because it wasn't no instructions. It was just kind of like 1 hour for consultation. Is this in person, on the phone? Like, how does this work? It wasn't really anything clear.
Kim, you were asking all those questions. It wasn't even for you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What is she consulting? Because see, when you do a consulting biz, in any kind of consulting, you're gonna want to know, like, if I'm going to an attorney for consultation, what type of attorney? Because you have to know what the questions. There's going to be a time frame, so you only getting per hour or however.
Right,
it's
and
set
that
up.
person is
It's like,
going
it makes
to
no sense.
Right, and that person is going to give you a questionnaire so that they're not wasting their time talking to you about something that you're not even interested in talking about. So it doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, that just sounds very bizarre. See, that's, you know, that's scam, you know, 101 for future.
I ain't really, y'all like really the first people I told this stuff. Like, I ain't never tell nobody this stuff. Like, I just let it go. It wasn't really. I mean, I've given super chats for $100, so I don't have no problem with supporting Black women. Y'all know that. You know, I try to support as many Black women as I can. Unless you on some mammy crap, I can't deal with it.
Right.
She got herself one that day. Like, I came along, you know, being a savior. Like, oh, they messing with her. You know, that's her whole thing. Like, she's a damsel in distress.
Camo, what are you drinking over there?
I ain't even
With
getting
that
nothing. I
sandwich.
got some wine, but I'm drinking this some sweet tea. I shouldn't even be drinking this. I don't even drink this. I don't even drink sweet tea. I don't know how people drink this, so maybe I'm getting inebriated off of that. But no, but what I'm saying is serious. Like for real. Like I really didn't see anything. I didn't see any of this stuff until recent. Like I didn't see her behaving like this until like maybe the last 6 months. I didn't notice she was like this. I didn't know that.
Let's play a little bit more of this dude, and then we'll call it a night.
Everybody was tight kumbaya. I was on the Lapeef net. Matter of fact, the way this whole thing started was on the Lapeef network. I watched black people and black men and black women tear each other to cinder on Lapeef network. Tear each other apart. And you want to act like we just been all, no, stop playing. Stop playing. The majority of guys make your money off of the dysfunction of black men and black women on YouTube.
And then he becomes dysfunctional himself.
I'm over here trying to sell y'all information on how not to get killed by the police and how to file charges against police, how to understand the law better. I can barely get y'all to watch a video. But let me drag
he
a
said
black...
selling. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Thank you, Siobhan.
I didn't catch that the first time. Okay.
I didn't either.
Yeah. Okay, so he's trying to sell information. So you're coming in the guise of help to help the community of men who have a hard problem with dealing with law enforcement, but you're going to sell them the information in the name of saving the community. Okay. I didn't know that.
Here's what's nasty.
That the two exist at the same time.
Here's what's nasty and disgusting about this. A police officer knows how detrimental and horrible it is for a person's location information to get out. They know more than anybody that how dangerous that is. But he went ahead and did it. There is nothing.
And you know that their information, like if they own homes, it's not even public record. It was funny because I live around law enforcement heavy, and I called to get some information about my own house, and they were like, we can't give you that information. I was like, wait, excuse me, what?
Right.
It was like, we can't give you that information. And then I said, wait a minute, you're not looking at my address, you're looking at my neighbor's address. Or did you look at such and such and such and such? And they was like, oh no. And then they gave me the information. But you can't even, their information is not public record. Not even on the city maps, how the city have the maps and you can look at the different homes and the homeowners. It's not even on there. So their information is kept secret. So why he would expose someone when he knows that they have anonymity, but he's going to expose this woman with a child.
Right.
See?
That shows you right there. And that's why this is real. He made himself look bad himself, because that level of toxicity with the intelligence of knowing what will happen if you give out somebody's address. See, that's worse than if he was just some dummy who just doxed her,
right,
and didn't know how dangerous that is. He knows.
But what was the reason why he doxed her? He just, based off of a disagreement he had on YouTube, he doxed her.
So
like that's some
was it
crap.
MTR that did the video on her, or was it Nathan Daley that did the video on her?
He did the video. He's got her name right here.
Okay, so this is the one that she was talking about that did the long live about her. Because
this was only 5 hours, so I don't know if she exaggerated or whatever, because she said it was 7 hours. Well, that's close enough to me.
Yeah.
That's close enough.
Well, the thing, and she said it was roasting. So if she was just merely roasting him, I still don't understand why he would do that.
Because he's butthurt and he's unstable.
True.
Something is wrong. Like that's crazy.
Yeah, because there's no reason.
I got doxed before about but actually I think I had told y'all about this. He's actually very popular now. The poetic Flacco, he be over there on No Jumper TV show. He wasn't nobody at the time, but he tried to dox me, but being as though that I was in the military, I got the information before he was able to actually to do it. But I exposed him first and was like, yeah, he's trying to dox me, and I went to the NCIS and reported him.
Excellent. Yeah, this is a dangerous dude right here. This because he has access to information through his buddies or pals, right, on the force, and he's unstable because only an unstable man would put another person's life and livelihood in danger, and he did it. So
this is like really like stupid. It's nothing here is going on to that will make you that upset for you to want to do something like that to somebody.
Right.
Like even the people in the comment section, some of the things that they saying the reason why he did it because he laughed or somebody laughed at him. Like, what is this? Come on.
Right. I mean,
yeah, there is no sound reason. You know, there is no reason, and there's no reason to ask the reason. The fact is, this man exposed this woman. This is an unveiling of her privacy, and that's just wow. That should speak that should tell you everything you need to know about him.
Exactly. And he's trying to sound like a savior in here, but to me, with just the facts, with just the basic facts that we're getting, he's dirty and he's dangerous.
Yeah, so what is he talking about an abortion? Like maybe did she have an abortion or something? Like what is he talking about?
I didn't know.
No. I thought he was talking about
Cynthia.
Cynthia, yeah, that's what he was talking
but
about.
How did he go? But how did Cynthia had nothing to don't know nothing about none of this stuff? So like, I mean, I'm pretty sure she probably know about it, but she's not involved in it. So like,
no, he was bringing up. No, he was just bringing it up. Yeah,
right. He's just going through
his diatribe.
His diatribe.
So basically, he just all over the place.
Yeah,
exactly.
And then he wanted to again draw traffic to that one little struggle stream he had that got a lot of views. That's it.
Yeah, you know, these guys just throw buzzwords or terms out there. That way, you know, it can keep people, you know, tuning in and keep their interest peaked, as if he's getting ready to now go into the spiel and talk about her or something. So, you know,
I understand like YouTube is a good, stream of income, or even secondary income, but they need to do something else with these type of situations because these people are getting lazy to the point where they figured a way that they can make some quick money or whatever. But real content creators have content. This is not content. This is like some sadistic, crazy crap that is going on in a lot of Black YouTube spaces. And if you notice, a lot of Black YouTubers don't make as much money as white YouTubers. And this is probably why, because it turns into like this catty, beef situation over stupid stuff. Like he's doing this, and then they do this to women a lot. Like they will do, how many men probably laughed at him or laughed at MTR? Why don't you have that same energy for these men?
Right.
Well, yeah, that's not going to happen.
True. All right, let's hit the last words. And this was believe it or not, this has been one of my favorite lives. I've been laughing all night.
You messy.
Yeah, I am. But I mean, that's the sad thing about this dude right here. I'll go first. The sad thing is that he was an officer, and basically he knows the danger of other people, especially he knows how crazy the internet is and all that stuff about how he was saying how we're dysfunctional, and he just proved that he's one of the dysfunctional ones himself. Instead of being the pillar of the community as best you can and doing the right thing and looking the other, turning the other cheek, he actually goes as far as doxing somebody. that's just, believe it or not, this kind of blows out all the mammying we did today. This blows it out. This is disgusting right here, that a guy would do that, just for his own feelings. It's sad. It's sad, but maybe an appropriate ending for the evening, because when it comes to mammies, these are the kind of guys they like to protect. Wackos.
Yeah.
And he's a wacko for that. And we don't, let's face it, all of us, we don't even know whether Six is a friend or a foe, really. We're kind of neutral. You know what I mean?
Right. Nope.
It's not like we're in her camp or nothing.
No, I'm not neutral. She's not a friend.
I don't think she's a friend, and I wouldn't say that she's a foe. She's an outlier. Would you say an opportunist? Maybe that's what she would say. Like, she's just making her money. That's what she's doing. And everybody has their angle, I guess, in their grift, and hers is, whatever it is, whether it's seduction or whatever the case may be. And, it's almost like it's a pandering, but a pandering to both. And it's some sort, like, one minute she's, a woman empowerment, and the next minute she's, talking badly about Black women. So this would just be my closing, or whatever. So I have nothing against Six. Like I said, like, she didn't take anything from me. I just was joking. I literally just gave it to her. I'm pretty sure if I would have rescheduled with her, we would have rescheduled and talked about what I don't know. But, I didn't find that there was anything that I needed to speak to her about. And I gave her the money, basically. So I'm a simp.
Exactly.
Don't say exactly.
My bad. Okay, Henry Mars says this. Other ethnicities have built YouTube channels on all types of topics, from documentary, trading, commerce, etc. Black men, mostly negative Black women content. Yep.
Yeah, because they won't even expand further and actually take any time to really structure and put any type of real solid content together, like a documentary. So you won't be seeing that from these guys at all. These are just quick little talking points that have been glued together, and everybody is repeating them, and they just recycling them over and over again. But I find it interesting that we're really sitting here watching people try to sell the community back to the community, and then do it under the guise of helping the community, but then you're supposed to outwardly profit from the community, but then somehow it's cloaked in love. Like, see, this is very confusing, because these people are very confused. So this just further proves the point that there is no community. It's too many of us in mass numbers. It's too many, 50 states in this country. Like, this is not small town USA. We have to get out of that kumbaya type of situation. I think Black people want everybody to wake up one day on the same day, and then just all have a sigh of relief, and we're all on the same page. It's not about to happen. These people are scrambling around, and they want you to take care of them and support them. And then they're doing it under the guise of what? Of punishing you. Meanwhile, they're getting punished. Like, people need to pay attention to the circular aspect of this. You got a woman being spanked through men, and then she's going online spanking everybody back by grifting and lying and pandering. It's a vicious cycle. This is disgusting. This is disgusting to witness, and it's crazy that people aren't even seeing this. You got a whole law enforcement guy, a whole man who was in a position of power and authority, and he's going to sell you back empowerment that he should be helping so-called men that look like him. And